Chapter 1. The Coming Beast Tide. In the skies above the endless deep sea of the Sky Dome continent, I, Meng Lei, hereby pronounce your death sentence. A man surrounded by crackling lightning stood proudly against the backdrop of the heavens, wielding a spear of electric light, his back adorned with wings of thunder, resembling a deity of storms descending from the heavens, delivering a judgment of overwhelming authority. Crack! Upon his utterance, the laws of nature bowed to his command. Two massive serpents of lightning descended from the skies, charged with a terrifying aura of annihilation as they struck toward two colossal figures in front of him. To the left stood a golden dragon with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters, its entire body radiating with resplendent golden light. To the right was a thunderous titan wielding golden double hammers, towering like a mountain. Damn it, what a lunatic! Has he truly grown to this extent? Feeling the destructive essence within the lightning serpents, both the golden dragon and the thunder titan felt their pupils constrict and reacted almost simultaneously. As the forces of the universe surged, a shield of golden light and purple lightning erupted around them, attempting to protect them. But it was useless. The lightning serpents tore through the protective shield with ease. Both the golden dragon and the thunder titan let out horrifying screams, thick plumes of black smoke enveloping them as they were brutally scorched and battered. Then they plummeted straight toward the ocean, resembling meteors hurtling from the sky, accompanied by a resounding crash. Meng Lei watched this scene with barely contained excitement, reflecting on the past and marveling at the day's triumph. He had achieved it. He had finally accomplished it. In his former life, he had been a mere insignificant figure, existing between work and home, spending his days in mindless monotony with only a keyboard for company. But after arriving in this world, his fate transformed. He rose from obscurity and crafted a series of unimaginable miracles, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of this realm, having trampled the continent's oldest and most formidable beings, the Golden Dragon and the Thunder Titan beneath his feet. Meng Lei surveyed his surroundings, his sharp brows and bright eyes scanning the horizon with an air of dominance. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The Golden Dragon vanished. The Thunder Titan vanished. Everything disappeared. Meng Lei opened his eyes, his expression vacant. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? So it was just a dream. No wonder it felt so unrealistic. Meng Lei let out a self-deprecating smile, thinking perhaps he was still unable to adapt after just arriving in this world, resulting in such a peculiar dream. Bang, bang, bang. Little Meng Lei, wake up. The beast tide is here. The dilapidated wooden door was knocked upon violently, and the anxious voice of old Peter, the village chief, called out urgently, Little Meng Lei, the beast tide is coming. Hurry to the underground shelter. I'll inform the others. The beast tide is here. Meng Lei felt a jolt of adrenaline rush through him, scrambling to his feet and racing toward the center of the village. The beast tide! Damn it! Why did I have to encounter the beast tide? I've truly hit the worst luck imaginable. As Meng Lei sprinted, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. A month ago, he had been an ordinary employee on Earth, stuck in an exhausting routine between his office and home life. Awakening to find himself inexplicably transported to this world, he became an ordinary villager in the Beastman village. Sky Dome Continent. This was the name the inhabitants used to refer to their realm. It was a magical world, wildly different from Earth. Here, there were no computers, no internet, no high-tech gadgets, but rather earth-shattering dragons, immensely powerful giants, bizarre beastmen, nature-controlling elves, and a multitude of astounding magical beasts, and mysterious magic and powerful fighting techniques. It's an unbelievable world. Everything here filled Meng Lei with trepidation. Yet what distressed him the most was how unfriendly this world was towards ordinary humans. Because the rulers of this world were not humans, but winged dragons, towering titans standing dozens of meters tall, an array of peculiar beastmen, elves mingling with the forests, world-destroying magical beasts, and a myriad of other races. Humans, they were merely vassals of the intelligent races, lacking civilization, empires, culture, and freedom. They had nothing. This world is perilous. How can I survive? What frustrated Meng Lei the most was that he had just arrived, And now he was facing a beast tide. This was the worst possible start. Hurry, young men. Follow me to fend off the beast tide outside the village. All the old, weak, women, and children, get to the shelter. A strong man, over 2 meters tall, stood atop a large rock commanding the villagers. He was Hades, the captain of the village guard and the strongest person in the village, greatly respected and trusted by the villagers. Under his direction, the young men gathered around him, while the elderly, women, and children rushed toward the village's central shelter. Despite the chaos, everything was orderly. Clearly, such scenarios were not new to them. Indeed, the Beastman village is located at the edge of the Beastman mountain range, making it particularly susceptible to beast tide attacks. The villagers have experienced beast tides more than once. Meng Lei sighed inwardly. The Beastman mountain range stretched across the continent, nearly dividing the sky dome into 2 halves, teeming with countless wild beasts and magical creatures, and was known as the most treacherous place on the continent. The feral beasts within the forests often went mad, attacking the villages on the fringes, causing catastrophic losses each time. Where loss of life was all too common, the parents of this boat's original owner perished in a beast tide. It could be said that human life was the least valued commodity in this world. How many will die in this beast tide? Before he knew it, he had reached the village center, where the elderly and children were lined up, with Uncle Leo, who monitored the shelter, shouting, "Don't crowd. One at a time. Those at the bottom, stabilize the ladder." The shelter was built several meters deep underground, resembling a tunnel or basement, connected by a ladder, beside which a massive stone lay waiting to be placed atop the shelter. The stone was enormous, standing 2 to 3 meters high, and appeared robust. Meng Lei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that with such a large stone blocking the entrance, the shelter should be quite safe. But that's not right. If everyone outside perished in battle, could a group of weak, old, and young people push aside the massive stone? Meng Lei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Roar! Ugh! Kill! Annihilate these beasts! The distant sounds of beastly roars and the chaos of battle echoed, sending chills down his spine. While Meng Lei was eager to witness the magical beasts of this world, he could only wish for it. Right now, he was still a young lad, one who needed protection. His place was within the shelter, not out there stirring up trouble. What are you dawdling for? Hurry down! At that moment, Uncle Leo's stern voice snapped him from his thoughts, and Meng Lei quickly straightened up, ready to enter the shelter, when he suddenly noticed a white orb slipping from Uncle Leo's grasp. "Uncle Leo, you dropped something?" Meng Lei halted, preparing to remind him, when a cold voice echoed in his ear. "Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you wish to pick it up?" Meng Lei was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Uncle Leo. In the brief span of time, all the elderly and young had entered the shelter, leaving only him and Uncle Leo. "What are you staring at? Get in there quickly." Uncle Leo furrowed his brow, scolding, "Don't dawdle. I still have to go to the village entrance to fend off the beast tide." It was evident that the voice just now hadn't come from Uncle Leo. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Chapter 2. The Success of Fusion. Relentlessly growing stronger. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Meng Lei shook his head, gripping the handrail as he prepared to enter the shelter. However, the voice resounded once more. "Ding! Object detected. Do you wish to collect it?" Who is speaking?" Meng Lei exclaimed in astonishment. "Ding! The Supreme Collection System is at your service." The Supreme Collection System can gather all objects that have fallen from the world, including but not limited to currency, items, skills, vitality, and mental strength. Collecting currency and items will enable the host to amass wealth. Collecting skills, vitality, and mental strength will empower the host. Collect everything. All can be collected. As the chilling voice elucidated, an attribute panel materialized before Meng Lei. Host. Meng Lei race. Human wealth. 0 physique. Ordinary 0 to 10. Mental strength. Ordinary 1 to 10. Skills. None. This. Could it be a golden finger? Meng Lei felt a wave of dizziness. "Ding! Object detected. Do you wish to collect it?" Collect. Meng Lei instinctively responded. "Ding! Collection successful. Host's physique 1. A surge of warmth inexplicably coursed through his body, permeating his limbs, and Meng Lei felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. He clenched his fists, sensing a slight increase in strength. Could it be that everything the system mentioned is true? Meng Lei marveled. Physique 1? Can physique truly be collected? Meng Lei, what on earth are you doing? Don't you dare delay. Uncle Leo bellowed furiously, his eyes ablaze. Miraculously, a silver orb fell from him. Ding! Object detected. Do you wish to collect it? Collect! Meng Lei did not hesitate this time. Ding! Collection successful. Host's mental strength 1. A refreshing chill surged into his brain, and Meng Lei felt his mind sharpen, his thoughts and awareness becoming significantly more agile. The critical attribute panel also transformed. Host, Meng Lei race, human wealth, 0 physique. Ordinary 1 to 10, mental strength. Ordinary 2 to 10 skills, none indeed. It truly can be collected. Meng Lei was both astonished and elated. The Supreme Collection System was genuine, and did this not mean that he was destined for greatness? Should I head to the village entrance to test my luck? There might be even more objects to collect there. Meng Lei gritted his teeth and resolutely dashed towards the village entrance. What are you doing? Come back. Hurry back. The monster village was nestled within a valley, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the remaining side fortified by a sturdy wooden fence, forming a formidable barrier against the beast tide. This was the sole entrance to the village. At this moment, a harrowing scene unfolded at the entrance, where 2 to 3 dozen robust men wielded their weapons, relentlessly attacking the beasts surging towards the wall. Among them were blood-red, saber-toothed tigers measuring 3 meters in length, blue-faced, tusked steel-haired wild boars, and massive 2-headed vultures with wings sprouting from their backs. Nearly 100 ferocious beasts roared incessantly, fearlessly charging at the wall, launching a frenzied assault. Even if a beast fell, the remaining ones continued to surge forward, seemingly entranced in a frenzied state. The guard team, led by Captain Hades, appeared like a killing machine, relentlessly slaughtering the beasts that breached the wall. Blood splattered, and severed limbs flew. The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted Meng Lei's senses, churning his stomach violently, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. After all, as a denizen of Earth, he had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. After what felt like an eternity, Meng Lei gradually acclimated to the chaos, his gaze falling upon the massive sword wielded by Captain Hades. Is that fighting spirit? Captain Hades fought valiantly, his great sword emanating a faint yellow aura, effortlessly cleaving the beasts in half, his speed in hunting far surpassing that of others, rendering him a veritable killing machine. No wonder he is the mightiest in Monster Village. Meng Lei's eyes brimmed with envy. If only I could possess such strength. Ding! Object detected. Do you wish to collect it? Collect! Meng Lei noticed several luminous orbs shimmering beneath Captain Hades and his comrades' feet. If he were to collect these objects, would he not greatly enhance his own strength? Yet tragically, ding, too far away, unable to collect. Friendly reminder. This system can only collect objects within a 10-meter radius of the host. Within 10 meters? Meng Lei felt somewhat exasperated. Is there really such a limitation? There was no choice but to draw closer. Ding! Object detected. Do you wish to collect it? Collect! Ding! Collection successful. Host's physique 3. Ding! Collection successful. Host's mental strength 1. Ding! Collection successful. Host's physique 2. Waves of warmth continuously surged forth, rapidly enhancing Meng Lei's physique and mental strength. This relentless fortification was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of elation, leaving Meng Lei exhilarated. His strength grew ever more formidable. His thoughts became increasingly lucid. Yes, this is it. I must grow stronger. I yearn for strength. What are you doing here? Just as Meng Lei reveled in the delightful enhancements, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Is this a place for you to be? Get back now. Meng Lei looked up to find Captain Hades glaring at him, an invisible pressure bearing down upon him, as if he were being scrutinized by an enraged lion. A tremor coursed through Meng Lei's heart, feeling overwhelmed. What is Leo doing, allowing you to come out? Captain Hades swung his sword, cleaving a wild boar beast in two, commanding, You immediately retreat to the shelter. Captain Hades, Meng Lei hurried to explain, Yet a melodious and resonant beastly roar suddenly rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A wolf-like beast, entirely crimson and roughly the size of an ox, emerged from behind the tide of beasts as it advanced. The once ferocious creatures parted to clear a path. The wolf-like beast approached with an elegant stride, its eyes flickering with two flames. Suddenly, it leaped into the air, expelling a fireball the size of a basketball. The fireball radiated an astonishingly high temperature, scorching the faces of those present. Even at a distance of several meters, Meng Lei felt his face ablaze. A wolf? A fire-breathing wolf? Meng Lei's heart quaked, wondering if this was what constituted a magical beast. Chapter 3. The Fire Wolf of the Magical Beasts. Collecting magic. Damn it. It's a fire wolf. This is troublesome. Captain Hades cursed, cleaving the incoming fireball in half, bellowing, "You deal with the other beasts. This fire wolf is mine." With that, he charged forth to engage the fire wolf in fierce combat. Magical beasts are entirely different from ordinary beasts, possessing abilities that far surpass those of their mundane counterparts, and they can wield magic, exhibiting devastating, destructive power. The emergence of a magical beast within a beast tide often signifies a dramatic escalation in danger, rendering the situation exceedingly difficult to manage. Ding, ding, ding. This fire wolf was indeed extraordinary. Captain Hades' great sword clashed against the claws of the fire wolf, producing a shower of sparks, yet failing to inflict any substantial harm. As the fire wolf battled with Hades, it unleashed massive fireballs as surprise attacks. Hades dared not confront them head-on and instead swung his giant sword to shatter the fireballs. However, with each strike, the yellow aura surrounding the sword diminished, and at this rate, he could hardly endure many more blows before the aura vanished entirely. "Captain, keep it up. Take down that fire wolf." The guards remained oblivious to the situation, exerting themselves to fend off the beast while cheering on their captain. Although the fire wolf was a magical beast, it was merely a low-level one. Their captain, a second-tier warrior, should have little trouble dealing with such a foe. Damn it, this is not an ordinary fire wolf. Captain Hades was both astonished and enraged. This was no mere fire wolf, but rather a fire wolf king that had evolved into a second-tier magical beast. Although there were no visible differences in appearance, the disparity in combat prowess was vast. The fire wolf king's speed, strength, agility, and magical fireballs were incomparable to those of a mere fire wolf. Furthermore, magical beasts of the same tier often outclass humans. Captain Hades, being merely a second-tier warrior, trained in basic combat techniques learned in the military, stood no chance against the Fire Wolf King. Cold sweat beaded on Hades' forehead, and he sensed that today would not end well. How powerful! Meng Lei, too, gazed at the fierce battle between Captain Hades and the Fire Wolf. His eyes filled with a W in his view. Both the Fire Wolf King and Captain Hades were superhuman. Leaping 5 to 6 meters high, with a single swing, the earth was cleaved asunder, a fireball rivaling the might of a bomb. Was this still human? Ding. Object detected. Do you wish to collect it? At that moment, the system's cold voice echoed in his ears as a red orb fell from the Fire Wolf King. Did it drop from the Fire Wolf? Do magical beasts also drop items? Meng Lei was taken aback. What could it possibly have dropped? Collect. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained level 1 magic. Fireball. The system's prompt resonated in Meng Lei's mind, leaving him in utter disbelief. Fireball. The item that just dropped was magic. This system can even collect magic. Meng Lei was enveloped in immense elation. The human race lacked the physicality of dragons, the strength of titans, the magical aptitude of elves, and the unique talents of other races. It is no exaggeration to state that the human race is among the most feeble intelligent species on the continent of the sky. In their quest for strength, they have no alternative but to rely on combat, aura, and magic. Tragically, as a subservient race, 90 of individuals spend their entire lives without ever encountering combat, aura, or magic, let alone cultivating it. The situation in Monster Village is somewhat better, as the secondary warrior Hades offers guidance and instruction, making the villagers the strongest within a 10-mile radius. Yet even so, only Hades has truly succeeded in cultivating combat aura. Upon arriving, Meng Lei naturally yearned to master combat aura and magic, aspiring to become a formidable warrior and improve his chances of survival. However, the harsh reality told him it was nothing but a pipe dream. His physique was far too weak to cultivate combat aura, and as for magic, did he possess any magical talent? Where could he even learn magic? With no way to cultivate combat aura and no means to study magic. Despair began to envelop Meng Lei, yet he never anticipated that this bizarre system could even allow him to acquire magic. Level 1 Magic Fireball. Meng Lei immediately began to investigate, quickly grasping all the information regarding the fireball spell, its release principles. Destructive power. It felt as if he had studied the fireball spell for countless years, and he became intimately familiar with it, ready to unleash it at any moment. Shall I give it a try? Meng Lei took a deep breath and raised his right hand. No response. What? Meng Lei was taken aback. What's going on? Could it be that the fireball spell I acquired is a counterfeit? Ding! Friendly reminder. To cast magic, the host must possess sufficient magical power within, which must then be controlled by mental strength to attract the magical elements from the world, thus forming the spell. The system's voice echoed. Both magical power and mental strength are essential. The host lacks magical power and cannot release magic. Magical power? Mental strength? Meng Lei was left speechless, suddenly realizing that the magical power section on his attribute panel was a big, fat 0, indicating that he possessed not a shred of magical power. Damn, no wonder I couldn't cast the fireball. Meng Lei felt a sense of relief. So it turns out I lack magical power. At least the fireball spell isn't a fake. But where can I acquire magical power? Ding! Item detected. Would you like to collect it? A red orb dropped from the Fire Wolf King. Collect! Ding! Fusion successful. Host magical power 1. A magical power 1? Is this really magical power? Meng Lei was overjoyed. Just when I needed it, a stroke of luck. Haha, let's give it a try. A warm sensation emanated from his dantian, akin to drinking strong liquor, and Meng Lei realized this must be the magical power he had just fused. He raised his right hand. This time, there was indeed a response. A spark materialized in his palm, rapidly expanding until it reached the size of a pomelo within mere breaths. The fireball was small and flickering, yet it radiated an astonishing heat, leaving no doubt about the terrifying energy it contained. Magic. I can cast magic now. The exhilaration within Meng Lei was beyond expression. This sensation was simply marvelous and enchanting. It was invigorating, a completely different experience. Alas, the fireball did not last long before dissipating into a wisp of smoke, leaving Meng Lei feeling a wave of weakness, as if his energy had been drained. Damn, my magical power is depleted. Chapter 4. Breakthrough and Promotion. Apprentice warrior feeling the emptiness within him. Meng Lei could only smile wryly. That single fireball had consumed all his magical power. What an exorbitant expenditure. I need more magical power. Meng Lei turned his gaze to the Fire Wolf. Having never encountered magic before and unaware of how to obtain magical power, he could only rely on collecting it for now, and among all the creatures around. Only the Fire Wolf appeared capable of dropping magical orbs. Unfortunately, in the following minutes, no more magical orbs fell, but instead, he collected other orbs, while his strength steadily increased, with the physique section soon surpassing 10. The system's cold notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to Apprentice Warrior. Please continue to strive for further breakthroughs. Apprentice Warrior? Meng Lei was taken aback, noticing that his attribute panel had changed. Host. Meng Lei race. Human wealth. 0 physique. Apprentice Warrior. 10-100 spirit. Ordinary person 410. Magical power. 0-0-10 magic. Fireball. LV1. I become an Apprentice Warrior? Meng Lei was somewhat bewildered. This rate of improvement is simply astonishing. An Apprentice Warrior. Though the term apprentice is included, it is vastly superior to an ordinary person. Monster Village lies at the edge of the Monster Mountain Range, where the villagers survive by hunting and gathering herbs, and navigating the treacherous mountains requires formidable strength. The villagers are generally robust. Yet, of the nearly 100 residents in the village, few are apprentice warriors, as many possess limited talent, and apart from being slightly stronger than average, few can become apprentice warriors. For someone like Meng Lei to ascend from a protected old, weak, and vulnerable state to an apprentice warrior in just a few minutes is truly astonishing. Apprentice warriors are incredibly strong. I've seen them tear apart tigers and leopards and strike wild boars with their fists. Far more formidable than any champions or warriors on Earth. Now, I am also an apprentice warrior. Am I as strong as they are? Shall I test it? Meng Lei looked at his slender arms and legs, picked up a rake, and charged forward. His steps felt lighter. The rake felt as if it had become weightless. Roar! A wild boar, with a fierce face and sharp tusks, charging towards him, stood nearly 2 meters tall. Its bristled mane standing erect like steel needles, its tusks glinting menacingly. If struck by such a beast, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be shattered. Take that, you old boar! Meng Lei roared, swinging the rake at the beast. What are you doing? Fall back immediately. A nearby guard named Job was startled, quickly raising his great sword to slash at the bristly wild boar. The wild boar possesses immense strength and destructive power. Even he had to exert his full strength. Meng Lei, being just a child, was rushing towards death, was he not? However, in the next moment, Job stood dumbfounded. Crack! The rake struck the wild boar's head, sounding like a hammer striking a watermelon with a crisp crack. The wild boar's skull split open. Brain matter splattered. Blood gushed forth. The wild boar let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Propelled by inertia, it continued a distance before crashing to the ground. Utterly lifeless. Did it die? Job's mouth fell open, his mind struggling to comprehend. Meng Lei actually killed the wild boar. How is that possible? I killed this wild boar? I actually took down such a large wild boar. By the heavens, I must be so strong now. Meng Lei was overwhelmed with excitement. He truly possessed the strength of an apprentice warrior. The system had not deceived him. Ding! Wild boar slain 1. Earned 10 gold coins. The system's notification chimed. 10 gold coins? Meng Lei was taken aback. Ding! Friendly reminder. After defeating a target, the host may obtain corresponding wealth. The system coldly explained. Wealth represents the host's financial resources, which can be utilized in various ways. It can enhance attributes, be exchanged for skills, or be spent. I see. Meng Lei nodded in understanding, not rushing to use these 10 gold coins, but rather continuing to hunt other beasts. Ding! Item detected. Would you like to collect it? Collect! Ding! Fusion successful. Host physique 3. Yes, this is the feeling of becoming stronger. I was right to come to the village entrance. The thrill of growing stronger was intoxicating. Meng Lei relished this sensation. Onward! Meng Lei charged towards the next beast, which happened to be a 10-meter-long green-scaled serpent. Its body was covered in slick green scales, flicking its forked tongue, its cold eyes glinting as it slithered forward with a sinuous motion. Its slimy form causing a sense of nausea. They have fiend. Meng Lei swung the rake, swiftly decapitating the serpent. Ding! Green-scaled serpent slain. 1. Earned 20 gold coins. Chapter 5. Bug exploit. Death of the Fire Wolf King. Crimson blood pooled like a river. The acrid scent of blood enveloped the village entrance. 2 to 3 dozen sturdy men occupied the city walls, relentlessly slaughtering beasts, yet the creatures seemed endless, pouring forth in greater numbers. The tide of beasts showed no signs of receding. The guards began to tire, their fighting spirit waning, and the situation gradually turned unfavorable for the guard team. We cannot continue like this. We will inevitably be overwhelmed. Captain, we must find a way to eliminate that fire wolf. Otherwise, the beast tide will never retreat. Hearing his comrade's shouts, Hades, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Fire Wolf King, felt an urgent sense of desperation that he understood that the source of the beast tide's persistence lay in this Fire Wolf King. It was likely the leader of this beast tide. As long as the Fire Wolf King remained alive, the tide would not recede. The problem was he simply could not slay the Fire Wolf King. In fact, he had been at a disadvantage throughout the fight. Killing the Fire Wolf King felt akin to chasing a pipe dream, and Hades could only stew in his anxiety. In stark contrast, Meng Lei was achieving victory time and again. Ding! Green-scaled serpent slain. 1. Earned 20 gold coins. Ding, collectible item detected. Would you like to collect it? Ding, swift wolf slain. 1. Earned 18 gold coins. In less than 10 minutes, Meng Lei had slain 5 beasts, accumulating over 100 gold coins, while also collecting 4 orbs, including 3 physique orbs and 1 spirit orb. His attributes were quietly transforming. Host, Meng Lei race. Human wealth, 108 gold coins physique. Apprentice warrior, 20100, spirit. Ordinary person, 510, magic power, 010 magic. Fireball. His physique has surged from an initial 0. 5 to 20, marking an astonishing increase of a full 40 times. His spirit has also elevated from 1 to 5, an impressive 5-fold enhancement. And as for his wealth, a substantial 108 gold coins. This is no trifling sum. To put it into perspective, the average villager in Beast Village spends merely a few gold coins a month. Thus, 108 gold coins would suffice for 2 to 3 years. It has only been a quarter of an hour. I've grown this powerful. This system is utterly broken. Feeling the overwhelming force within him almost bursting forth, Meng Lei was seized by an impulse to laugh heartily towards the heavens. With such a broken golden finger, it's impossible not to be impressive. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as Hades was sent flying, crashing against the city wall, creating a gaping hole. His chest was charred, and his clothing was ablaze, evidently struck by a fireball. Captain! Are you all right, Captain? Captain, how are you? This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the entire guard team. Their captain, a level 2 warrior, had been injured by a mere level 1 beast. How could this be possible? Roar. After a successful strike, the Fire Wolf King advanced gracefully, step by step, towards Hades, gathering fire elemental magic in its maw. A fireball forming ominously. It was preparing to unleash a fatal blow, intent on utterly annihilating Hades. Captain! Protect the captain! Beast, stay away from the captain! The guard members were horrified, shouting furiously as they charged towards the Fire Wolf King. Stay back! Hades shouted hoarsely. Don't worry about me. Focus on your duties. Don't let the beast tide breach the wall. Captain! The guard members' eyes turned bloodshot. Are you disregarding my orders? Hades struggled to rise. Remember, protect the wall. This beast is mine. Captain! Everyone's eyes were ablaze with fury, yet they dared not defy their captain's command. Hades commanded immense respect in Beast Village, and his words were beyond question. Beast, come at me if you dare. Hades' expression twisted with rage, his massive sword pointing at the Firewolf King as he roared angrily. Roar. The Firewolf King let out a low growl and unleashed a fireball. Beast, bring it on. I fear you not. As he faced the incoming searing fireball, Hades tightened his grip on the massive sword, his eyes resolute. At this juncture, I must resort to burning my fighting spirit to the last. Boom. The fireball shot forth, seemingly on the verge of striking Hades when suddenly another fireball arced in from the side, accurately colliding with the Firewolf King's fireball. The 2 fireballs veered off course, shooting sideways before crashing into the ground in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames soared skyward, sparks flying, and dust billowed, leaving devastation in their wake. What just happened? Hades was momentarily stunned. The guard team was dumbfounded. The Firewolf King was equally taken aback. A fireball? Where did that come from? Captain Hades, let us join forces and take it down. Meng Lei called out from atop the city wall. Little Meng Lei. Hades was momentarily speechless, but upon seeing the fire flickering at the tip of Meng Lei's finger, he was jolted. Flames? You can use magic? A flickering flame of intense red danced at Meng Lei's fingertips, radiating an astonishing heat that left no doubt about the terrifying power it contained. Captain Hades, let us deal with this firewolf first, and then discuss the rest. Meng Lei understood Hades' feelings, but this was not the time for explanations. Their immediate priority was to slay the firewolf and halt the beast tide. Hades nodded firmly, gazing deeply at Meng Lei. You're right. Let us deal with this beast first. You cast spells from behind to distract it, while I confront it head-on. Together, we shall vanquish this creature. With that, he summoned his remaining strength and charged forward. This time, Hades saw hope. His eyes were ablaze with fighting spirit as he sprinted toward the Fire Wolf King, his massive sword poised to strike at the beast's head. Roar! The Fire Wolf King let out a low growl, claws digging into the ground as it retreated. Previously, it would have easily dodged and retaliated with a fireball while evading. However, as it leaped, a fireball streaked through the air and struck the Fire Wolf King squarely in the abdomen. Boom! The fireball detonated. It erupted like a grenade, unleashing searing flames. Ah! The Fire Wolf King shrieked, its body arching in pain. What an opportunity! Hades' eyes narrowed with focus as he propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged forward. His massive sword enveloped in a faint earthy glow, thrusting fiercely. Thud! Blood sprayed forth. The Fire Wolf howled in agony. Strike again? Chapter 6. The Beast Tide retreats. A bountiful harvest after the disaster boom. A single strike pierced through the Fire Wolf King's throat. The fearsome level 2 beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ha, ha, ha. Hades staggered, nearly losing his footing, yet elation coursed through him as he laughed joyously towards the sky. The Fire Wolf King is dead. Ha ha. The Fire Wolf King has perished. His laughter echoed at the village entrance, reaching every ear. Dead. The Fire Wolf King is dead. The captain has slain the wolf. Wonderful. The entire guard team erupted into wild jubilation. Phew, we finally killed it. Meng Lei exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling utterly relaxed. However, when he glanced at his personal attribute panel and saw the empty wealth section, he could no longer muster a smile. All 108 gold coins had vanished. Replaced by merely 5 fireballs? It really burns through money. Meng Lei clicked his tongue. At least we took down the Fire Wolf. The death of the Fire Wolf had a monumental impact on the Beast Tide. The frenzy and brutality in the eyes of the beasts gradually faded. Their fighting spirit extinguished as they retreated. Such is the nature of a Beast Tide. Once their leader falls, the remaining beasts scatter like leaves in the wind, unable to persist in the fight. After all, most beasts were coerced by their leader. Upon its demise, they would flee at the earliest opportunity. And indeed, the once frenzied and vicious Beast Tide ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of carnage, bodies, remains, and blood scattered everywhere. They're retreating. The Beast Tide is retreating. The tide has finally receded. Damn it. I thought we were done for. The walls erupted with excitement, some flushed with exhilaration, brandishing their swords and shouting triumphantly. Others collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Finally, the Beast Tide had withdrawn, and they had achieved victory. Captain, are you all right? Several guard members leapt down from the wall, helping Hades to his feet. Their eyes filled with concern and admiration. I'm fine. Hades shook his head, yet his gaze fell upon Meng Lei. Little Meng Lei, I owe you my gratitude. If not for you, today could have ended very differently. However, you've kept your abilities well hidden. I had no idea you were a magician. Meng Lei is actually a magician. Upon hearing this, the guard members turned to Meng Lei, their expressions transformed entirely: shock, confusion, disbelief. Compared to the relatively lenient requirements for cultivating fighting spirit, magic training is far more stringent. Fighting spirit. As long as one possesses the technique, even those not overly physically robust can generally cultivate it. But magic is different. It demands a level of talent that is almost stringent. Among 10,000 people, scarcely one may possess the gift for magic. Thus, magicians are far rarer than warriors, as rarity breeds value. Magicians have become the nobility among the strong, synonymous with prestige, mystery, and power. Countless legends surround magicians across the continent, yet many go their entire lives without ever encountering one. Consequently, the looks directed at Meng Lei were imbued with a hint of reverence. Regardless of Meng Lei's past, the moment he unleashed his magic, he was enveloped in an aura of mystery and nobility, and none dared to underestimate him. I can only cast Fireball. Meng Lei scratched his head, aware that he was far from a proper magician. At least not yet. That is still quite impressive. The Beast Tide had come to an end. The elderly, women, and children emerged from their shelters to commence the post-disaster cleanup, tending to the wounded, disposing of beast carcasses, and repairing the walls. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion for a village like Beast Village, which relies on the mountains for sustenance, the beast tide was indeed a disaster. But it also heralded great opportunity. After each beast tide, a plethora of corpses would be left behind. Fresh meat could be transformed into food. Fur could be fashioned into clothing and armor. Surplus materials could be exchanged for salt, spices, iron tools, and other daily necessities. This time, due to the absence of casualties, the beast tide could be deemed a bountiful harvest, with every household receiving an ample supply of fresh meat. The villagers were elated, their faces aglow with happiness. With so much food, they could last for quite some time. Meng Lei also returned to his humble abode carrying a large wild boar. In the days to come, this boar would provide sustenance. Today, I shall indulge, chopping wood, lighting a fire, roasting meat. Half an hour later, the golden brown roasted meat dripped with oil, exuding an incredible aroma, and Meng Lei swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Food shortages have long been a predicament for the village. Individuals like him, orphaned and devoid of any means, are left to rely solely on the meager rations distributed by the village to survive. Though they cannot satiate their hunger, they do not perish from it either. Today, however, they are finally afforded the opportunity to indulge in a hearty meal. After an agonizing wait, the roasted meat is finally ready. Meng Lei can no longer suppress the pangs of hunger gnawing at him, and seizes a crispy, golden pig's trotter to devour. Delicious! In times of hunger, anything can taste exquisite. This roasted meat is devoid of seasoning, merely sprinkled with coarse salt. Yet Meng Lei savors it with unabashed delight, his mouth watering profusely. Dining alone, are we? Captain Hades approaches, holding a wine jug and savoring its contents. Captain Hades, what brings you here? Meng Lei, with grease adorning his lips, puts down the pig's trotter, slightly embarrassed. Oh, just wandering aimlessly, and I ended up here. Come, have a taste. Hades tosses the wine jug to Meng Lei, who in turn picks up a piece of roasted meat to enjoy. Not bad. Your roast is truly fragrant wine. The enticing aroma wafts from the jug, causing Meng Lei's throat to stir. I am the resource-scarce village of beastmen. Wine and books are both rare treasures. Gulp, gulp. Goodness, so spicy. The wine is a harsh, inferior brew, murky and unpalatable, far inferior to even the most basic spirits. Meng Lei grimaces slightly, but still takes a few sips, having endured a month of bland water and dried meat. He is nearly at his wit's end. Now that there is wine, how could he possibly abstain? Take it easy, don't drain it all. Captain Hades chides with a laugh. I spent a gold coin to acquire this from a passing merchant caravan. There's only this one jug. And once it's gone, it's gone. Understood. As the wine flows and the meat is consumed, a substantial portion of wild boar finds its way into the bellies of Hades and Meng Lei. Leaning against the doorframe, they engage in idle chatter, transforming into figures reminiscent of the Great Gu. Meng Lei, you possess magical potential. Remember to seize this opportunity, for it may alter your fate. Do not let it slip away. Hades' gaze is profound. I once served in the military and traveled to many places. I am perhaps the most worldly among us in this village. Indeed, Meng Lei nods quietly. Most individuals, due to their lack of access to cultivation methods, cannot learn magic. However, cultivating magic also requires talent. Without magical aptitude, one cannot become a noble mage, even with the training methods. Captain Hades gazes intently at Meng Lei. And you, unbeknownst to all of us, have inadvertently become a mage. It is highly likely that you possess astonishing magical talent. Captain Hades struggles to find the right words to describe the situation. Is it unbelievable? Incomprehensible? Astounding? What is certain is that Meng Lei must possess remarkable magical talent, a precious gift that countless individuals yearn for but cannot attain. Do I truly have magical talent? Meng Lei's mind races. Meng Lei. Remember, seize this opportunity. Hades lets out a belch, slightly intoxicated. You should know that our village is part of the kingdom of the fire dragon, which is one of the realms under the dragon god empire. Meng Lei nods silently. On the celestial dome continent, myriad races thrive. Among them, the most powerful and ancient are the four wise races: dragons, titans, elves, and beastmen. These four wise races dominate the celestial dome continent, occupying a substantial portion of its land, and have established the four empires that have ruled for millennia: the Dragon God Empire, Titan Empire, Elf Empire, and Beastman Empire. The Dragon God Empire is located in the eastern part of the celestial dome continent, bordered by the endless deep sea to the east and the Beastman Mountains to the west, encompassing 15 kingdoms and 48 duchies. It is a multi-ethnic empire ruled by dragons, possessing immense physical strength and mastery of dragon language magic, are one of the mightiest races on the continent, yet their bloodline is so potent that their birth rate is exceedingly low. Captain Hades' voice grows somber. Across the entirety of the Dragon God Empire, pureblood dragons are incredibly scarce to facilitate governance. The Dragon God Empire has classified its various races into 4 tiers. For tiers, Meng Lei's spirit is suddenly invigorated. The 4 tiers, also known as the 4-tier system. Hades chuckles bitterly. The 4-tier races represent 4 distinctly different social standings, along with differing legal treatments and racial obligations. The pureblood dragon race, positioned at the 1st tier, is born into nobility. Upon birth, they are bestowed titles of marquis within the empire, not only possessing vast territories, but also enjoying privileges that we can only dream of. 1st tier, pureblood dragons. Born nobility, elevated to marquis at birth. Meng Lei quietly absorbs this information, then inquires, what about the 2nd tier? Which race occupies it? The 2nd tier comprises the subdragon race. Hades explains, due to the low birth rate of pure-blood dragons, they often engage in morally questionable activities to compensate. Consequently, they produce hybrid offspring containing dragon blood, known as subdragons. The subdragon race can be further divided into dragonkin and dragon beasts. Meng Lei finds himself at a loss for words, his mind conjuring some rather unsightly images, envisioning a dragon riding a wild boar and giving birth to a dragon pig, a dragon horse, or perhaps a humanoid deer dragonkin. The subdragon race inherits some of the dragon race's traits. Some possess formidable physical bodies, while others excel in dragon language magic. Coupled with their terrifying numbers, they form the backbone of the Dragon God Empire, comprising 80 of the nobility within the realm. In the 3rd tier, Meng Lei presses on. The 3rd tier consists of our human nobility, Hades' size. In the Dragon God Empire, the most populous race is neither the subdragons nor any other intelligent species, but our own kind, accounting for 90 of the empire's population, although the vast majority are weak and of lowly status, spending their lives devoid of magic or martial prowess, destined to remain as 4th-tier commoners for generations. There are always a few exceptionally gifted individuals who, through various means, acquire the knowledge to learn combat techniques and magic, ultimately gaining formidable strength. In a world where power reigns supreme, strength is always a symbol of status. Thus, even among our kind, the strong can attain recognition and nobility within the Dragon God Empire. The most renowned among them is the sword saint of flying snow, Lord Garin Bonaparte. At the mere mention of Garin Bonaparte, Captain Hades' eyes brim with admiration and respect. The tales of Lord Garin Bonaparte resonate throughout the continent. He is an idol and a source of pride for all humans, inspiring generations of our kind. Garin Bonaparte? Meng Lei nods slightly. This name is extolled by countless bards, so widely known that even 3-year-old children are familiar with it. He can be considered the most powerful human in the Dragon God Empire, holding the highest status among humans. The 4th tier naturally comprises ordinary individuals like us. Hades continues. Ordinary humans occupy a lowly status, belonging to the exploited class, deprived of the protection of the Empire's laws, and burdened with heavy obligations of servitude. The imperial law stipulates that every human who reaches the age of 16 must undertake obligatory service in various capacities, either enlisting in the military, laboring in mines, or serving as slaves and guards in the homes of noble lords. This is the fate of the 4th tier, and it is the fate of us ordinary folk. If I recall correctly, you are 15 years old, right? Chapter 8. Obligatory Service. Venturing into the mountains alone at the age of 16. Obligatory service, military enlistment, mining, slavery, guardianship. Such laws sound utterly outrageous, a blatant exploitation of ordinary humans that if any country on Earth dared to enact such legislation, it would have been overthrown long ago. Yet, regrettably, this is the celestial dome continent, a world characterized by uneven distribution of martial prowess. At 16, must one really serve? Meng Lei furrows his brow deeply. As a rational individual, he naturally rejects such absurd laws. The thought of being forced into service is simply intolerable. Captain Hades, what if I refuse to serve? Service is an obligation that every ordinary person must fulfill. Hades shakes his head. Unless you are a noble's offspring, or a mage of 3rd tier or above, or a warrior of 4th tier or above. These 3 categories are exempt from service. Meng Lei's eyes brighten. So, if I can become a 3rd tier mage or a 4th tier warrior within a year, I will be exempt from service. Indeed. But that is exceedingly difficult. Hades shakes his head slightly. I know nothing about the cultivation of magic, so I cannot comment, but I am well aware that becoming a 4th tier warrior within a year is utterly impossible. Is it truly that difficult? Meng Lei's brow furrows. Difficult. It is akin to climbing the heavens. Cultivating combat techniques is a lengthy process of honing the body and accumulating energy. Without any external assistance, each stage requires an immense amount of time. Hades chuckles wryly. In my time in the military, I toiled for 6 years to become a 1st-tier warrior, and then spent nearly another 10 years in arduous training to barely break through to 2nd-tier warrior, 16 years in total. Do you believe it possible for you to leap through 4 tiers in a single year? Meng Lei is taken aback. You took 16 years to become a 2nd-tier warrior? Indeed. A full 16 years? Hades nods slightly. Of course, that is also due to my lack of talent. Your magical talent seems quite remarkable. It shouldn't take this long. I have heard of exceptionally gifted magical prodigies who can become masters of magic within a few short years. Much like the students from the Magic Academy in our Kingdom of Fire Dragon, who must reach a certain level to graduate. Level 4 appears to be the minimum standard. Magic. Do I possess magical talent? Meng Lei felt uncertain. His ability to cast fireballs had nothing to do with innate magical talent. It was entirely due to an external force. Captain Hades, where can one learn magic? Of course, at the Magic Academy. Captain Hades patted Meng Lei on the shoulder. There is a Magic Academy in the Royal City, and since it is early August, the enrollment period is approaching. If you wish to learn magic, you should give it a try. If you truly manage to enter the Magic Academy, your life will be irrevocably transformed. Even if you cannot ascend to the lofty heights of nobility upon graduation, you can still become a noble magician, 1,000 times better than your current situation. Meng Lei nodded silently. Thanks to the system's existence, he felt confident in altering his fate. However, merely having the system was not enough. He needed to venture beyond the mountains and truly understand the world. Attending the Magic Academy seemed like an excellent choice, as it would not only allow him to encounter individuals and things he could not access now, but also equip him with valuable magical knowledge. It would broaden his horizons, learn magic. Yet the prerequisite for all this was magical talent. It appears you have made a choice. That is splendid. Upon seeing Meng Lei's expression, Hades felt a sense of satisfaction. In a month, I will take you to the royal city, but the magical test requires 10 gold coins, which you must prepare on your own. 10 gold coins? That is quite exorbitant. The onslaught of beasts had a considerable impact on the beast village. While the meat was one aspect, the following day, a merchant caravan arrived at the beast village. They came to trade for furs, scales, and shells in exchange for salt and liquor. The adults were haggling with the caravan, while the children frolicked around the merchant carts, bringing a long-lost liveliness to the previously quiet beast village. Meng Lei also sold a few pelts in exchange for some salt, though he yearned for a jug of wine, alas. The liquor was too expensive, and a few pelts would not suffice. The good news was that the bustling crowd had caused many vitality orbs to drop, which Meng Lei gathered and fused, resulting in a 5-point increase in his vitality, an unexpected boon. The caravan lingered for a day before finally departing. After having dinner, Meng Lei turned in early for the night. The next day, armed with some smoked meat jerky, he set off alone into the beast forest. This was a carefully considered decision. The Supreme Loot system was an excellent tool for leveling up, but remaining cooped up at home would not bring orbs to his doorstep. He had to take the initiative. Moreover, the magical test required 10 gold coins, and Meng Lei was currently penniless. No money, no testing. In any regard, he could not afford to remain idle. Of course, if given a choice, Meng Lei would prefer not to venture into the beast forest alone. But circumstances dictated otherwise. The recent beast tide had left every household well-fed. The guard team had no immediate need to hunt. Thus, Meng Lei had no choice but to go alone, as a villager living on the edge of the beast forest. Meng Lei was not entirely ignorant of it. He knew well where it was safe and where it was not. The beast forest is teeming with magical beasts, but the outskirts are mostly inhabited by wild animals. As long as I remain active on the periphery, I should encounter no danger. Upon exiting the village, a vast forest unfolded before him. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, surrounded by countless ancient trees, exuding a damp, decayed scent. It was quiet, eerily silent, yet wild animal roars echoed from time to time, reminiscent of wails from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine and urging caution. To refuse mediocrity means one must strive with all their might. The path to becoming stronger begins now. Meng Lei took a deep breath, his gaze solidifying with resolve, and without looking back, he delved into the beast forest, where the lush foliage obscured most of the sunlight. A few rays of sunlight revealed walnut-sized ants marching in long lines. Spiny caterpillars crawled slowly upon the trees, and thick earthworms rolled beneath the dry leaves, exposing their crimson bodies. Everything before Meng Lei was a source of immense fascination. What an incredible world this was! Pop! Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed beneath his foot. Meng Lei looked down to find he had accidentally crushed a palm-sized white maggot. Ding! Killed one white line maggot, earned 2 copper coins. I can earn money from this. Chapter 9. The Thorny Forest Python. Surrounding the giant spider, towering ancient trees and dense underbrush, the forest was fraught with peril, requiring utmost caution, not to mention the powerful magical beasts lurking deeper within. Even the wild animals roaming the outskirts could prove formidable. A small venomous spider or an inconspicuous snake could very well spell the end for Meng Lei. Navigating carefully was paramount. Suddenly, the grass ahead rustled. Meng Lei's eyes sharpened as he parted the foliage to reveal 2 pig-like beasts. They were of ordinary wild boar size, but entirely emerald green, sporting scorpion-like tails that hung high, glistening with a toxic sheen, clearly poisonous. Ah, it's actually a scorpion-tailed green pig. What good fortune! Meng Lei's eyes lit up, unable to suppress a lick of his lips. This scorpion-tailed green pig was renowned for its exquisite flavor and was a favorite among the nobility. A single one could fetch between 3 to 5 gold coins. The 2 pigs together would yield enough for the magical test. Meng Lei raised the borrowed dagger and stealthily approached. The 2 scorpion-tailed green pigs were blissfully unaware of the impending danger. One pig was riding atop the other, engaging in a rather intimate act. Then, there was nothing more to say. They sacrificed their lives for the noble cause of reproduction, dying gloriously and meaningfully. Ding! Killed 2 scorpion-tailed green pigs, earned 8 gold coins. The system's prompt rang out just in time as Meng Lei opened his palm, revealing 8 gleaming gold coins, precisely what he had just obtained from hunting the 2 pigs. This golden finger of mine is truly useful. The wealth I acquire can be withdrawn. Meng Lei weighed the coins in his hand. They felt substantial. Undeniably 24K pure gold. Subsequently, he stored them back within the system. Not only could he withdraw gold coins, but he could also store them, showcasing another utility of the Supreme Loot system, proving to be quite convenient. This meant he did not have to carry heavy prey like other hunters, saving considerable effort while allowing him to continue hunting. 2 benefits in one. The only regret is that no vitality orbs dropped. Meng Lei shook his head, feeling a tinge of greed. Compared to the gold coins themselves, he desired the attribute orbs to enhance his strength. Onward! Pop! Pop! Continuing onward, after traversing several kilometers, an unsettling sound suddenly pierced the air. Meng Lei parted the jungle to discover a sight that made him break into a cold sweat. The forest's dense vegetation obscured visibility and light, yet through the dappled shadows of the trees, Meng Lei discerned a massive creature coiled before him. A python, as thick as a barrel and approximately 30 meters long. Lei curled up, swallowing a black tiger the size of a yellow cow. The python was a deep emerald green, its mouth gaping nearly 180 degrees. The tiger's head had already been devoured. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, this black tiger would soon find itself as the python's meal. If such a gigantic python were to appear on Earth, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Meng Lei swallowed hard, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. This massive python would yield significant rewards if he could defeat it. The question was, could he? After some contemplation, he decided against it. This creature was far too large. And even from a distance, he could sense a fierce and chilling aura emanating from it. Meng Lei felt utterly unconfident about defeating it. Thus, it was best to retreat. His life was paramount. Ding! Detected dropped items. Would you like to collect? Just then, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Meng Lei focused and was taken aback to see a vitality orb behind the emerald python. No, not just one. 2 white orbs, 1 silver orb, and 1 green orb. A total of 3 orbs. Collect. Immediate collection. Meng Lei silently urged. Too far away. Unable to collect. What? Is it really 10 meters away? Meng Lei grumbled, parting the underbrush and stealthily advancing. Although his life was important, having spotted the orbs made the risk worthwhile. Ding, fusion successful. Host vitality 5. Ding, fusion successful. Host spirit 2. Ding, fusion successful. Host acquired level 1 magic, thorn vines. A warm current surged through his body, rapidly enhancing his physique. A chilling energy coursed into his brain, invigorating his thoughts. Meng Lei could hardly pay attention to these changes. He was captivated by the newly acquired magic. Level 1 magic thorn vines? Wait, magic. Meng Lei couldn't help but glance at the giant python, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ordinary wild animals would not drop magic. Even the lowest tier of magic would not. This meant that the emerald python before him was a magical beast. A chill ran down Meng Lei's spine, and just then, the emerald python also detected his presence, its serpentine eyes locking onto him with an icy glint. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Lei turned and fled. However, he was ultimately a step too late. With a series of soft, swift sounds, emerald vines surged toward him. The vines, adorned with sharp thorns, glimmered ominously, and Meng Lei had no doubt about their potency. If ensnared, he would either die or be severely injured. At the critical juncture, Meng Lei summoned all his strength and leaped with remarkable agility, as if propelled by springs, soaring over the thorny vines and disappearing into the thicket. Hiss, the dark green giant python fixated on the direction in which Meng Lei had vanished, remaining utterly still. Phew, I was nearly scared to death just now. Leaning against a tree, Meng Lei gasped for air, relieved that his quick reflexes had saved him, and grateful that the giant python was preoccupied with its meal. Otherwise, he might not have survived this encounter, for he was no match for such a beast. Damn it. The monster forest is far too perilous. I've barely entered the forest and already encountered a magical beast. What kind of dangers await deeper within? Meng Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead. His vigilance heightened. The monster forest was more treacherous than he had imagined. He had to exercise utmost caution. Let us all attack together. Let us eliminate this creature. Roar, roar, roar at that moment. The sounds of a fierce battle reached his ears, causing Meng Lei to shudder and perk up his ears to listen intently. A battle. There are people fighting over there. It seems a group is besieging a magical beast. Meng Lei felt a surge of excitement. The more people there were, the greater the likelihood of obtaining luminous orbs, and the stronger the individuals, the more abundant the rewards. Should I go take a look? After a moment's hesitation, Meng Lei stealthily approached. What he witnessed was a scene of intense combat. A massive spider, standing a towering 4 meters tall and entirely blood-red, was under siege. Its 8 legs moved like iron spears, thrashing about with ferocity, creating an impenetrable defense. The assailants consisted of 4 humans, 3 men, and 1 woman. The men were at the forefront, wielding weapons to engage the giant spider in combat, while the woman stood behind, clutching a magic wand and reciting complex, arcane incantations. Ding! Item detected. Do you wish to collect it? Chapter 10. The Meditation Technique. I am lost the giant spider. Towering at 4 meters and resembling a structure built of blood jade, was covered in sharp, steel-like spines, its 6 eyes the size of grapefruits, exuding a savage and bloodthirsty aura. It was indeed a second-tier magical beast, the blood jade spider. As a second-tier magical beast, the blood jade spider was immensely powerful, a dominant force in the sparsely populated outskirts of the monster forest. However, today, this blood jade spider found itself in a predicament. For the 4 humans attacking it were equally formidable. The 3 men had successfully encircled the spider, launching relentless assaults, while the woman on the periphery wielded her magic wand, lightning gathering ominously above the blood jade spider's head. Ready to strike at any moment. Roar! The blood jade spider sensed an overwhelming threat from the lightning above, letting out a furious roar. Its 8 long legs sprang into action, leaping directly toward the woman casting the spell. Determined to disrupt the impending magic. Protect Allison! Bellowed a burly man wielding a massive axe, swinging it down onto one of the spider's legs. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying, yet the spider's leg remained unscathed. A testament to its formidable toughness. Despite this, the blood jade spider momentarily faltered, and at that moment, the lightning above finally coalesced, forming a dazzling, thick serpent of electricity. Dance of the Thunder Serpent, the woman commanded, pointing her magic wand downward. Crack! With a sharp explosive sound, the electric serpent descended with ferocity. Crackle, crackle. The blood jade spider was struck directly, its crimson body convulsing violently as if under the influence of a stimulant. Performing a frenzied dance? What an opportunity! The 3 men seized the moment, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Crack, boom, splat. 3 strikes simultaneously hit the spider's critical points, and the terrifying second-tier beast let out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. That was incredible. Hidden in the shadows, Meng Lei witnessed the entire spectacle, deeply shaken. The fearsome blood jade spider, the deadly lightning serpent from the sky, the terrifying assaults of the 3 men. All of it electrified his senses and made him acutely aware of the power in this world and his own insignificance. If only I possessed such strength, Meng Lei sighed, just as the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Item detected. Do you wish to collect it? Collect! Ding! Fusion successful. Host physique 6. Ding! Fusion successful. Host physique 4. Ding! Fusion successful. Host spirit 3. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtain meditation technique. As a series of prompts sounded, the familiar warmth and coolness enveloped Meng Lei once more, beginning to enhance his physical form and spirit. Yet it was the final mention of the meditation technique that captivated him. Meditation technique. What is that? Curiosity piqued. Meng Lei quickly searched for more information. Upon discovering its contents, he was elated. The training of a mage primarily involves 2 aspects. First, absorbing and refining the magical elements of the world to convert them into magical power. Second, enhancing one's mental fortitude. Both steps require meditation to accomplish. Thus, it could be said that meditation is foundational for mages. Without it, one cannot acquire magical power, nor can one enhance their mental capacity. It is clear that to become a mage, one must at least learn how to meditate, a skill Meng Lei had not possessed until now. What a timely boon! With the meditation technique, I can acquire magical power through meditation. Meng Lei was overwhelmed with excitement. Relying on the system to collect magical orbs required specific conditions, which were too limiting and uncertain. However, mastering the meditation technique would allow him to actively refine magical power, effectively placing the means of acquiring magic directly in his control. Glancing at the 4 individuals, Meng Lei prepared to slip away, seeking a safe and secluded spot to attempt the newly learned meditation technique. Who was there? Unexpectedly, just then, the nearest woman abruptly turned, her magic wand waving. unleashing a bolt of lightning the thickness of a thumb, striking a small tree right in front of Meng Lei. Crack! The tree split in two, the break almost completely carbonized. Heavens! Meng Lei fell to the ground in shock, his face a mask of terror. Allison, what happened? There is someone over there. The four quickly noticed Meng Lei. Who are you, sneaking around here? The burly man with the giant axe furrowed his brow and demanded, while the other three fixed their scrutinizing gazes on him, their expressions unfriendly. The monster forest was fraught with danger. While magical beasts were indeed fearsome, humans could be even more treacherous. They had just been engaged in battle with a magical beast. And if someone were to launch a sneak attack from behind, they would be in grave danger. I'm a villager from nearby. Meng Lei stammered, trembling in fear. I was drawn here by your fighting sounds. I just came out of curiosity and mean no harm. A villager? I don't sense any fighting aura from him. Allison, can you detect any magical energy? None. Seems he really is just an ordinary villager. The four let out a collective sigh of relief. The giant axe-wielding man exclaimed, You've got some nerve, coming here alone to the monster forest without a care for your life. You should head back quickly. This place is not for you. The female mage. Allison kindly advised. She was of average appearance, with freckles on her face, yet her tall and slender figure was evident even through her magical robes. These four individuals don't seem to be bad people. Meng Lei, though barely 15, had lived through many experiences in his previous life and had developed a keen sense of observation. He could tell that these four were likely students from a certain academy, as indicated by the badges they wore on their chests. If they're not bad people, could I perhaps accompany them? Being with them would increase my chances of collecting items. Should I give it a try? With that thought, Meng Lei squeezed out a few tears and feigned a sorrowful expression, saying, I am lost. I can't find my way home. Lost. The four exchanged glances, frowning in unison. Ultimately, it was the female mage Allison who spoke up. He looks so pitiful all alone. Why not take him with us? The monster forest is too dangerous. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? A slender youth wielding a dagger frowned. The monster forest is perilous, and our current objective is to hunt magical beasts. Bringing him along would only become a burden. I'm not a burden. I'm very strong. Chapter 11. Attribute Growth. The waterhole's violent salamander boom. Boom, boom. A white torrent several meters wide cascaded down from the cliff, crashing into the waterhole below and sending countless pearls flying. The water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, surrounded by dense trees, a truly picturesque locale. A 10-meter-long crocodile lay basking in the sun on the sandy bank of the waterhole, its eyelids drooping, breathing steadily, basking in tranquility. Crack! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, descended from the heavens, striking the crocodile with precision. Its massive body convulsed violently, as if under the influence of a drug. Attack! In the next moment, 3 strong men sprang from the bushes, charging towards the thrashing crocodile. Milo, block its escape route. Don't let it enter the waterhole. Once it gets in there, we'll be in serious trouble. Yale, Bobby, you two restrain it from the sides. Understood. The sorceress Allison commenced her incantation of the magical spell. Indeed, this group of individuals was none other than the quartet of adventurers that Meng Lei had encountered previously. However, this time, an additional member had joined their ranks. Meng Lei himself, who had found himself lost. Another battle has begun. Meng Lei concealed himself within the foliage, eagerly observing the fierce combat unfolding between Allison and her companions. This marked the 3rd battle he had witnessed since joining the quartet. The first involved a fierce struggle against 8 iron fire ants, formidable level 1 fire attribute beasts known for their immense strength and iron-hard exoskeletons. The combined might of 8 iron fire ants could easily vanquish an ordinary level 2 beast, making them a terrifying foe. The second encounter involved a fierce battle against swamp poison frogs, level 2 water attribute creatures adept in water-based magic and capable of launching toxic and sonic assaults, proving to be quite a handful. The third skirmish was against the chrysanthemum heavenly pig, a level 2 earth attribute beast proficient in earth magic, whose foul-smelling gas could incapacitate ordinary wildlife. though not particularly difficult to handle. It was exceedingly repulsive. It was evident that Meng Lei's decision to join was astute. Having personally witnessed these 3 exhilarating battles, Meng Lei not only enjoyed the thrilling spectacle, but also experienced significant personal growth. Indeed, his attributes had increased. Host, Meng Lei race. Human wealth, 239 gold physique. Apprentice warrior, 75-100 spirit. Ordinary person, 910, magic power. Ordinary person, 710, magic. Fireball, thorn spike. Bubble spell. His physique, spirit, and magic power had all seen considerable improvement, and he had also acquired a new spell, bubble spell. Though merely a level 1 magic, it was nonetheless valuable. As for his wealth of 239 gold coins, this was thanks to Meng Lei's opportunistic strike against 2 iron fire ants. Ahem, while Meng Lei certainly did not possess the capability to slay iron fire ants, he did manage to deliver the fatal blow to one that was already gravely injured. In the eyes of the system, this was tantamount to Meng Lei personally defeating the iron fire ants. Thus, for dispatching 2 iron fire ants, Meng Lei received 200 gold coins. A fortunate windfall indeed. I wonder what I might find this time. With his prior experiences in mind, Meng Lei brimmed with anticipation for this battle. According to Allison's party, the creature before them was not a crocodile, but rather a pond basilisk. It was said that this beast harbored a trace of water dragon bloodline, making it not only physically powerful, but also proficient in water-based spells. Truly a formidable level 2 beast. Especially near the pond basilisk would be able to unleash its full potential, making it a challenging adversary to defeat. Ding! An item has been detected. Do you wish to collect it? Items are most commonly dropped during fierce battles. What is dropped this time? Collect. Hurry and gather it. Ding! Fusion successful. Host physique 8. TSK, more physique. With this, my physique stat now stands at 83, and I am on the verge of breaking through the 100 barrier. Reaching a physique of 100 signified becoming a level 1 warrior. Although the difference between a level 1 warrior and an apprentice warrior was merely 1 tier, the disparity in strength was immense. Meng Lei could hardly contain his eagerness to ascend to the rank of level 1 warrior. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the battle raged on with unrelenting intensity. The pond basilisk, appearing clumsy, was in fact incredibly agile. Its sturdy limbs moving swiftly, and with the aid of its powerful tail, it thwarted the attempts of Milo and his companions to gain an advantage. By the gods, this beast's scales are too resilient. I cannot break through them. What should we do? Think of a strategy. I am at a loss as well. It seems our only option is to target its vital spots. Allison, cast a spell to paralyze the pond basilisk, and I will strike at its eyes. Understood. With her incantation complete, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the pond basilisk with tremendous force. The impact left a charred mark on its back, exposing raw, crimson flesh, and the creature convulsed violently. What an opportunity! Seizing the moment while the pond basilisk was incapacitated, the slight figure of Bobby darted toward its head, his dagger slicing through the air as he aimed for the creature's right eye. Beast! Bobby's gaze was icy, his confidence unwavering. Yet in a twist of fate, just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, a wall of water materialized before the pond basilisk, intercepting the sharp dagger. The dagger struck the water wall as though plunging into a cotton ball, abruptly halting its momentum. The pond basilisk capitalized on this moment, tilting its head just enough to evade the lethal strike. The dagger grazed the edge of its eye and struck its neck, sending sparks flying, but failed to inflict any substantial damage. I missed, Bobby gasped in shock, retreating swiftly and abandoning the fight. What a wasted opportunity! Had Bobby struck true, the beast would have surely met its end. Milo, wielding a massive axe, and another burly swordsman named Yelu shared a look of regret. Having missed this crucial chance, slaying the pond basilisk would now prove exceedingly difficult, at least until Allison was ready to cast her magic again. In the meantime, who could predict how the pond basilisk might react in its fury? Such a pity. The tall, freckled sorceress Allison also lamented the lost opportunity. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the pond basilisk suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing its massive body violently. What is happening? The quartet of Allison gasped in disbelief as they beheld a figure atop the pond basilisk's back, vigorously stabbing at it with a dagger, blood splattering everywhere. Is that? Milo and Bobby's eyes widened in shock, realizing that the figure was none other than Meng Lei, and the dagger was plunged into the very spot that had been scorched by Allison's lightning strike. Now a charred and bloody mess. You shall perish. Meng Lei appeared almost mad, frantically stabbing at the pond basilisk, but his strikes were not aimless. He was targeting the creature's spine in his previous life. He had seen numerous outdoor shows, one featuring a man known as Bear Grylls, who had effortlessly severed the spine of a crocodile and dispatched it without difficulty. Meng Lei wondered if this technique would work on the pond basilisk as well. Chapter 12. Slaying the Basilisk. Level 1 warrior. This kid has lost his mind. Does he think the pond basilisk is an iron fire ant? The iron fire ant is merely a level 1 beast, and we nearly defeated it, allowing him to sneak in for a kill. But the pond basilisk is different. It is still in peak condition. Observing Meng Lei furiously stabbing at the pond basilisk, the quartet of Allison, after a brief moment of astonishment, furrowed their brows. The pond basilisk was a level 2 beast, and it was still unharmed. In this situation, how could a mere child like Meng Lei hope to slay the pond basilisk? It was preposterous, and indeed, the reality matched their expectations. Despite Meng Lei's best efforts, he was unable to sever the pond basilisk's spine. The creature's scales were as hard as iron, and its bones were as resilient as adamantium, far too tough to be easily cut. Instead, the intense pain was rousing the pond basilisk's fury, and infused with a trace of dragon blood, it became enraged, roaring and thrashing its body like a wild stallion, attempting to throw off the weight of Meng Lei clinging to its back. Meng Lei felt the surge of power and realized he could not hold on much longer. He was on the verge of being thrown off. I must risk it, gritting his teeth. Meng Lei mentally shouted, "System, convert all my gold into physique points. I need greater strength." Ding. Exchange successful. Host physique 23. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to level 1 warrior. Please continue to strive for further breakthroughs. A powerful warmth surged through his limbs, rapidly enhancing his body, and Meng Lei felt an explosive strength coursing through him. I've finally become a level 1 warrior. His eyes gleamed with intensity, filled with a fierce determination as he plunged his dagger once more into the pond basilisk's spine. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out, like a melodious chime echoing in Meng Lei's ears. In the next moment, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying uncontrollably. He crashed to the ground in a tangle, but his spirit soared as he gazed at the thrashing pond basilisk. Suckling, the beast, boom! Just as his words fell, the pond basilisk collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground, and then fell silent. Ding! Slain level 2 beast pond basilisk. Reward, 270 gold. As the pond basilisk lay lifeless on the ground, the system's notification chimed in at the perfect moment, and Meng Lei exhaled a long breath of relief. Finally dead. It was worth the effort. The pond basilisk is dead? Allison and her companion stood in stunned silence, staring blankly at the lifeless creature, their minds momentarily short-circuited. How could the pond basilisk be dead? This is impossible. It is a level 2 beast. Hey kid, how did you manage to kill the pond basilisk? Meng Lei struggled to rise, grinning as he explained. I was just lucky. I accidentally severed its spine, and then it died. What? You severed its spine? No, that can't be. The bones of the pond basilisk are incredibly tough, and its spine is the second hardest part of its body after its teeth. How could you possibly have cut through it? With a massive axe in hand. Bobby furrowed his brow, casting doubt on Meng Lei's explanation. Bobby, Yale, and Allison expressed their agreement. The formidable nature of second-tier magical beasts was all-encompassing, surpassing first-tier beasts in terms of physicality, speed, skeletal structure, and magical prowess. While Meng Lei had managed to slay the first-tier iron fire ant, vanquishing the pond behemoth would prove to be a considerable challenge. These fellows are certainly not so easily deceived. Meng Lei sighed in exasperation, shrugging his shoulders. Don't believe me? Just take a look for yourselves. The burly Bobby shot a glance at Meng Lei before inspecting the scene. Indeed, he discovered the severed spine of the pond behemoth. Astonished, he queried, "Kid, how on earth did you manage that?" "I told you, I possess great strength." The demise of the pond behemoth prompted Allison and the others to regard Meng Lei with newfound respect, significantly improving their attitude towards him that a strong individual commands respect wherever they go. Although Meng Lei remained weaker than any of them, he undeniably possessed considerable strength worthy of recognition. However, this also heightened the group's vigilance towards him. They could travel alongside a seemingly defenseless stranger. But once this stranger demonstrated notable combat capabilities, necessary precautions could not be overlooked. Meng Lei sensed the subtle shift in their demeanor, but paid it no mind. He had no intentions of befriending the quartet, merely wishing to accompany them in gathering light orbs and, in the process, acquire gold coins. And then there would be nothing further. After dispatching the pond behemoth, the four decided to take a brief respite, indulging in some food before continuing their journey. After a series of battles, they were somewhat fatigued. Moreover, the picturesque scenery and abundant water sources of the pond made it the perfect place to recuperate. Skinning, cutting, cleaning, and grilling. These were all Meng Lei's specialties. He had also prepared some salt and seasonings. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the grill. "It smells heavenly. Kid, what did you put in the meat? Why is your barbecue so fragrant?" Allison and the others had also grilled meat, yet none could match the delectable aroma of Meng Lei's, leaving them perplexed as they gathered around to inquire about his secret. "Because I used these." Meng Lei produced the salt and seasonings, grinning as he said, "I prepared these before leaving the village. You should give them a try too. Just apply them to the meat while grilling, and the taste will be absolutely delightful." The four eyed him with skepticism, cautiously trying it out. After all, they had no complete trust in Meng Lei. What if it turned out to be poison? However, upon witnessing Meng Lei consume the seasoned meat without issue, they finally relaxed, eagerly applying the seasoning to their own grilled fare. "These four are exceedingly cautious." Meng Lei shook his head, too lazy to comment. "The flavor is superb, truly worthy of a second-tier magical beast." After savoring a delightful meal of barbecued meat, the five resumed their journey. In the following days, the quartet continued to seek out first- and second-tier magical beasts for practice, while Meng Lei persistently collected fallen light orbs, diligently developing his prowess. After several days, he yielded significant rewards, experiencing remarkable advancements in his personal attributes. Host, Meng Lei race, human wealth, 916 gold constitution. Level 1 warrior, 126200. Spirit, magic apprentice, 13100. Magic power, magic apprentice, 26100. Spells, fireball, thorn spike, water bubble, earthquake, wind blade, burning hands. Chapter 13. The domain beast, the holy magic tutored at a staggering 916 gold, constitution soaring to 126. Spirit also saw various improvements in magic. In addition to his original spells Fireball, Thorn Spike, and Water Bubble, he acquired the Earth-based spell Earthquake, Wind-based spell Wind Blade, and Fire-based spell Burning Hands. Although all were first-tier spells, they greatly enriched Meng Lei's arsenal. The only unfortunate aspect was that his magic power reserves remained woefully inadequate, sufficient for merely releasing a handful of fireballs or wind blades. Beyond that, he would be unable to continue. In an effort to rectify this, Meng Lei had secretly attempted meditation, yet after several unsuccessful attempts, he found himself at a loss. The elemental forces of magic in the world, non-existent. He could sense nothing. After multiple fruitless attempts, Meng Lei felt utterly perplexed. During a conversation with Allison, he specifically sought counsel on this matter and ultimately reached a disheartening conclusion. He lacked magical talent. Indeed, he did. Only those endowed with magical aptitude could sense the elemental forces of magic. Those who could not sense them, naturally, possessed no magical talent. This revelation left Meng Lei disheartened. He had hoped to emulate the protagonists of those online novels, possessing terrifying cultivation talents, excelling in every endeavor, having photographic memories, achieving twice the results with half the effort. Now, it appeared he had been overly optimistic. So, Does this mean I can only rely on gathering to increase my magic power? Meng Lei felt somewhat dejected, even losing some of his enthusiasm for claiming kills. Gathering. How much could he possibly collect? Boom! A colossal creature crashed to the ground, its massive form convulsing violently, its life clearly fading. Bobby, Milo, and Yale exchanged glances, applauding in unison. Their coordination had been impeccable, successfully slaying the blazing flying pig. Ding! Loot discovered. Would you like to collect? Collect! Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired the first-tier spell, Fire Ring. Another spell? Meng Lei sighed. Without magic power. What's the use of having so many spells? Little Meng Lei, why do you look so glum? Allison approached him, holding her magic staff, a hint of surprise in her voice. Did I in her impression? Meng Lei was usually quite lively, eagerly claiming kills. Why was he so downcast today? Allison, does lacking magical talent mean I cannot become a mage? Meng Lei asked begrudgingly. Without magical talent, one certainly cannot become a mage. Aelinson replied matter-of-factly, just like Bobby and the others, each hailing from well-to-do backgrounds. Yet they still cannot become mages due to the absence of magical talent. Magical talent is a barrier. How many have been kept from the halls of magic? The burly Bobby raised an eyebrow. What? Little Meng Lei, do you also aspire to be a mage? Bobby, isn't that obvious? Who wouldn't want to be a mage? Milo teased with a smile. Yale nodded in agreement, recognizing that in the vast expanse of the celestial continent, many aspired to be mages, yet unfortunately, lacking magical talent rendered such aspirations mere fantasies. Meng Lei chuckled bitterly, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us move on. Little Meng Lei, the next magical beast's head is yours to claim. Remember to collect it. Brother Meng Lei, look on the bright side. You possess great strength, naturally suited for cultivating fighting spirit. Why not follow my path as a warrior? Magic may not be your calling. Ha ha! Indeed, the group laughed and set off once more. After several days of camaraderie, the four gradually lowered their guard against Meng Lei, and their relationship became much more amicable. They began to joke with one another. Under the guidance of Bobby and the others, Meng Lei's spirits slowly lifted. After traveling several kilometers, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Roar! The terrifying sound waves rippled outward, akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb, leaving everyone's ears ringing and their faces contorted in pain. What is happening? Has a high-tier magical beast ventured to the outskirts of the forest? The group was both alarmed and terrified. Such a fearsome roar could very well belong to a high-tier magical beast. And given their current strength, encountering one would surely lead to annihilation. Look up at the sky, Bobby suddenly shouted. As the others followed his gaze, they were struck with sheer terror, as if confronted by a specter. In the distance, suspended in the sky, loomed a terrifying creature over 100 meters in length, possessing the body of a dragon, the wings of an eagle, and the head of a lion with elongated ears. Claw-like horns and a radiant golden sheen, its scaly form appeared menacing and imposing. The key detail was that this beast was not flapping its wings yet still hovered effortlessly in the air. Distinctly different from other flying magical beasts, its identity was unmistakable. Could this be the legendary domain beast, the golden flame dragon griffin? Allison stuttered, her body trembling as she uttered those words. Bobby, Milo, and Yale also quaked in fear, their eyes wide with terror. Dragon body, eagle wings, lion head, soaring through the skies. Bobby gulped audibly. This is undoubtedly the domain beast, the golden flame dragon griffin. By the gods, shouldn't domain beasts reside in the central regions of the magical beast forest? Why is it here? Milo questioned incredulously. Domain beast, my heavens. Meng Lei fixed his gaze on the colossal creature in the sky, his breathing quickening that he had spent a considerable amount of time in the celestial continent, especially during these recent days with Allison and the others, hearing many secrets regarding this world. For instance, the classification of strength. Whether warriors, mages, or other races, magical beasts' strength is categorized from levels 1 to 9, with level 1 being the weakest and level 9 the strongest. Level 1 warriors possess enhanced strength and agility. Level 9 warriors move like lightning, capable of killing from a distance. Beyond level 9 lies the realm of legends, the domain. The domain is ethereal and elusive, a legendary existence that can control the heavens and earth, soaring freely through the skies, possessing infinite lifespan and the power to destroy the world. The domain. It is the pinnacle of existence in the celestial continent. A strategic presence akin to a nuclear bomb, and the golden flame dragon griffin, as a domain beast, stands as the king among magical beasts, a creature that amalgamates the bloodlines of dragons, lions, and eagles. A paragon even among domain beasts. Look over there, Yale suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pointed to the horizon. Monry turned his head and was instantly transfixed. Before the colossal golden flame, griffin hovered 2-inch little figures, small only in comparison to the magnificent beast. They were, in fact, quite similar to ordinary humans. One was an elder, and the other a youth. The old man was clad in a purple robe adorned with mystical symbols, his complexion rosy and his demeanor affable. Beside him stood a young girl, perhaps 16 or 17, with bright, sparkling eyes and a smile that shone like the moon, exuding an ethereal charm reminiscent of a fairy. The winds howled fiercely in the air. Yet a shimmering purple shield enveloped the pair, electric serpents dancing upon its surface, rendering them impervious to the tempest around them. Aquamans. The mouths of Allison and her companions fell agape, utterly astounded. Only warriors and sorcerers who have reached the sacred realm possess the ability to soar through the skies like birds. Of course, this excludes wind mages. The sight of this elder and young girl standing so defiantly in the void, protected by an electric shield, undeniably indicated that they were sacred realm mages of the lightning element. How dare you, insignificant humans, challenge the greatness of Carlos? What do you intend? Chapter 14. The Battle of the Sacred Realm. Destruction of heaven and earth. The vast sky echoed with the howling winds. The formidable and imposing golden flame griffin loomed above, its lion-like eyes ablaze with fury, harboring an overwhelming wrath as a sacred realm beast. It had not faced such provocation from any living being in ages. Yet today, 2 insignificant humans dared to encroach upon its domain, a monumental affront and humiliation to its dignified stature. The golden flame griffin seethed with anger, and the consequences would be dire. I come with no ill intentions, great golden flame griffin. The purple-robed elder spoke, his voice gentle and warm, reminiscent of a kind-hearted grandfather. This is my granddaughter. In just a few days, she will celebrate her 16th birthday, and I wish to present her with a gift. Insolent human, what do you truly mean? The griffin's furious roar reverberated through the heavens. My granddaughter possesses extraordinary magical talent, excelling in both wind and fire elements, with a mental acuity 38 times that of her peers. The elder chuckled amiably. And you, Golden Flame Griffin, are precisely a sacred realm beast of the wind and fire elements that I humbly request that you form a contract with my granddaughter and become her magical companion. The proclamation of forming a contract, becoming her magical companion. This declaration struck like thunder from a clear sky, reverberating in the minds of all present, leaving them in a state of shock. By the gods, did I just hear incorrectly? To have a sacred realm beast serve as a magical companion for a mere girl. This is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard in my life. To think someone would aspire to subdue a sacred realm beast. The sacred realm is truly beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. Who is this sacred realm mage? Allison, Bobby, Milo, and Yale were all profoundly shaken, their gazes fixated on the purple-robed elder who stood defiantly amidst the tumultuous skies, their faces etched with disbelief. What manner of existence is a sacred realm beast? It is a terrifying entity perched atop the hierarchy of countless magical creatures. The notion of subduing a sacred realm beast is simply unfathomable. Monterey, too, was astonished, yet his blood surged with exhilaration. How incredible and audacious! To seek to subdue a sacred realm beast right from the outset is nothing short of legendary. If I could also tame a sacred realm beast as my steed, it would be worth dying for. You foolish humans! You have overstepped your bounds. The golden flame griffin roared in fury, flames of wrath erupting from its lion-like eyes. I shall execute you in the most excruciating manner, turning you to ashes to quench my rage. Thunderous roars echoed across the skies, and terrifying currents of wind elemental energy began to converge around the golden flame griffin. In no time, a colossal tornado materialized. Boom, boom, boom. The towering tornado, several hundred meters in height, loomed like a pillar of the heavens, sending debris flying, casting the world into darkness and engulfing everything within a radius of several miles. Oh heavens! Is this the fearsome power of a sacred realm beast? Gazing at the terrifying tornado suspended in the void, even from several kilometers away, the onlookers could feel its dread. Should they be ensnared within, there would be no hope for survival. Shouldn't we retreat a bit? When gods battle, mortals suffer. This level of conflict is beyond our capacity to witness. We should move away, just in case. The group exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes. They all nodded in silent agreement. Let us go. Insignificant humans. Parish. With a furious flap of its wings, the golden flame griffin unleashed the tornado towards the elder and the girl hovering above. The maiden's face paled as she exclaimed, "Grandfather, do not panic." The purple-robed elder chuckled, and with a swift motion alongside his granddaughter, they vanished from their original location, leaving the furious tornado to strike empty air, failing to harm them in the slightest. When they reappeared, it was behind the golden flame griffin, accompanied by an extraordinarily thick silver lightning bolt. Crack! The lightning cleaved through the heavens, striking the golden flame griffin with ferocity. Gungmans! The griffin roared, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the silver lightning, producing an explosion akin to an atomic bomb, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The ground trembled, trees splintered, and currents of electricity raged, sparks flying. Heavens! The five fleeing figures, witnessing the chaos behind them, were gripped by sheer terror, sprinting for their lives, lamenting their lack of extra legs. Boom! Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. A terrifying shockwave erupted instantaneously, radiating from the point of collision and expanding outward in all directions in mere moments. It was upon them. It's over. A powerful force struck Monterey, as if someone had savagely bashed his head, and then darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Uncertain of how much time passed, Monterey gradually regained consciousness. My head aches. He touched his head, feeling the stickiness. Am I bleeding? Monterey gazed at his blood-stained hand, on the verge of tears that moment. He realized he was battered and bruised throughout, his head spinning, his back and waist aching. Yet at least, I survived. Recalling the terrifying scene before he lost consciousness, Monterey felt a lingering dread. That moment was akin to the apocalypse. I never imagined battles between the sacred realms could be so frightening. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. He had initially intended to stay and witness this so-called sacred realm up close in hindsight, it seemed utterly laughable. Witness. With my current strength, I lack even the qualification to observe from a distance. Monterey sighed, shaking his head ruefully. Surviving is a stroke of luck. Alas, I truly underestimated this world. With great effort, Monterey struggled to stand. The battle appeared to be over. The golden flame griffin was nowhere to be found. The elder and the girl had vanished as well. However, the surrounding devastation of the forest indicated that the preceding conflict must have been catastrophic, verging on apocalyptic. Fortunately, they had been far enough away to escape with their lives. Allison, wake up! Bobby, wake up! Milo yelled, where am I? I'm not dead. Under Monterey's urging, Allison and her companions gradually regained consciousness, each having sustained minor injuries, but in a relatively good state, capable of full recovery after a brief rest. The battles at the sacred realm level are indeed beyond our capacity to witness. How terrifying, having narrowly escaped death. The group felt immense relief. Yet amidst their gratitude, curiosity about the battle's outcome swirled within them. After all, this was a conflict between sacred realms, a a rare occurrence in a lifetime. Who ultimately triumphed? Shall we go take a look? Is that wise? The battle has concluded. It would not hurt to investigate. Then let us go. Before long, the five arrived at the site of the battle, only to be completely astounded by the scene before them. Ding! Detecting loot. Would you like to collect it? Chapter 15. Unexpected windfall. Successful meditation. The area within a several-kilometer radius had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Sparks flickered everywhere, and thick black smoke billowed across the mountains. Charred wood and ash littered the ground, a scene reminiscent of a catastrophic wildfire. Ruins. The apocalypse. Monterey stared blankly at the devastation, profoundly shaken by the sheer magnitude of the sacred realm's power. This was true destruction. A genuine apocalyptic scenario, utterly terrifying. The golden flame griffin has vanished. The sacred realm mage has also disappeared. What could the outcome of this battle be? The group's emotions were a tangled web as they surveyed the scene. Ding! Detecting loot. Would you like to collect it? Just then, the system's notification sounded unexpectedly, causing Monterey to shudder with excitement. Indeed, amidst the scorched earth, he spotted several luminous orbs. Monterey's heart raced. This was the battleground of two sacred beings. What treasures might they have dropped? Even a single strand of hair would be a precious artifact of the sacred realm. With that thought, Monterey hurriedly entered the ruins to collect the luminous orbs. Ding! Fusion successful. Host Constitution 250. Ding! Fusion successful. Host Spirit 156. Ding! Fusion successful. Host Magical Power 104. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired lightning magic talent. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained level 8 magic. Gentle spring breeze. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, leaving Monterey utterly dumbfounded, standing still in disbelief. So much. A windfall from the heavens. Monty felt as though he had been struck by a meteorite, for how else could he have possibly gained so many rewards at once? Constitution 250, Spirit 156. With an astonishing surge of 104 magical power, 3 attributes experienced a dramatic transformation, leading to an unprecedented metamorphosis in his overall capabilities. Constitution. Level 2 Warrior, 376,500 Spirit. Level 1 Mage, 169. 200 Magic Power. Level 1 Mage, 130,200. His physical prowess rivaled that of a Level 2 Warrior. Both his spirit and magic power were on par with a Level 1 Mage. The enhancement was nothing short of remarkable. The progress was undeniably extraordinary. Yet, what thrilled Meng Lei the most was the unexpected acquisition of a lightning magic talent. A delightful surprise. Can one even acquire a magical talent? This system is simply too overpowered. Meng Lei beamed with joy, his excitement manifesting in a goofy grin. He understood in his heart that the lightning magic talent must have dropped from that enigmatic elder in the purple robe, since the elder achieved the realm of the sanctified. His magical talent could only be exceptional. I have obtained the magical talent of a Saint Magic Tutor. My own magical aptitude should also. Shall I give it a try? Eager to find a suitable place to experiment, Meng Lei, along with Ellison and the others, sought a quiet spot to recuperate from their injuries after leaving the battlefield. As night fell, and once Ellison and the others had succumbed to slumber, Meng Lei began his meditation. Closing his eyes, he emptied his mind. His spirit became ethereal. He meticulously felt the surroundings that in the past. He could sense no magical elements, but today, as he entered a meditative state, he felt a distinct difference. He perceived several tiny silver points of light. These silver glimmers floated around him like fireflies, twinkling softly, initially appearing as scattered stars in the winter sky. Gradually, their numbers increased, until they densely populated the space around him, beyond counting. I can sense them. Ha ha ha. I can sense the magical elements. Overjoyed, Meng Lei felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily, releasing his exhilaration into the night. Sensing the magical elements indicated that even without the system, he could cultivate magic and become a formidable mage. These silver points must represent the lightning magic elements. What I need to do now is to capture these magical elements within my being. Suppressing his inner excitement, Meng Lei continued to meditate. Meditation consists of two steps. First, sensing the magical elements. Second, refining the magical elements for those lacking magical talent. This task is akin to climbing a mountain, as without the talent. One cannot sense the magical elements. Without sensing them, how can one refine them? Meng Lei had previously been in such a predicament, but now everything had changed. He could sense them. Meng Lei began to attempt to capture the silver points of light. Remarkably, he effortlessly consumed the first silver point, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Refining magical elements isn't so difficult. After devouring over 100 silver points, Meng Lei smacked his lips in satisfaction. His mood greatly uplifted, attributing all this to his newfound magical talent. As Ellison would say, magical talent varies in strength. The differences may not be apparent in everyday life, but during the processes of sensing and refining magical elements, the disparities in talent become vividly apparent. Those with stronger talent sense the magical elements more clearly, find it easier to refine them, and require less time to achieve the same amount of magical power, resulting in greater efficiency. Their training yields twice the results with half the effort, leading to quicker progress and higher achievements. Conversely, those with weaker talent experience the opposite. A sleepless night passed. As dawn broke, the warm sunlight filtered through the dense treetops, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Meng Lei rose, stretching lazily, feeling invigorated and full of vitality, entirely free of fatigue. This was the benefit of meditation. Meditation can replace sleep. Not only does it refine magical power, but it also enhances mental strength. Many mages, once they learn to meditate, rarely sleep anymore. I wonder how effective last night's meditation was. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Meng Lei opened his personal attribute panel to review his stats. Host, Meng Lei race, human wealth, 916 gold constitution, level 2 warrior, 376,500 spirit, level 1 mage, 173,200 magic power, level 1 mage, 140,200 magic, fireball, thorn spike, water bubble, earth shatter, wind blade, burning hand, fire ring, spring breeze. My spirit increased by 3 and magic power by 10. This pace is certainly not slow. Meng Lei was taken aback. Although the increase of 3 and 10 points seemed modest compared to yesterday's windfall, it must be noted that such fortune cannot be expected daily. Consistent daily gains are the true path to success. A single night of meditation had raised his spirit by 3 points and magic power by 10 points. What about a month? A year? Moreover, Meng Lei believed that as his strength increased, the effects of meditation would undoubtedly improve, and the enhancement of his spirit and magic power would exceed these initial gains, promising a bright future ahead. That said, the feeling of an unexpected windfall is truly delightful. The gains from just a brief moment yesterday equaled the efforts of my recent days. No wonder people often say, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a person cannot become wealthy without windfalls. It seems I should frequent bustling places more often. Chapter 16. Fire Dragon King City. 3 companions in the following days. The 5 continued their journey of training, dispatching an average of 3 to 4 level 2 beasts daily, sweeping through the outer regions. 6-tailed poisonous scorpion, bloodthirsty red ant, golden-eyed demon bat, swamp giant crocodile. During the day, Meng Lei collected drops and bounties, while at night, he meditated to enhance his spirit and magic power, improving his attributes daily. However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. After a week, Ellison and the others' training journey was drawing to a close. The vacation was ending, and they needed to return to the academy, while Meng Lei had to return to Beastman Village. The group bid a bittersweet farewell, parting ways. "You've finally returned." Upon seeing Meng Lei, Captain Hades breathed a sigh of relief. After more than 20 days of absence, he had genuinely worried about Meng Lei's safety, and now he was back. "I was merely active on the outskirts of the Beastman forest. There was no danger." Meng Lei chuckled, shifting the topic. "Captain Hades, do you think we can make it in time for the magical test? Only a few days remain until the academy opens." Captain Hades shook his head. "Fortunately, Beastman Village is not far from the royal city. Only a 5-day journey. Otherwise, you would have been in tears. As long as we can make it." Meng Lei sighed in relief. The Fire Dragon Kingdom, being the closest to the Beastman Mountains, had always served as the western barrier of the Dragon God Empire. To better fend off the attacks and disturbances from magical beasts, the capital of the Fire Dragon Kingdom was established at the edge of the Beastman Mountains. Thus, Beastman Village was not far from the royal city. Meng Lei, make sure to rest well tonight. We shall set off early tomorrow. Understood, Captain Hades? A night of pleasant dreams. The next morning, Meng Lei awoke early, tidied himself up, and made his way to Captain Hades' home. To his surprise, he found Joanna, Joseph, Andrew, and their parents present. Joanna, what are you all doing here? Meng Lei asked, puzzled as he looked at the trio. These three little ones were childhood companions, having grown up playing together. But since his arrival in this world, he had rarely visited them. We are going with Uncle Hades to the royal city for the magical test. Joanna, dressed in a coarse linen gown, revealed a pair of adorable little tiger teeth. Responding with a smile, she was the only girl among the three, and although her attire was shabby, it could not conceal her lovely features. If she donned a splendid noble gown, she would rival any young lady of high society. I see. Meng Lei nodded. Meng Lei go. I heard Uncle Hades say you ventured into the mountains alone. You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Joanna asked anxiously. I just stayed on the outskirts. There was no danger whatsoever. Meng Lei laughed, diverting the topic. I thought I would be the only one going to the royal city. Now it's even better with all of you joining me. The journey won't be lonely. Exactly. Everyone going to the royal city can look out for each other. Joanna clapped her hands, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Speaking of which, I've never been to the royal city. I wonder what it's like. I've heard the city is grand, with many dragon-headed dragonfolk, and tall buildings and well-organized boulevards. Joseph and Andrew's eyes sparkled, their faces filled with longing. You'll see it soon enough. Meng Lei smiled. For these villagers from remote areas, their activities were limited to nearby villages and the Beastman Mountains, and they might never have the chance to visit the royal city in their lifetime. Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew were fortunate to go to the royal city this time, thanks to the magical test. If it weren't for the implications on the children's futures, their parents would never have spent such a significant amount to send them there. 10 gold coins could cover the living expenses of a family of 3 for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, this was a gamble with a failure rate of 99.99. 10 gold coins could easily vanish in a thin air, leaving them with nothing. Thus, Joanna's parents must have made a resolute decision, as there were many children in Beastman Village. Yet only these 3 families had the courage to send their children to take the magical test. Joanna, listen to Uncle Hades on the way. And Andrew, remember to behave, don't cause trouble or stir up conflict. Joseph, the royal city is nothing like the village. As the village gate creaked open, an old, rickety ox cart slowly rolled out, drawing envious gazes from Joanna's parents, the villagers, and her little friends. The children of the Beastmaster village were numerous. Yet only a few families possessed the courage to send their children to take the magical aptitude test. The worn cart creaked and jolted uncomfortably, yet the trio of Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew appeared utterly exhilarated, chattering incessantly like 3 joyous little sparrows. However, their excitement waned after 2 days, as the exhausting journey began to take its toll, and they dwindled like frostbitten eggplants. Captain Hades had anticipated this scenario, but there was no choice. With school just around the corner, they had to endure until they reached the royal city. No one could afford to falter now, after 5 tedious days of travel. They finally arrived at the royal city, Fire Dragon City. Fire Dragon City, the capital of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, is also the largest and most prosperous city in the western part of the Dragon God Empire. Situated on a flat expanse and divided into eastern and western districts, the royal palace and the residences of the nobility are located in the eastern district, while the western district primarily houses the Academy City, where most of the magical and warrior academies are situated, making it comparable to a university town on Earth. On that very afternoon, Meng Lei and his companions entered Fire Dragon City. Wow, the prosperity of Fire Dragon City was beyond any comparison to Beastmaster Village. With its smooth, solid champs-élysées, pristine and orderly buildings, a dazzling array of goods, and a diverse throng of people, the 3 children were utterly dazzled, as if they had stepped into a grand exhibition. Is this the royal city? It's so beautiful. Joanna's eyes sparkled with delight, darting her gaze from one sight to another, excited like a cheerful lark, while Joseph and Andrew suddenly became self-conscious, nervously clutching the corners of their plain garments. Country bumpkins, the well-dressed noblewomen, adorned in fashionable attire and exquisite jewelry, wafting delightful fragrances, paid no heed to Meng Lei and his party. The noble ladies born in the royal city naturally exuded a sense of superiority, causing Joseph and Andrew, who were visiting the city for the first time, to feel utterly inferior, unable to meet their gaze. Observing their reactions, Captain Hades shook his head without uttering a word. He had been in a similar position when he first entered the city, feeling even more out of place than Joseph and Andrew. He could only say that one would grow accustomed to it eventually, provided there was an opportunity for acclimatization. What surprised Hades was Meng Lei, who was surveying the bustling crowd with a sense of wonder, unrestrained by any feelings of inferiority. This child's disposition is truly extraordinary. Hades silently nodded, leading the four children toward the Western District, the gathering place for various academies, where the magical aptitude test would take place. This was the very juncture that would determine the children's destinies. Chapter 17, The Magic Academy, where humans fall short of beasts in our Fire Dragon City. There are over 70 academies. Walking along the gray, crystal-paved champs list ES, Captain Hades enthusiastically shared knowledge about the academies. Among them, there are only 3 magic academies, namely the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, the Douglas Magic Academy, and the Dragon People Magic Academy. The rest are all warrior academies. Only 3 magic academies. How can there be so few? Joanna and her companions exclaimed in surprise. Practicing magic requires innate talent, Captain Hades explained with a smile. And those who possess magical talent are exceedingly rare, which is why the number of magic academies is limited. Upon hearing this, Joanna and the others grew uneasy. Could they truly be among the fortunate few? Captain Hades, what distinguishes these 3 magic academies? Meng Lei inquired. Just as there are distinctions among people, there are also levels among the magic academies, particularly among the 3 in our Fire Dragon City. Captain Hades began to elaborate, confident that Meng Lei possessed magical talent and would certainly have the opportunity to attend a magic academy. The key lay in choosing which one to enroll in. The Fire Dragon Magic Academy is the finest among the 3. It operates under the auspices of our Fire Dragon Kingdom as the official magic academy, essentially a national institution. With its official backing, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy boasts a robust faculty and comprehensive facilities, coupled with the best training resources, producing the most exceptional wizards. Thus, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy is undoubtedly the foremost magic academy in our kingdom. At this point, Captain Hades gave Meng Lei a meaningful glance. Naturally, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy is also the preferred choice for those with outstanding magical gifts, whether they are dragonlings or humans, as long as they possess exceptional talent and meet the requirements. They are eligible to attend the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. In this regard, we humans and dragon people are treated equally. I see. Meng Lei nodded silently, his eyes glinting with determination. In contrast, the other 2 magic academies are somewhat less prestigious. Captain Hades continued. The Dragon People Magic Academy primarily caters to dragon people with average magical talent. Yet it also admits some human noble children with similar abilities, while the Douglas Magic Academy mainly enrolls human commoners with average magical talent, thus classified as a Commoners Academy. Fire Dragon Magic Academy, Dragon People Magic Academy, Douglas Magic Academy. Meng Lei mused, surprised to discover that even in this otherworldly realm, distinctions between elite and ordinary schools existed. He shook his head slightly as he continued onward. The 3 magic academies were indeed akin to prestigious and ordinary schools. The throng of pedestrians gradually increased, predominantly composed of families with 2 elders and a child, many of whom appeared anxious, clearly also participants in the magical aptitude tests. Meng Lei's group followed the crowd, swiftly arriving at the testing venue, the Dragon God Plaza. The Dragon God Plaza sprawled over several football fields, with a towering golden dragon statue standing proudly at its center. The golden scales glimmered vividly. The dragon's wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the plaza, its mouth gaping in a mighty roar, and its menacing horns piercing the sky. An overwhelming aura of dominance and majesty enveloped the space, palpable even from a distance, evoking a sense of submission and leaving no room for resistance. Praise the dragon god! Upon seeing the golden dragon statue, Captain Hades pressed his hands to his chest and bowed deeply, offering a sincere prayer, leaving Meng Lei and the three little ones momentarily stunned. "Uncle Hades, what are you doing?" the lively Joanna asked, voicing her confusion. Startled, Captain Hades quickly covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure no one noticed, before sighing in relief and whispering, "This is the statue of the great dragon god. One must pay their respects upon seeing it. Quickly, you four, bow to the dragon god." The dragon god statue? Pay respects upon seeing it. It dawned on Meng Lei that not only Captain Hades, but also all the other pedestrians around them were bowing reverently upon sighting the statue, without exception. The dragon god? Meng Lei furrowed his brow. The dragon god is the founding emperor of our dragon god empire, and the only deity we worship. Captain Hades explained in a hushed tone. All subjects of the empire must revere the great dragon god. Any who do not are deemed heretics. If you wish to avoid being burned at the stake, you best bow quickly. "Oh my!" Meng Lei gasped, hastily mimicking the bow, realizing he had to abide by their customs for now, as he was still inexperienced. Praise the dragon god. Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew also bowed respectfully. "Very well." Captain Hades sighed in relief and pointed ahead, saying, "That is where the magical aptitude test will take place. Let us hurry along." All right. The Dragon God Plaza was teeming with people, many of whom were finely dressed nobles. Yet there were also commoners clad in coarse linen. What captivated Meng Lei's attention the most, however, were the dragonlings. Dragonlings were categorized into dragon beasts and dragon people. Dragon beasts, the descendants of dragons and magical beasts, bore a striking resemblance to wild beasts, including dragon wolves resembling giant wolves, dragon rhinos akin to rhinoceroses, and earth dragons resembling crocodiles. A veritable menagerie, such creatures, if found in the Beast Master Forest, would undoubtedly be hunted. Yet here, the dragon beasts strutted about adorned in gold and silver, clad in luxurious garments, commanding respect. Not only did no one dare to hunt them, but they also had the right of way, fearful of incurring their wrath. For everyone was aware that these fearsome-looking dragon beasts were of significant lineage, perhaps the offspring of a marquis, or the nephew of a duke, or even aristocrats themselves. Who would dare provoke them? Dressed like monkeys, yet more privileged than humans. Meng Lei mused, sighing inwardly as he observed the domineering dragon beasts. In the vast expanse of the dragon god empire, the human race was but a vassal, a slave. The dragons were the true masters. Hence, even the chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs associated with dragons became masters themselves, not only free from the repercussions of murder, but also enjoying various privileges. Woe betide anyone who accidentally offended them and met their demise. It would be a senseless death. Of course, while dragon beasts were numerous, dragon people vastly outnumbered them. 80% of the nobility in the Dragon God Empire were dragon people, and their descendants were also dragon people, leading to an overwhelming presence of dragon people participating in the magical aptitude tests. Some sported horns on their heads, others wings on their backs. Some had dragon tails, while others bore scales. All exhibited distinct dragon-like features. Meng Lei, do not stare so rudely at the dragon people. Captain Hades gently patted Meng Lei's shoulder, offering a quiet reminder. If you anger someone with a bad temper, you could end up squashed by a single swipe of their paw. There would be no place to reason. Ahem. Monray nodded thoughtfully and suddenly pointed at some of the rough-clothed dragonfolk, exclaiming, "Captain Hades, should not the dragonfolk be of noble lineage? Why are those individuals clad in the garb of commoners? Could they be fallen nobility? Birds of a feather flock together, and people associate with their kind." The square was bustling with a multitude of individuals, clustered in groups conversing, but they could be broadly categorized into 4 circles. The circle of human nobles adorned in opulent attire, the circle of dragon beasts resembling magical creatures, the circle of dragon nobility, and the circle of human commoners. This distinction was strikingly apparent through their clothing and appearances. Yet, what puzzled Meng Lei was the existence of a peculiar fifth circle. It consisted entirely of dragonfolk dressed in coarse linen, resembling the commoners of humanity. Were these the commoners among the dragonfolk? Chapter 18. The Magical Test. A harsh reality, it was indeed curious to witness dragonfolk attired in the garments of commoners. Some of these dragonfolk, they may be fallen nobility, Captain Hades remarked quietly, glancing at the circle of dragonfolk. Some belong to the same social stratum as us, the commoners. Meng Lei was taken aback. Commoners? Are there commoners among the dragonfolk? Of course. Dragons are inherently indulgent, and many dragonfolk have inherited this trait. Some of those of questionable character, after committing wrongdoings, simply abandon their responsibilities. Captain Hades shook his head. This has led to the birth of numerous dragon orphans and illegitimate dragon offspring. When they grow up without support or titles, they naturally become commoners. I see, Meng Lei exclaimed, realization dawning upon him that if humanity could abandon their spouses and children, how much more likely would it be for the inherently indulgent dragonfolk? From this perspective, the emergence of illegitimate dragon offspring and orphans seemed inevitable. Even among commoners, their lives are far from comparable to ours. Captain Hades shook his head. The weakest dragonfolk are still formidable warriors, and they possess opportunities for greatness that we humans cannot match. Indeed, Meng Lei nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. The testing location is in that direction. Hades gestured towards the area with the most people, and their group made their way forward, only to be halted by a few armored knights. Accompanying personnel. Halt. Magical test. 10 gold coins per individual. Meng Lei, you may enter. Hades produced 40 gold coins he had prepared in advance and handed them to Meng Lei, his gaze sweeping over the four of them as he encouraged. May the dragon god bless you. I believe you will achieve your desires. Yes. The four nodded earnestly, that a multitude of individuals awaited their turn for the magical test, forming 10 long lines reminiscent of the chaos at a train station during peak travel times. With so many people, how long will we have to wait? Meng Lei sighed, seeking a relatively shorter line to join, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the length of the queues. Meng Lei, I'm nervous. Joanna tugged at Meng Lei's sleeve, her small face filled with anxiety and unease, completely devoid of her usual vivacity and mischief. Calm down. There's little we can do but leave it to fate. Worrying won't help, Meng Lei replied, unsure of how to comfort her. The sun blazed in the sky, and the heat was unbearable. The Fire Dragon Kingdom, near the monster forest, bore a climate akin to that of a tropical rainforest, and the temperature was quite high, making the wait excruciating. However, most individuals were too preoccupied with their nerves and apprehensions to heed the sweltering weather. This was a moment that could determine their fates. With talent, one could soar to great heights. Without it, one could only languish in mediocrity, seeking alternate paths. This is far more brutal than any college entrance examination, Meng Lei mused quietly. It resembles the ancient imperial examinations in its severity, in the torturous wait. The spectrum of human emotion was on full display. Some left in tears of joy, while others shook their heads in disappointment, unsatisfied with their test results. Many others exited in profound distress. The harshness of reality laid bare. The line slowly advanced, and after several hours, Meng Lei and his companions finally arrived at the testing platform. Before them stood 3 young individuals clad in black magical robes, tasked with conducting the tests for this group. One called out names, another conducted the tests, and the third recorded the results, each fulfilling their role with precision and order. Behind them sat a middle-aged man, drowsy and slumped in his chair, his head drooping and eyes shut tight, completely oblivious to his surroundings. The testing apparatus comprised 2 items. The first was a crystal ball the size of a basketball, transparent and devoid of any blemish, suspended in midair like a pristine diamond. The second was a towering thermometer, standing in front of the crystal ball, marked with numbers and featuring a red line. Truly a magnified version of a thermometer. Next, the young man calling out names announced, and a yellow-haired boy dressed in a coarse, long robe, resembling a commoner, responded quickly, approaching with haste, Perhaps due to nerves, he stumbled and nearly fell onto the crystal ball. Laughter erupted among the crowd, causing the boy to become even more flustered as he scrambled to his feet. Stuttering, I am Porter. No need to introduce yourself. Simply place your hand on the crystal ball. The tester replied indifferently, showing no interest in the boy's name. Indeed, they were responsible for testing magical aptitude and only recorded those with magical talent. As for those without such talent, there was no need for registration. Such was the harshness of reality. Igedis. Porter nodded vigorously, extending his trembling hands to press against the crystal ball, his gaze fixed upon it, awaiting the judgment of fate. He was exceedingly tense, holding his breath, fearful that even the slightest mistake might skew the test results, leading to a verdict of death. The tester's expression remained impassive as he focused on the crystal ball, which began to glow faintly, as if charged with energy, shimmering with a hazy light. A blend of earthy yellow and hints of green emerged, resembling the faint reflections of a lens. Elemental affinity. Earth. Moderate. Wind low, the tester remarked coolly. Next, we shall assess your mental strength. Do you see the red dot below the mental gauge? Use your mental strength to press down on it as much as possible. Mental gauge. Meng Lei looked as instructed and indeed found a red dot beneath the giant thermometer, approximately the size of a coin, resembling a button. Excuse me, how does one use mental strength? Porter stammered, his face flushed. The red dot is inscribed with a magical array that will automatically draw upon your mental strength. You simply need to focus on it, the tester stated flatly. Everyone else waiting, please take note for the mental strength assessment. Oh, okay. Porter nodded hastily, his eyes fixated on the red. In an instant, the red line within the gauge began to rise, surpassing the various numerical markers as it ascended. Is this the tool for testing mental strength? Meng Lei observed, captivated by the rising red line, noting its similarity to a thermometer, one testing mental strength, the other measuring temperature. After a moment, the red line came to a halt, and the tester glanced at the corresponding mark, his tone softening slightly. Mental strength. 23, for times that of your peers, barely meeting the standard. Elemental affinity. Earth, moderate. Wind, low. You qualify to become a mage. Chapter 19. Exceptional talent, 100-fold shock. Mental strength. 23. 4 times that of peers, barely qualifying. Elemental affinity. Earth, moderate. Wind, low. Possessing magical talent, eligible to become a mage. Yay! Porter exclaimed, as if he had heard the most wonderful news, bursting forth with excitement, tears streaming down his face and dampening his attire. Overwhelmed with joy. May the dragon god bless. A commoner can become a mage. Is there any justice left? Truly, the crowd buzzed with chatter, a mix of envy and admiration. Meng Lei gazed at Porter, filled with reflection, despite Porter's ragged attire. He possessed the magical talent that countless individuals yearned for. It was evident that once he graduated from the Mage Academy, he would ascend to the ranks of esteemed mages, and at that time, power, status, beauty, and wealth would all come to him unbidden. His fate had irrevocably changed in this moment. Next, finally, it was Meng Lei's turn. He took a deep breath and stepped forward cautiously. Another commoner. How tiresome. This fellow surely lacks magical talent. The chances of these commoners possessing magical talent are far lower than ours. 1 in 100,000 might barely make the cut. That previous fool was merely lucky, and this one is surely doomed. I bet a pack of sausages he has no magical talent. I wager 2 packs, a group of noble youths whispered amongst themselves, their disdain evident in their words that I in the Dragon God Empire. Class distinctions were stark. Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew watched Meng Lei with hopeful eyes, though they held little optimism in their hearts. Meng Lei, do your best. Surely you'll pass the test. Right? Meng Lei inhaled deeply, placing his hands on the crystal ball. In that moment, he felt a surge of nerves. Despite having acquired the lightning magic talent from that archmage and successfully meditating, Meng Lei still felt apprehensive. After all, his magical talent is a product of later integration. What if this thing fails to detect it? Buzz! Meng Lei was destined to be over-anxious. The moment his hands made contact with the crystal ball, a blinding silver light erupted from within, rendering the crystal ball as dazzling as the sun. Tiny, Brilliant silver arcs raced and darted within the crystal ball, as if striving to break free and escape. Whoosh! The middle-aged man slumbering in the chair behind the three testers suddenly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and fixated on the crystal ball, his face alight with excitement. Elemental affinity. Lightning superlative, the middle-aged man declared, his gaze fervent as he slowly articulated the words. Wow! At this proclamation, the surroundings erupted in a cacophony. The previously disdainful noble youths were rendered speechless, as if caught by the throat like a hen. Superlative? By the dragon god! Did I mishear? How could this be possible? An elemental affinity of superlative quality is simply outrageous. The three young testers were equally dumbfounded. Generally speaking, the majority of those with magical talent possess low elemental affinities, which is the minimum threshold for sensing magical elements. Above low is medium. Those with medium elemental affinity perceive magical elements 10 times more clearly than those with low affinity. Above medium is high, with clarity 100-fold. This signifies that while it takes others 100 hours to refine a certain amount of magical power, those with high elemental affinity require only 1 hour, a staggering efficiency difference of 100 times. Is that disparity significant? It is a chasm. Therefore, under similar mental prowess, those with low elemental affinity can only aspire to be low-level magicians despite their relentless efforts throughout their lives. What constitutes low level? Merely levels 1, 2, or 3. Conversely, those with high elemental affinities can effortlessly become low-level magicians. With a bit of diligence, they may reach intermediate status, and with a touch more effort, it is not difficult to ascend to high-level magicians. This encapsulates the distinction between low and high. As for superlative, that is an utterly rare phenomenon. Even among dragonkin who inherit the magical talents of their dragon lineage, possessing superlative elemental affinity is exceedingly uncommon. After all, this denotes a clarity of sensing 1,000-fold. Quick! Test his mental prowess. The middle-aged man shoved aside the young tester, taking matters into his own hands, his voice trembling with excitement. With superlative elemental affinity, such a gifted individual would attract magical elements even without meditation, akin to the illegitimate child of the god of magic. Meng Lei approached the mental testing apparatus, his expression unusually relaxed. His mental attribute soared to 215, comparable to that of a level 2 magician. What was there to worry about? This fellow has truly struck gold. The noble youths regarded Meng Lei with palpable envy. With such formidable magical talent, his mental prowess must surely be lacking. After all, it is impossible for one to monopolize all the good fortune. Alas, these individuals were destined for disappointment. As Meng Lei focused on the red dot, the red line within the testing apparatus shot upward, as if propelled by a rocket, swiftly surpassing half of the scale and continuing its ascent. I can't believe it! So fast. Witnessing this, the eyes of all present nearly bulged from their sockets, while others' mental prowess tests revealed slow, incremental increases of the red line. Meng Lei's was something else altogether. Heaven, a genius! This is a true genius. The middle-aged man stammered in his excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration. His group had finally uncovered a prodigy. Whoosh, soon. Amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd, the red line reached the apex of the testing apparatus, filling the entire scale before finally ceasing its ascent. Yet it was evident to all that full value was not Meng Lei's mental prowess limit. Had the scale been larger, it would undoubtedly signify an even greater mental prowess. Full value, mental prowess, 100 times that of his peers. The middle-aged man announced, trembling as he relayed the results. Elemental affinity, lightning superlative, mental prowess, 100 times that of his peers. Comprehensive evaluation, magical talent. Superlative, wow! The entire venue erupted in fervor. 100 times? Superlative? Is he even human? He is simply a freak. Superlative elemental affinity and such outrageous mental prowess. Is there no justice in this world? A mere commoner emerging from nowhere possesses such extraordinary talent. Has the god of magic gone blind? This fellow is on par with Erdos, isn't he? Pretty much. Hiss. Erdos is a second-generation dragonkin with the bloodline of golden dragons. The gazes directed at Meng Lei brimmed with envy, jealousy, and hatred, especially from some dragonkin nobles whose eyes sparkled with surprise and astonishment. "Sir, I am Fred from the admissions office of Douglas Magic Academy." At that moment, an elderly man clad in a magical robe squeezed through the crowd. "I sincerely invite you to join our Douglas Magic Academy, as long as you enroll." Chapter 20. Three old men and an admissions misunderstanding. Every year during the school season, various academies are exceptionally busy. Not to mention, the magical tests preceding the academic year span an entire week. Young nobles, commoners, dragonkin, dragon beasts, and other intelligent races from across the Fire Dragon Kingdom converge upon the royal city to participate in this event that could alter their destinies. Anyone aspiring to practice magic would not dare miss this opportunity. The flow of people is relentless. In the Dragon God Square, aside from the youths undergoing tests, their families, and the testing personnel, there exists a peculiar group. The teachers responsible for admissions from various academies. Not far from the magical testing points, there are dozens of booths, each adorned with banners proclaiming their identities, including Fire Dragon Warrior Academy, Dragon God Holy Knight Academy, Kelna's Giant Axe Academy, and more. These booths serve as the admissions offices for each academy. At this moment, in a corner of the admissions area, three elderly men clad in purple magical robes lounged in chairs, engaging in desultory chatter. Today marks the final day of magical testing, and it seems there are no more geniuses to be found. Alas, in my many years of overseeing admissions, this year has been the most disappointing. One man, with a nose like a wine barrel and disheveled hair, sighed wearily upon hearing this. Another elder with a single horn and a black scale on his forehead responded indignantly, "Karse, do you still have the face to complain? This year, you've snatched away so many quality candidates. If I were you, I'd be waking up laughing in my dreams while I, the poor old man, am left here year after year, just tagging along." "Nonsense," the bald elder interjected with a scoff. "Old man, are you merely tagging along? Then what of Erdos? Do not forget that this year's strongest genius was taken by your Dragonkin Academy." At this, the bald elder sighed. "I am the one who has been tagging along with you all these years, helplessly watching as one genius after another is taken away by you. It is truly heart-wrenching." Hearing this, the horned elder shot a glare at the bald man and remarked coolly, "No matter how good Erdos' talent is, he is just one person. He cannot compare to the many geniuses snatched away from Karse." "Old fool, stop acting innocent," the wine-nosed elder grunted. "You know better than anyone that talent is not measured by quantity. One Erdos is worth dozens of ordinary geniuses." TSK, light and wind, dual element superlative, mental prowess 88 times that of his peers, truly a freak. "Indeed, if possible, I would gladly trade all the students we enroll this year for Erdos." The bald elder wholeheartedly agreed. A talent like Erdos, if properly nurtured, is destined to become a level 9 grand magician, and even, he did not finish his thought, but both the wine-nosed elder and the horned elder understood his implication that a talent like Erdos's holds the potential to reach the sacred domain. The sacred domain, what kind of existence is that? One alumnus from the sacred domain equals how many ordinary alumni? What a pity for such a talent. To be placed in your Dragonkin Academy is truly a waste, the wine-nosed elder exclaimed indignantly. He ought to join our Fire Dragon Academy. Only the Fire Dragon Academy can provide him with the best educational environment. Upon hearing this, the horned elder's anger flared. "Old fool, stop spewing nonsense. Our Dragonkin Academy is not inferior to your Fire Dragon Academy. If it weren't for..." "Teacher, quick, another genius has emerged." Just as the three old men were arguing incessantly, a young man in a magical robe suddenly rushed over, panting heavily. "What? Another genius has appeared?" The three old men widened their eyes, clambering to their feet in unison, fixating on the young man in the magical robe. "What level of genius? How is his talent?" "Elemental affinity, lightning, superlative mental prowess, 100 times that of his peers," the young man exclaimed. "Comprehensive evaluation." However, before he could finish his sentence, the three old men darted past him, colliding with the young man and sending him sprawling to the ground. What kind of people are they, not allowing someone to finish speaking? The young man in the magical robe rose from the ground, rubbing his backside and grumbling. Yet he could fully comprehend the reactions of the three teachers. After all, this super genius was indeed quite extraordinary. Elemental affinity, supreme lightning, mental strength, 100 times that of his peers. Good heavens, such talent, even compared to the likes of Ordos, is remarkable. He belongs to our Fire Dragon Magic Academy. No, he is destined for Douglas Magic Academy. Dream on, a genius of this caliber must be one of us Dragonfolk. He will undoubtedly join our Dragonfolk Magic Academy. And what of the Dragonfolk? I will have him for myself. Step aside. Everyone make way. At that moment, Meng Lei was basking in the envy and jealousy of the crowd, which he found rather amusing, as it was entirely expected. Brother Meng Lei, you are truly incredible. Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew approached, their faces filled with admiration, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Although they did not fully grasp the significance of Meng Lei's talent, the astonishment and awe of those around them spoke volumes. Meng Lei was indeed a prodigy that everyone envied. Make way, clear a path for me. Where is the genius? Just then, 3 elderly gentlemen rushed into the throng, scanning the area with urgency, and finally, their gazes converged upon a Dragonfolk youth standing beside the testing device. This Dragonfolk youth, adorned in a splendid robe and sporting a pair of black wings, was strikingly handsome and exuded an impressive aura, his appearance truly remarkable. "Are you the genius?" exclaimed the elder with a nose resembling a wine cork, grabbing the Dragonfolk youth by the shoulder with impatience. "Greetings, I am Carl, a teacher responsible for this year's admissions at the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, that I sincerely invite you to join us, should you enroll. All fees, including tuition, living expenses, and materials, will be waived, along with a scholarship of 1,000. No, 2,000 gold coins per year." The elder with the wine cork nose rambled on about the various benefits before being interrupted by the bald elder, who forcefully pushed him aside and declared, "Greetings, genius. I am a recruiter from Douglas Magic Academy. I sincerely invite you to join us. All terms are negotiable. Stop your nonsense. He is a Dragonfolk and rightfully belongs to our Dragonfolk Magic Academy." The horned elder squeezed past the bald man, his face beaming with a smile. "Hello, I am from the Dragonfolk Magic Academy." Observing the 3 enthusiastic elders, the crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Meng Lei was the true genius. Why were they vying for the Dragonfolk youth? This was a comical misunderstanding. Meng Lei could only chuckle at the situation. Yet he understood. Throughout history, those of Dragonblood indeed possessed superior magical aptitude compared to humans, and the likelihood of producing geniuses was significantly higher. The primary reason for the emergence of human geniuses was the sheer size of the population. It was entirely reasonable for the 3 recruiters to misidentify the candidates. Chapter 21. A Frenzied Competition. Settling the dust, the mistakenly identified Dragonfolk youth had originally been standing behind Meng Lei and his companions. Overwhelmed by Meng Lei's astounding talent, he had inadvertently stepped forward to observe this remarkable genius up close, only to be encircled by the 3 elderly gentlemen. The Dragonfolk youth, somewhat speechless, said, "Gentlemen, you have mistaken the identity. I have not yet undergone the magical assessment." "What? You are not that super genius?" The 3 elders were taken aback. "Then where is he?" "Gentlemen, he is the super genius." The middle-aged man responsible for the testing pointed at Meng Lei, exasperation evident on his face. It was absurd that they could make such a mistake. Swish, swish, swish. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to Meng Lei. "He is actually a human? You are that super genius." The expressions of the 3 elders varied, yet all were filled with astonishment. Who would have thought a human could produce such a super genius? Splendid, splendid. The elder with the wine cork nose rejoiced, showing no embarrassment from the earlier blunder. Indeed, it is rare to find a human genius with such supreme elemental affinity, especially one with mental strength 100 times that of his peers. The bald elder was elated. "Greetings, young man. I am Augustus, a recruiter from Douglas Magic Academy. I sincerely invite you to join us, once again. All terms are negotiable. What do you say? Join us." A genius like him deserves only the finest educational environment. Attending your Douglas Magic Academy would be a sheer waste. The elder with the wine cork nose scoffed, dismissing the bald elder's words. and turned to Meng Lei with a kindly expression. Young man, our Fire Dragon Magic Academy is the finest in the Fire Dragon Kingdom, boasting the most robust faculty and educational resources. Come join us. Observing the two competing elders eagerly recruiting, the Horned Elder was not to be outdone. Esteemed human genius, I represent the Dragonfolk Magic Academy. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he was met with the ruthless rebuttal of his rivals. Old man, have you lost your senses? He is our human genius. Why would he attend your Dragonfolk Academy? Save your breath. Watching the three Academy recruiters bicker over Meng Lei, the surrounding youths felt a potent mix of envy and resentment, wishing they could take his place as the super genius. How wonderful it would be if they were the ones being sought after. Alas, in this world, there are no ifs. At that moment, the middle-aged man responsible for the testing cleared his throat and said, Gentlemen, perhaps you could discuss this elsewhere. We still need to continue the assessments. Oomph. The three elders were slightly displeased at being interrupted, yet they said nothing further, leading Meng Lei aside to continue their persuasive efforts. Gentlemen, your offers are quite enticing, but could you elaborate further so that I can make an informed decision? Meng Lei scratched his head, glancing at the elder with a wine-cork nose and the bald elder, while dismissing the Horned Elder entirely, showing no interest in associating with the Dragonfolk. Ah, this young man speaks plainly. The bald elder chimed in eagerly. I see you come from humble beginnings. Our Douglas Magic Academy specifically recruits from the common folk. Should you join us, all fees will be waived, and you will receive a scholarship of 3,000 gold coins per year. We at Fire Dragon Magic Academy also offer full fee waivers, along with a scholarship of 3,000 gold coins per year, the elder with a wine-cork nose retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Old man, didn't you just say 2,000 gold coins? The bald elder glared at him, shouting, Why the sudden increase of 1,000 gold coins? Do you still have any shame? A genius youth like him cannot be measured by mere money. The elder with the wine-cork nose huffed. A scholarship of 3,000 gold coins is absolutely guaranteed. Shameless old thief. The bald elder was seething with rage. 4,000 gold coins. If you join Douglas Magic Academy, we will provide you with a scholarship of 4,000 gold coins per year. We at Fire Dragon Magic Academy will also offer a scholarship of 4,000 gold coins. The elder with a wine-cork nose chuckled, a triumphant expression surfacing on his face. Their Fire Dragon Magic Academy was far superior to the humble Douglas Academy. Old man, are you challenging me today? The bald elder was furious. 5,000 gold coins. This is the best offer I can make. Young man, give us a decisive answer. Will you join or not? I too will offer 5,000 gold coins. The elder with the wine-cork nose remained unfazed. You are quite ruthless. The bald elder gritted his teeth, but he refrained from increasing his offer again, despite his desire to invite Meng Lei. He was merely a recruiter, and his authority was limited. A scholarship of 5,000 gold coins was already the maximum he could promise. Is this where we stop increasing the offer? The elder with the wine-cork nose sneered. Young man, I trust you have made your decision by now. Meng Lei cast a wistful glance at the bald elder before turning to the elder with the wine-cork nose that he politely bowed and said, It is an honor to become a member of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. A wise choice, young one. The elder with the wine-cork nose beamed with pride. We are delighted to welcome you to the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Here is the Academy's emblem. Quickly, bloodbind yourself to it. It was a small emblem, somewhat reminiscent of the school badge from Meng Lei's previous life. Yet it was an alchemical artifact, featuring a fierce and imposing fire dragon totem on the front and a magical array on the back. Imbued with a peculiar magical energy, Meng Lei took the emblem and pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it, instantly establishing a mysterious connection with the emblem. Alas, how regrettable! The bald elder observed this scene with a helpless sigh, knowing full well that such a result was inevitable, that a genius like Meng Lei, given the same conditions, would inevitably choose the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. He could only watch as countless geniuses slip through the fingers of Douglas Magic Academy. The Academy badge serves not only as your identification, but also as your admission notice. Only by donning the Academy badge can you pass through the guards and freely enter and exit the Academy. The old man with a red nose patiently explained. Of course, the Academy badge is inscribed with a spirit-gathering magic array, perpetually absorbing magical elements, thereby enhancing your meditation efficiency. I see. Meng Lei nodded in understanding. Today marks the final day of the magical assessment. The old man with a red nose added as a final reminder. Typically, there will be a 2-day respite following the magical assessment, after which the Academy will officially commence. Therefore, be sure to report to the Academy the day after tomorrow, where an internal evaluation will also take place. Successfully passing this assessment will secure your status as a formal member of the Academy. I understand, Meng Lei affirmed with a nod. Excellent. The old man with a red nose nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I still do not know your name? Meng Lei. Chapter 22. The poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Exorbitant tuition fees. Elemental affinity. Superlative enlightening. Mental strength. 100 times that of his peers. Such prodigious talent is truly astonishing, eclipsing all others. Having successfully recruited such a genius, the old man with a red nose departed with contentment, while countless nobles, commoners, and dragonfolk continued to gaze upon Meng Lei with envy. This muddy-legged. No, this fellow's fate has irrevocably changed. When he graduates from the Academy, he will undoubtedly be at least a 6th-level magician. How enviable, how filled with jealousy and resentment. The magical assessments continued, and after Meng Lei, Joseph and Andrew underwent their evaluations, filled with trepidation and hope. They too aspired to showcase a remarkable magical talent, stunning all present. Alas, reality proved to be harsh. Joseph, elemental affinity, inferior in fire, mental strength, equivalent to that of his peers. Comprehensive evaluation, mediocre talent, lacking potential to become a magician. Andrew, elemental affinity, inferior in wind, mental strength, equivalent to that of his peers. Comprehensive evaluation, mediocre talent, lacking potential to become a magician. This outcome left Joseph and Andrew profoundly disheartened. They could not fathom why their childhood companion Meng Lei possessed such breathtaking talent, while they themselves bore not even a trace of magical aptitude. Why? Why was this so? Observing his sorrowful friends, Meng Lei was at a loss for words to console them. He could only pat their shoulders in a gesture of comfort, while Meng Lei too wished for all 3 friends to possess magical gifts. Reality remained relentlessly cruel, impervious to one's desires. Elemental affinity, intermediate in wood, inferior in wind. At this moment, the young man responsible for the assessments announced Joanna's results. Meng Lei turned to see Joanna cradling a crystal ball, within which rippled a hazy green light, reminiscent of a verdant agate, occasionally interspersed with grayish flashes. Joanna, she too possesses magical talent. Meng Lei marveled, as the tearful Joseph and Andrew turned their gazes toward Joanna. Their lips pressed tightly, their spirits momentarily lifted, only to be swiftly overshadowed by greater disappointment. Joanna had also been found to possess magical aptitude, yet next, we shall assess your mental strength, the young man in charge of testing said with a friendly demeanor, as he treated Joanna with warmth due to her association with Meng Lei. Mental strength, 8 times that of your peers. Comprehensive evaluation, possesses the potential to become a magician. The young man joyfully declared the final results, then turned to Joanna with a smile. Congratulations, classmate. You possess the potential to become a magician. I too have magical talent, Joanna murmured, then suddenly erupted in exuberant cheers. I can become a magician. I can become a magician. Had this occurred earlier, anyone shouting such exclamations would have been reprimanded by the assessing young man. However, at this moment, he not only refrained from scolding her, but wore a broad smile, exuding goodwill. Not only that, but the middle-aged man and the other 2 young men also bore smiles, their attitudes exceptionally amiable. Joanna, congratulations. Meng Lei approached with a beaming smile to offer his congratulations. Joanna, congratulations. Joseph and Andrew managed to force a smile as they too offered their felicitations. Yes, thank you. Joanna's eyes sparkled with tears of joy, her small head nodding rapidly. Having initially believed she too lacked magical talent, she was now elated by this unexpected turn of events. How could she not be overjoyed? How could she not be excited? Another fortunate soul. How enviable! The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their voices tinged with envy. The possession of magical talent would undoubtedly lead to two distinctly different life paths. A modicum of talent was sufficient to incite envy among many. Come, let us head to the admissions office and select a magic academy for Joanna, Meng Lei suggested. Then we shall seek out Captain Hades. All right. Joanna, with her mediocre talent and status as a commoner, ultimately joined the Douglas Magic Academy, becoming the second child from Monster Village ever to be admitted to a magic academy. Upon receiving this news, Captain Hades was overjoyed, exclaiming in delight that among the 4 children he had brought, 2 possessed magical talent. What extraordinary fortune! What exhilarating news! Especially since the prodigious Meng Lei, he had high hopes for possessed superlative talent. How could he not be elated? Meng Lei, splendid work. You are the pride of the village. Captain Hades patted Meng Lei's shoulder, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. And Joanna, you have done well too. I can hardly wait to return to the village and share this good news with the village chief. To tell everyone. Meng Lei shook his head in resignation, casting a glance at the increasingly dejected Joseph and Andrew, and inquired, Captain Hades, what will happen to Joseph and Andrew? Shall they simply accompany us back for naught? There is no choice. If they cannot demonstrate magical talent, they must return to the village. Captain Hades' expression dimmed as he sighed, that he refrained from elaborating further, for the outcome was already determined. They would return to the village and resign themselves to a life as commoners, spending their days in the small mountain village. Such is fate, and none can resist it. Joseph and Andrew trembled, tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably. Lacking magical talent does not preclude the cultivation of combat energy. Meng Lei furrowed his brow. I have noticed that there are numerous warrior academies in the royal city that also accept human commoners. They can enter the warrior academy and become warriors. Upon hearing this, Joseph and Andrew were momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes. Indeed, while entry into the magic court may be elusive, attending the warrior academy is not a bad alternative. Joanna chimed in, After all, we 4 can remain in the royal city to look out for one another, cannot we? It is easier said than done. Captain Hades chuckled ruefully. Do you have any idea how exorbitant the tuition fees for the warrior academies are? I had not considered that. Even the most inferior third-rate institutions charge annual tuition fees of several dozen gold coins. Not to mention additional costs for books, lodging, meals, uniforms, materials, and practical training. Captain Hades shook his head. When all is said and done, it amounts to at least 100 gold coins each year. How can an average family bear such a burden? Hearing this, Joseph and Andrew's faces fell. Their family's annual savings barely amounted to 10 gold coins, let alone 100. The 10 gold coins they had spent on the magical assessment had been a considerable sacrifice from their parents, and they could not possibly muster the funds for 100 gold coins to enroll in the warrior academy. The notion that the learned are impoverished while the martial are wealthy is not merely a saying. Captain Hades sighed. The training of magicians and warriors is a costly endeavor, capable of draining the resources of even the most modest families. How could we commoners possibly bear such a burden? At this point, he glanced at Joanna, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. While possessing magical talent was undoubtedly a blessing, the expenses associated with attending a magic academy marked merely the beginning of financial strain. Unlike Meng Lei, whose tuition and fees were fully waived and who received substantial scholarships. How would Joanna manage her expenses in the coming years? Meng Lei fell silent. Joanna bit her lip, fear etched across her face. Let us go. After standing in line for an entire day, you must be exhausted. Let us find a place to eat something, then return to the inn to rest. Captain Hades waved his hand. In a couple of days, once you and Joanna have entered the Magic Academy, I shall take Joseph and Andrew back to the village. The cost of living in the royal city is simply too high. Wait a moment, Meng Lei suddenly interjected. What is it? Captain Hades looked at Meng Lei in confusion. The annual expenses of 100 gold coins are not overly exorbitant. I shall cover the tuition for Joseph and Andrew to attend the Warrior Academy. Consider it a loan from me. Chapter 23. A long-established history, the ninth of the continent. Does Meng Lei possess wealth? Not particularly. As of now, his total assets amount to a mere 2,306 gold coins. In addition to an anticipated scholarship of 5,000 gold coins for the year. This sum, of course, pales in comparison to the fortunes of nobles, lords, and affluent merchants, yet it far exceeds the struggles of those living on the brink of poverty. But that is not the crux of the matter. The key is that Meng Lei has an easy means of acquiring wealth. He can pick up resources at any time and place. Since arriving in the royal city, Meng Lei has been consistently collecting dropped items, gold coins, attribute orbs, magic, and even a total of 3 martial techniques. Moreover, in densely populated areas, the abundance of dropped items increases. As the capital of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the royal city is teeming with people, particularly during this season of new academic admissions, with a significant influx of individuals. Where there are people, there will inevitably be dropped items. This has undoubtedly proven to be a windfall for Meng Lei. Upon arriving in the royal city, barely a day had passed when Meng Lei found himself reaping abundant rewards, experiencing a transformation in various attributes that was nothing short of revolutionary. Host Meng Lei race, human wealth, 2,306 gold coins physique. Level 3 warrior, 502-1000, spirit. Level 2 mage, 213-500, magical power. Level 1 mage, 199-200, spells, fireball LV1. Thorn spike LV1, bubble spell LV1, quake LV1. Windblade LV1, Burning Hand LV1, Lightning Arrow LV1, Fire Ring Technique LV2, Explosive Fireball LV2, Earth's Praise LV2, Spring Breeze LV8, Combat Techniques, Blade of the Soldier LV1, Shattered Stone Palm LV1, Earth Splitter Slash LV2. His wealth had more than doubled. His physical prowess rivaled that of a level 3 warrior. His mental acuity had ascended to that of a level 2 mage. With only a single point lacking, his magical power was on the cusp of matching that of a level 2 mage. Moreover, he had acquired several additional spells. As for combat techniques, he had inexplicably stumbled upon 3. The royal city truly lives up to its reputation as a gathering place for the wealthy and powerful. To have amassed so much in less than a day, what further fortunes await? Meng Lei. It appears I made the right choice in coming to the royal city. Meng Lei was thoroughly satisfied with his day's acquisitions, confident that future gains would only escalate, encompassing not only attributes such as physique, magical power and spells, but also wealth. Thus, parting with 200 gold coins to fund the education of his 2 companions seemed trivial. He would easily recoup it in a matter of days. However, upon hearing Meng Lei's intentions, Hades, Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew were utterly stunned, convinced they must have misheard. Only after Meng Lei repeated his statement twice did they awaken from their stupor. Meng Lei, surely you jest. Hades fixed a penetrating gaze upon Meng Lei. I know you receive a scholarship of 5,000 gold coins annually. But the costs of magical training far exceed those of martial training. That amount might barely suffice for purchasing magical potions and materials. Captain Hades, there's no need for further discussion. I am well aware. Meng Lei waved his hand dismissively, taking hold of Joseph with one hand and Andrew with the other as they made their way toward the enrollment point. The enrollment period is closing soon. Let us register you first. And we can talk afterward. Meng Lei, brother. Joseph and Andrew were overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears at the unexpected turn of events. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you aspire to greatness? You are to become warriors. Do not fear the mockery of others. Hades stared at the retreating figures of the 3, at a loss for words. He prided himself on being generous, teaching the guard squad, defending the village, and aiding villagers against beastly incursions. Yet he had never imparted his martial techniques or combat skills to the villagers. These were treasures he had fought for with his life, more precious than life itself. He had never contemplated sharing them with anyone. Yet today, he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, tinged with guilt. In comparison to Meng Lei, With Meng Lei's magnanimity, Joseph and Andrew successfully enrolled in the Warrior Academy. Although it was merely a mid-tier institution, they were profoundly moved and vowed to study diligently in order to repay Meng Lei in the future. Meng Lei, however, regarded this act of generosity as nothing more than a casual gesture, not expecting any repayment from them. In the days that followed, the five of them roamed the royal city, marveling at its splendor while Meng Lei simultaneously gathered a plethora of dropped items. His senses dazzled by the opulence surrounding him. He had previously assumed that this world, lacking in advanced technology, was primitive and backward, but he was mistaken. The Dragon God Empire boasted a civilization spanning thousands of years, although the prevailing focus lay on the transmission of individual martial prowess and the innovation of combat skills and magic. This extensive time had also fostered a plethora of derivatives. Among the most prevalent were magical artifacts. The destitute commoners at the very bottom of society were naturally unable to access such items. Yet these products of magical civilization permeated the upper echelons of society, including spatial rings, spatial bracelets, spatial belts, and other storage-type magical artifacts, magical cannons, magic guns, magical puppets, and various offensive magical artifacts, magical lamps, enchanted carriages, flying carpets, and various daily use magical artifacts. A dazzling array, countless in number. This was a civilization style starkly different from that of Earth, and as Meng Lei's eyes were open to the vastness of possibilities, his understanding of this world became clearer. Of course, what resonated most profoundly with him was a saying from his past life. The wealthy dine on delicacies while the streets are littered with the bones of the frozen dead. The class stratification in this world was exceedingly severe. A small elite held dominion over the vast majority of societal resources, indulging in excess while over 90% of the impoverished populace languished at the bottom, suffering from the exploitation and oppression of the upper class, merely scraping by in a state of disarray. Upon realizing these truths, Meng Lei did not harbor any grand ambitions of overthrowing the ruling class or liberating the oppressed masses. Instead, all he could think about was continuing to develop quietly, ultimately escaping the clutches of exploitation to live a better and more fulfilling life. Of course, if he were to one day become powerful enough to challenge the very foundations of this world, Meng Lei would not hesitate to alter the course of fate, to cleanse the heavens and restore balance to the continent. The 2 days of leisure time swiftly passed, and at last the Fire Dragon Magic Academy opened its doors. Meng Lei bid farewell to Hades and the others, arriving at the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. As the premier magic academy of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, it boasted a history exceeding 20,000 years, while the exact founding date remains unknown. Records indicate that the earliest classes commenced 20,000 years ago. Over the subsequent 2 millennia, the academy flourished rapidly, bolstered by the support of the Fire Dragon Kingdom and the Dragon God Empire, establishing itself as one of the oldest magic academies on the continent. Throughout its extensive history, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy has produced countless masters of magic and formidable mages, nurturing a plethora of powerful beings and noble figures, including 37 kings of the Fire Dragon Kingdom and 1169 formidable mages. Among the 20-plus magic academies in the Dragon God Empire, it ranks 3rd, and within the 100-plus academies on the continent, it stands 9th. Yet despite such a venerable institution, as of the current year, for 478, one of the heavenly era, the total number of enrolled students is merely 600, with 6 grades. Each grade hosts fewer than 100 students. Hence, those who gain admission to the Fire Dragon Magic Academy are indeed all geniuses. Chapter 24. The Statue of the Holy Domain. Academy confrontation, standing before the gates of the academy, gazing upon this esteemed institution steeped in ancient civilization. Meng Lei was filled with profound reflections. From a historical perspective, no school on Earth could ever compare to the one before him. After all, the oldest educational institutions on Earth do not surpass a mere millennium in age. Whereas this academy has a legacy spanning over 20,000 years, the passage of time is evident everywhere, each detail reflecting the weight of history. What a magnificent magic academy, guarded by sentinels clad in fire dragon armor and wielding flaming spears. Their expressions stern and vigilant, the guards scrutinized each passerby with piercing eyes, Today marked the registration of new students, with returning students gradually making their way back. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with eager students and proud parents. The academy's entrance buzzed with activity. Yet only those adorned with the academy's insignia were permitted entry, while accompanying parents and other onlookers were turned away. Such was the stringent management of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Meng Lei donned his academy badge upon his chest and navigated through the crowd toward the gates. Swish, swish, swish. The guards' keen gazes fell upon him. New students reporting this year. Please proceed to the Sacred Dragon Plaza for the entrance examination. A cold voice rang out. Turn right upon entering. The Sacred Dragon Plaza is straight ahead. Thank you. Meng Lei expressed his gratitude and stepped through the academy gates. Following the shaded path to the Sacred Dragon Plaza as directed, tall sycamore trees flanked both sides, casting shade over the sun. Moments later, as he reached the end of the avenue, an impressive array of colossal statues came into view. These statues, diverse in form and size, numbered in the dozens, some towering over 100 meters, others merely 2 meters in height, varying greatly. The craftsmanship was exquisite, intricate and lifelike, from the delicate folds of dragon scales to the fierce and majestic forms of the fire-breathing dragons. The winged thunder dragon man, and even the shorter yet valiant human heroes. Beneath each statue lay a stone tablet, inscribed with densely packed text chronicling the life deeds of the individuals immortalized in stone. Isaac Philip, the 16th king of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the first dean of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, the great Fire Dragon King. In the year 24762 of the Heavenly Era, he led the army against a beast tide commanded by the legendary three-headed Chimera, successfully slaying the beast and ending the crisis. In the year 24792, amidst the great war between the Dragon God Empire and the Titan Empire, His Majesty led the Fire Dragon Kingdom's forces across the Beast Mountain Range for a surprise attack on the northern stronghold of the Titan Empire, slaying one of the Titan Empire's 12 Pillar Kings, the Eastern Tiger King, thereby securing an advantageous position for the Dragon God Empire. In the year 2485, the great His Majesty Isaac abdicated. Amos Croc, the second dean of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, a powerful holy domain dragon man, proficient in both water and fire magic, the first to master the use of dragon language magic, and an expert in magical research, having developed 189 types of water and fire magic, making remarkable contributions to the study of dual-element magic. Adolf Holman, as he gazed upon the array of statues, reflecting on the illustrious lives of their esteemed subjects. Meng Lei found himself profoundly moved. The individuals worthy of standing here were all formidable beings of the sacred domain, and not just any ordinary ones. They were either great existences who had achieved monumental feats, esteemed predecessors who had made exceptional contributions to the academy, or valiant heroes who had distinguished themselves in the throes of war. Ordinary beings of the sacred domain, even the likes of the Fire Dragon King, would never dare to claim a place among them. Each one was a paragon among the elite of the sacred domain. The sacred domain. Will I ever reach such heights? The square was bustling with activity. Throngs of newcomers, most of whom, like Meng Lei, were reporting for enrollment. Yet, without exception, they were all awestruck by the imposing statues, quietly revering the glorious legacies of these powerful figures. After perusing the biographies of the statues' owners, he arrived at the testing site, where only a handful of individuals awaited their turn. This was to be expected, as the Fire Dragon Academy admitted merely 100 new students each year. Thus, it was improbable to witness the long queues reminiscent of a spring festival during the magical assessments. Hey, you're a new student this year too. Just as Meng Lei settled in, he felt a light tap on his back. Turning around, he was greeted by a jovial, chubby figure clad in a brocade robe. The rotund boy stood less than 5 feet tall but had a remarkably stout waist. His smile was endearing, reminiscent of the jovial Buddha, with his small eyes crinkling into thin slits. Seriously, can't you see I'm in line? Meng Lei thought to himself, though he maintained a cheerful demeanor among the passing crowd. A significant number were dragonfolk, and even the instructor overseeing the magical tests was one of them. Spotting a fellow human made Meng Lei feel a sense of camaraderie. Well, even if this compatriot happened to be a rotund one. Wow! You re-human? the chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, resembling the eyes of a turtle. Those admitted to the academy are all geniuses among geniuses. You must be no exception, right? I'm just average. Meng Lei scratched his head. Uncertain of how his talent measured up among the new students this year, one could assume he was not too far behind, right? Just average. The boy blinked in surprise. Fat heart, what brings you here? At that moment, a shrill voice pierced through the air, and Meng Lei turned to see a dragonfolk with a single horn and a long tail approaching, his green skin glistening in the light. The green-skinned dragonfolk had a tall, muscular stature, exuding an air of formidable strength, far surpassing the chubby boy in handsomeness. The rotund boy's cheeks quivered, and he retorted with a scoff. Why must your cacophonous voice follow me wherever I go? Is it not tiresome? You disgrace of a dragonfolk, seeking a fight, are we? The green-skinned dragonfolk glared menacingly, clenching his fists as if ready to strike. The chubby boy, frightened, ducked behind Meng Lei and shouted, Lance, do you not see where we are? Do you still wish to cause a ruckus here? The green-skinned dragonfolk, Lance, froze momentarily, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before he relaxed slightly, then bellowed, Fat heart, you better be ready when we next leave the academy. I will make you regret it. If you have the guts, come at me right now, you garbage. The chubby boy, sensing Lance's hesitation, immediately puffed up with bravado. We shall see. Lance, visibly agitated, shot a venomous glare at the chubby boy before his gaze landed on Meng Lei, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Fat heart, you are indeed the disgrace of our dragonfolk. How pathetic to associate with a human commoner. I truly pity Duke James for having such a worthless son. Upon hearing these words, Meng Lei furrowed his brow, while the chubby boy huffed indignantly. Lance, he is my newly acquainted human friend. You shall not insult him. Friend? Only someone like you, with the blood of human slaves coursing through your veins, would consider a commoner a friend. Noble dragonfolk would never deign to associate with such lowly beings. Lance sneered contemptuously. You, the chubby boy trembled with rage. Lance, I warned you not to insult my mother, otherwise. Otherwise what? Lance retorted mockingly. Otherwise, I will thrash you. In an instant, a sharp shadow darted past, and Lance found himself staring down the barrel of a fist that grew ever larger, until it collided with his nose in a most intimate embrace. Crack! The terrifying force erupted, accompanied by a sharp snap, as Lance's nose crumpled under the impact, and he was sent flying backward with a pained scream. Chapter 25. Brawls and Newcomer Test. The square fell into an abrupt silence. The chubby boy, Hart, stood frozen, watching Lance soar through the air, then gazing at the imposing figure of Meng Lei before him. Disbelief etched across his small eyes. How? Swish! The other onlookers were drawn to the commotion. Several instructors responsible for the newcomer assessments furrowing their brows, their expressions darkening. What is happening over there? Who dares to act so brazenly? How audacious to brawl in the sacred Dragon Square, seeking expulsion from the academy. Are we? What just transpired? Who was responsible for this? A middle-aged instructor clad in a magical robe approached, his stern gaze fixated on Lance as he demanded, What happened here? Lance spat out the blood pooling in his mouth, glaring daggers at Meng Lei, his eyes blazing with fury. You pathetic commoner, how dare you ambush me? I will see you dead. His green scales bristled, radiating a chilling aura, signaling that he was ready to unleash his wrath. Not good. This guy is serious. The chubby boy's expression shifted. Though this scoundrel is not yet of age, his physique rivals that of a level 3 warrior. Brother, let us not be foolish. Perhaps we should withdraw for now. A level 3 warrior. A flicker of surprise crossed Meng Lei's eyes. This dragonfolk, named Lance, appeared to be quite young, akin to an elementary school student on Earth. The fact that such a young individual could possess a physique comparable to a level 3 warrior illustrated the prodigious potential of dragonfolk. In contrast, Captain Hades had tirelessly trained for over 2 to 3 decades, yet only attained the status of a level 2 warrior. He must be feeling quite disheartened. No wonder Captain Hades remarked that regardless of how downtrodden a dragonfolk may be, their future prospects far exceed those of humans. Having witnessed it firsthand today, it is evidently true. Commoner, prepare to die. Lance bellowed, stomping the ground with such force that it cracked beneath him, utilizing the rebound. He transformed into a blur, lunging directly at Meng Lei. Presumptuous! Just then, an enraged roar echoed nearby, and the middle-aged instructor, his face darkened, locked eyes with Lance. "How dare you unleash your chaos here?" The instructor waved his hand, summoning tendrils of azure energy that coalesced into two serpentine forms, ensnaring Lance's legs. Suddenly hindered, Lance fell to the ground with a resounding thud. "Ha, Lance, look at you now. This is hilarious." The chubby boy erupted into laughter, doubled over in mirth. "You scoundrel." Lance, tough-skinned and resilient, brushed off the fall without a scratch, scrambling to his feet while glaring at the middle-aged instructor. "Who are you to stop me?" "Humph. This is the Academy's sacred ground. You have no right to cause a ruckus here." The instructor's expression darkened. "Where is the enforcement team? Why have you not expelled him from the Academy?" Expelled from the Academy. Alarm surged through Lance as he recalled the fates that befell those who had been expelled. His expression shifted dramatically as he pleaded, "No, please. I am a new student, bearing the Academy's insignia. You cannot expel me." "New student?" The instructor cast a brief glance at the Academy badge on Lance's chest, his expression softening slightly. "Very well, I shall spare you this time. But should you dare to cause any further trouble, be you a prince or a noble, you shall be expelled without exception." "Yes, yes." Lance nodded fervently, sweat beading on his forehead. "And you?" The instructor turned sharply, glaring at Meng Lei. "Have you not heard the Academy's rules? Any student caught brawling will be expelled immediately. How dare you engage in a fight with a fellow student upon your arrival? Do you wish to be expelled?" "I would never." Meng Lei lowered his head, feeling a pang of guilt. "Just remember, this is a warning." The instructor huffed, radiating an air of disappointment. "Countless individuals strive to enter this academy. Yet here you are, fighting on your first day. Teacher, I was wrong." The instructor coldly snorted, returning to the testing area. Next, Meng Lei turned to find that there was no one left in front of him. It was now his turn for the assessment. "Proceed with his test." The instructor shot Meng Lei a stern glance, instructing the teacher responsible for assessments. "Understood, Director." The testing instructor acknowledged, commencing the evaluation for Meng Lei. That moment, the chubby boy heart ambled over, eager to observe. His curiosity about Meng Lei piqued. The fact that Meng Lei had sent Lance flying demonstrated that his physical prowess was equally impressive. However, such physicality was rare among ordinary humans. Why then had Meng Lei been accepted into the Fire Dragon Magic Academy? The chubby boy speculated that Meng Lei had likely trained in combat techniques, identifying him as a warrior. Yet, Meng Lei had been accepted into a magic academy. This was indeed peculiar. This commoner's magical talent must be lacking. Lance trailed behind, seething with resentment. But he was destined to be sorely disappointed. Exceptional. Elemental affinity. Lightning system exceptional. The teacher in charge of the test exclaimed in astonishment. Exceptional? It's truly exceptional. The middle-aged teacher and the other testing instructors gathered around, all staring intently at the dazzling crystal ball. Their expressions one of profound surprise. "Goodness, exceptional." The chubby boy gasped. "Is it really that extraordinary? Lightning system exceptional? Could it be that you are—" The middle-aged teacher seemed to have realized something, hastily snatching up the admission list from the table to examine it. The first line clearly stating, Meng Lei, 15 years old, lightning system exceptional, 100 times that of his peers, human. "Are you Meng Lei?" The middle-aged teacher looked up, astonished, gazing at Meng Lei. "That's me." Meng Lei nodded affirmatively. "What a remarkable young man. It's you." The middle-aged teacher exclaimed in disbelief. "Quick, test your mental strength." Meng Lei complied and tested his mental strength, proving it to be 100 times that of his peers without a doubt. Upon seeing this result, the middle-aged man let out a long sigh of relief, finally reassured. However, as he recalled the earlier incident, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Had they truly considered expelling Meng Lei from the academy? It would have been a catastrophic mistake. After all, Meng Lei was the top genius recruited this year. With such talent, why did you get into a fight as soon as you entered the academy? the middle-aged teacher asked gruffly. I? What do you mean I? Are you not afraid of being expelled from the academy? The middle-aged teacher pointed an accusing finger at Meng Lei, berating him. If you truly get expelled, just wait until you see how you'll handle that. You'll be the one crying then. Cough, it's not that serious. I could always attend Douglas Magic Academy. Meng Lei chuckled, muttering under his breath. The middle-aged teacher was momentarily speechless, realizing the truth in Meng Lei's words. Indeed, if he were to leave here, there would be other institutions eager to accept someone with Meng Lei's extraordinary talent. Is that truly your justification for fighting? The middle-aged teacher was somewhat taken aback, responding irritably, from now on, behave yourself. This academy is not a place for your antics. Do you understand? Understood. Chapter 26. The luxurious apartment, indifferent roommate freshman tests, enrollment registration, dormitory assignments. After completing all the procedures, the afternoon had arrived, and Meng Lei finally received his dormitory number. Then, under the guidance of a senior volunteer, he made his way toward the freshman apartments. Hey, so you are the renowned human genius everyone talks about. Wow, seeing is believing. You truly are impressive. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. The first person to approach me upon entering the academy is you. What a coincidence. It must be fate. By the way, aren't you human? How come your physical strength is so formidable? Do you, like me, possess dragon blood? But that can't be right. You don't exhibit any dragon traits. The chubby boy rambled on, trailing behind Meng Lei, his words flowing like an uncontained flood, saliva flying everywhere. I am human, Meng Lei occasionally replied, though most of his thoughts were captivated by the academy's scenery and the items he picked up along the way. After all, it was a millennia-old academy, truly extraordinary. The architecture was ancient and imposing, the trees steeped in age, murals, statues, lighting, students. Everything was distinctly different from universities on Earth, exuding a unique cultural charm, every detail revealing the depth of magical civilization. A remarkable experience. Naturally, as this was a magic academy, there were plenty of items to collect. By the time they reached the apartment avenue, Meng Lei had gathered 7 or 8 magical energy orbs and 2 or 3 magical light orbs. His haul was indeed impressive. Wow, you are human, yet you resemble a dragon more than I do, the chubby boy remarked. I possess the pure bloodline of a golden dragon, yet I am suppressed by my human ancestry, with my dragon lineage hidden and only my human traits evident. What a tragedy. The volunteer senior girl couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the chubby boy's ample figure, and Meng Lei also couldn't resist a smile. Most dragon people were tall and muscular, so encountering a rotund individual like the chubby boy was indeed rare. Honestly, I am quite troubled myself, the chubby boy said with a wry smile. Do you think I want to be this fat? Being mocked daily by that rascal Lance? There is nothing I can do. I have a body that gains weight just from drinking water. Although you are overweight, your magical talent is impressive, the attractive senior girl laughed. Water, earth, and lightning affinities are all exceptional, with mental strength 92 times that of your peers. There are hardly a few stronger than you in the entire academy. Indeed, your magical talent is quite remarkable, Meng Lei praised. Noting that aside from the exceptional elemental affinities, having mental strength 92 times that of his peers was exceedingly rare. According to the director, among the 98 new students enrolled this year, only Meng Lei surpassed the chubby boy in terms of mental strength, highlighting the boy's talent. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. The chubby boy scratched his head, chuckling. By the way, which dormitory do you stay in? For 30. Meng Lei replied casually. What? You're in 430. The chubby boy's face fell in dismay. I'm in 431. Why aren't we in the same dormitory? No way. I'm going to the administration to request a room change. You fool. Junior, I'm not exaggerating. The attractive senior led Meng Lei to a cluster of apartments, proudly pointing at the hundreds of neatly arranged, exquisitely elegant 2-story buildings. Our academy is the finest magic academy in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The facilities are undoubtedly top-notch. Not to mention, just the student apartments are among the best in the entire Dragon God Empire. Each apartment accommodates 2 students, with private entrances and yards. and the interior decoration is better than that of hotels. From the outside, it indeed looks impressive. Meng Lei nodded in appreciation, as nearly 300 two-story apartments towered before him, each boasting a private entrance and yard, adorned with blossoming flowers and shaded by lush trees, rivaling the luxury villas on Earth. That's nothing. The interiors are even better. The attractive senior glanced at Meng Lei's attire and smiled. Junior, once you move in, don't get too carried away with enjoyment. Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Is it really that significant? How can it not be? Many individuals with exceptional talents rapidly decline after entering the academy, failing to realize their potential. Such examples are abundant. As they conversed, they arrived at apartment 430. Junior, this is your apartment. Thank you, Senior. Do you have any questions? Senior, where can I purchase daily necessities like toothbrushes and towels? You don't need to buy them. The academy has already prepared everything for you to use directly. Of course, if you wish to purchase something, just turn left when you go out. There is a small shop over there where you can find daily necessities. After bidding farewell to the attractive senior, Meng Lei stepped into apartment 430 at the classical loft design, soft beast fur carpets, elegant chandeliers and murals, along with the shimmering golden walls, all spoke of the luxury and comfort of this apartment. No wonder the attractive senior mentioned that many talented commoners experience a rapid decline after entering the academy. Meng Lei mused, in such a comfortable environment, who wouldn't he become addicted to indulgence? Losing oneself in comfort and squandering talent is not a rare occurrence. Many university students in my past life experienced this, turning from diligent high school achievers into underperformers once they enter college. This is a universal truth across all worlds. Just then, a diminutive and dainty dragon boy descended from upstairs, attired in ordinary noble clothing, with unremarkable dragon horns and a nondescript appearance, the kind that could easily be lost in a crowd. You've arrived! Upon seeing Meng Lei, the dragon boy greeted him in a bland tone, then resumed tidying his belongings, ignoring Meng Lei entirely. Not wishing to impose, Meng Lei responded casually and began inspecting the living room. Just as the attractive senior had said, the academy had prepared all the daily necessities for them. Toothbrushes, towels, soap, slippers, everything one could need. The academy is indeed considerate. But which floor should I choose? Meng Lei glanced upstairs, then turned to his roommate, casually asking, which floor do you stay on? Upstairs or downstairs? Upstairs. Following that, an extended silence ensued as they each busied themselves organizing their rooms, neither speaking another word. Although this scenario differed from his expectations, Meng Lei was content with the tranquility. By evening, after nearly finishing his room setup, Meng Lei decided to go out and find something to eat when the chubby boy Hart knocked on the door. Bro, I've come to visit your dorm. Upon entering, the chubby boy enveloped Meng Lei in a big hug and then pointed to a human boy beside him, introducing, Bro, let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Daniel Kegby, another human genius. Daniel, this is my bro, Meng Lei, our Academy's top genius this year. Hello, Meng Lei. I'm Daniel. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 27, The 10 Schools of Magic. Frost Kingdom. Hello, I'm Daniel Kegby. Daniel was a refined and handsome youth, with striking features that made him resemble a charming young gentleman. Upon encountering Meng Lei, Daniel proactively extended his hand in greeting, his face adorned with a sincere and warm smile that exuded a sense of familiarity and inexplicable fondness. Hello, my name is Meng Lei. Meng Lei reciprocated with a smile, reaching out his hand as well. During the magical assessment the other day, I heard that our human race has produced an exceptionally gifted magical prodigy, rivaling this year's foremost talent among the Dragonkin Ordos. Daniel remarked with a genial expression, I was eager to meet you, to witness the brilliance of a magical genius, and I never expected our encounter to come so swiftly. Now that we have met, are you disappointed? Does it feel somewhat disillusioning? Meng Lei teased with a wink and a smile. Not at all. In fact, it feels quite appropriate, Daniel replied with a grin. One must not judge by appearances. After all, many great beings were initially unremarkable in looks and born into ordinary circumstances. Precisely. Those who are merely good-looking are often just pretty faces, of little substance, typically supported by wealthy patrons. The chubby boy chimed in, laughing, only to realize his faux pas, and quickly added, Daniel, I'm not referring to you. You're different from those pretty boys, haha. Daniel rolled his eyes and said, since this is our first meeting, let's share a meal together. My treat, haha, in my territory. How could I let you foot the bill? The chubby boy boasted, thumping his chest. Let's go, I'll treat. By the way, where's your roommate? Call him to join us. He might. Meng Lei scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond, just as his roommate descended the stairs. The chubby boy, ever the extrovert, approached him. So you're the roommate of my bro. Pleased to meet you. I'm Hart. Let's have a meal together. I'm not going. The chubby boy's unceremonious rejection left him quite disheartened. Fortunately, as delicious dishes were served, his spirits lifted instantaneously, and he and Meng Lei indulged heartily, enjoying the delightful fare. The culinary offerings of the celestial dome continent were exquisite, and Meng Lei relished every bite. These dishes far surpassed the roasted meats and smoked jerky of the beastmen village, tantalizing the palate with their aroma, color, and taste by the end of the meal. The trio had consumed copiously, engaged in lively conversation, and unwittingly forged a stronger bond, aptly reflecting the adage that a man's friendship is often cultivated over shared meals. After dining, the three returned to their dormitory. And following a brief wash-up, Meng Lei began his customary meditation for the day. Meditation had replaced sleep, a habit that had firmly taken root. A night devoid of slumber ensued. The next morning, Meng Lei departed the apartment early. Today marked the first day of school, yet it promised to be quite hectic. The morning featured an opening ceremony, followed by a student meet and greet in the afternoon, with a schedule brimming with activities. This year's freshman cohort comprised a total of 98 students, divided into two classes, each with 49 students, overseen by one homeroom teacher, one class guide, and 10 class assistants. The homeroom teacher, a senior mage appointed by the academy, would not handle the day-to-day affairs of the class. That responsibility lay with the class guide. The 10 class assistants were mages from the 10 magical schools, comprised of upperclassmen, tasked with addressing students' queries and resolving issues beyond magical classes. The 10 magical schools encompassed the broad spectrum of magic, specifically earth, water, wind, fire, wood, metal, lightning, light, darkness, and ice. These categories nearly encompass all forms of magic found within the celestial dome continent and are also the subjects taught in various academies. Finally, the tedious opening ceremony concluded. After lunch, Meng Lei and his companions were summoned by the class guide to a classroom, commencing the afternoon's freshman meet and greet. Hello, everyone. I am Jennifer Ryan, a 6th-year senior and your class guide for Year 1, as well as a level 6 wind mage. A strikingly beautiful senior with golden hair and blue eyes approached the podium, enthusiastically introducing herself. For the upcoming year, I will be responsible for the daily affairs of this class. By the dragon god, what a stunning figure. I never imagined our class guide would be such a beautiful human female. Wow. She is amazing. A level 6 mage. What a lovely human beauty. If only I could take her home to warm my bed. As they gazed at the captivating senior, the expressions of the 49 freshmen varied, some filled with admiration, others with excitement, and some with fervor, while others exhibited a more lascivious demeanor. At least, Meng Lei could hear the sound of the chubby boy gulping audibly, his eyes fixated on the enchanting senior, his youthful enthusiasm all too evident. What a bunch of rascals! Meng Lei thought helplessly, noting that among the 49 freshmen, nearly 30 were dragonkin, half of whom were male. Whether they inherited the noble dragon's talents was uncertain, but their proclivity for indulgence seemed perfectly inherited. With drool pooling, they gazed at Jennifer with the eyes of a lecher, leaving Meng Lei at a loss for words. However, Jennifer appeared unfazed by the boys' reactions, continuing her enthusiastic discourse. Now, let's take turns introducing ourselves, starting with the students in the first row. The boys quickly regained their composure, sitting upright and puffing out their chests as they began their introductions. Hello, everyone. My name is Larry Libby, hailing from the Harlan province. Hi. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Monty Dunbar from the AD province. Greetings, everyone. I'm Donna Elam from the Frost Kingdom. Wait, there is someone from the Frost Kingdom? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted in the classroom. The Frost Kingdom, situated on the northern fringes of the empire, is perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, a realm of eternal winter. The Fire Dragon Kingdom lies to the west, a considerable distance from the Frost Kingdom. Even flying beasts would require over half a year to traverse that distance. A student from the Frost Kingdom seeking education here? All eyes turned towards the girl introducing herself, clad in a flowing white gown. With small red horns atop her head and fair skin, she was indeed a stunning Dragonkin maiden. Noticing the attention she commanded, the Dragonkin maiden, Donna Elam, offered a sweet smile, explaining, "Our Frost Kingdom is rich in ice magic elements. Yet I possess a talent for fire magic, hence." Understanding dawned upon the crowd, as they realized that the training environment for mages is indeed quite stringent. A fire mage in an area saturated with ice magic elements would undoubtedly find meditation to be a daunting challenge. Donna's choice to leave the Frost Kingdom was perfectly reasonable. "I am Jimmy Harkins. Pleased to meet you all. Hello, everyone. I am Meng Lei." Meng Lei. Is that him? The top genius recruited this year? The one with the best talent among all freshmen? With a flurry of whispers, nearly every gaze shifted to Meng Lei. Curiosity, admiration, envy, a myriad of expressions manifested, yet the predominant sentiment was unmistakably discontent. A lowly human wretch possesses such remarkable magical talent. One wonders what stroke of luck he encountered. Indeed, none of us, scions of the dragon god, possess such gifts. Why should a despicable human be so favored? What does it matter how gifted he is? Mastering magic is not solely reliant on talent. Diligence and practice is far more crucial. A palpable sense of bitterness permeated the classroom, the atmosphere nearly suffocating. So, this fellow is truly that talented. A plain-looking Dragonkin youth's gaze flickered, revealing him to be Meng Lei's roommate, the aloof Dragonkin boy. "Classmate, it's your turn." At that moment, Jennifer's voice rang in his ears. The Dragonkin youth stood up, his demeanor indifferent. "Hello, everyone. I am Abe from the Imperial Capital." The Imperial Capital? This guy hails from the Imperial Capital. Wow, quite the pedigree. Abe's declaration successfully diverted attention from Meng Lei, who regarded his roommate with astonishment. Although the Fire Dragon Magic Academy ranks third in the Dragon God Empire, most students originate from the Fire Dragon Kingdom, with few from other realms, particularly from the Imperial Capital. Such instances are exceedingly rare. "Abe, why would you leave a prestigious academy in the Imperial Capital to study at our Fire Dragon Magic Academy?" someone inquired, voicing the collective curiosity. Regrettably, the response was met with Abe's indifferent gaze. "This guy truly is frigid," Meng Lei thought, rolling his eyes slightly, beginning to grasp his roommate's nature. He was not only cold towards himself, but also towards others, embodying the essence of an unapproachable ice cube. TCH. What else with the attitude? As the self-introduction segment concluded, Jennifer commenced outlining relevant information and important considerations. Each class is staffed with 10 teachers, each specializing in a particular branch of magic, with one class per day for each magical discipline. The selection of courses is entirely dependent on the student's own magical aptitude, while the remaining time is leisure to be self-managed. Bro, I'm envious of you. One class a day, with the rest of the time free, nothing could be better. Upon the conclusion of the meet and greet, the chubby boy darted over to Meng Lei, lamenting, "As for me, I have 3 classes a day. I'm going to lose my mind. Heh, what can I say? Such is the burden of your exceptional talent." Meng Lei shrugged. "By the way, didn't the class guide suggest you major in one discipline and minor in 2 others? You have options. Indeed, pursuing 3 disciplines simultaneously is taxing. Focusing on one is advisable." Daniel nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. "I do wish to, but the old man has made it clear. If I dare to abandon any branch, he shall break my legs. This is a death sentence of sorts. How could I possibly defy it?" The chubby boy lamented, his face a picture of despair, teetering on the brink of tears. "Then there's nothing to be done," Meng Lei replied with a resigned smile, inquiring, "So, what shall we do next?" Daniel glanced at his pocket watch and said, "It's still early. The cafeteria hasn't opened yet. How about we take a stroll? Since you just arrived at the academy, you must not have had the chance to explore it yet." "No, Neither have I. Then let's go. Meng Lei eagerly seized the suggestion, for it was exactly what he had in mind. That as the trio meandered through the hallowed halls of the academy, soaking in its ancient grandeur, they engaged in lively conversation, sharing tales of local customs and culture. Meanwhile, Meng Lei discreetly gathered attribute orbs to enhance his power. By the end of the afternoon, he had made significant gains. His spirit, magical energy, and magical aptitude had all seen considerable improvement, far surpassing the efficacy of his evening meditations. This bountiful harvest left Meng Lei quite satisfied, and he began to formulate a rough outline for his forthcoming academic journey. Morning classes, afternoon excursions, and evening meditations. With this trifecta, Meng Lei believed he could achieve maximum efficiency. Finally back at the dormitory. I'm utterly exhausted. Upon returning to apartment 431, the chubby boy plopped down with a resounding thud, adopting a classic U posture, relishing the comfort with audible contentment. Can you not endure even this much? You really ought to consider shedding some weight. Meng Lei jested, only to witness a blue orb tumble from the chubby boy's form. Ding! Detected a dropped item. Would you like to collect it? Surprised by the orb that had fallen from his friend, Meng Lei proceeded to pick it up. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Earth magic talent. What? Meng Lei was left momentarily speechless. The Earth magic talent. Had he just picked up the chubby boy's Earth magic talent? Incredible! Words eluded him, for magical talent orbs were a rare find. Since acquiring the system, he had only encountered one magical talent orb prior to this. This was the second, such a rare treasure. Nonetheless, being able to collect it was undoubtedly a boon. One can never have too many talents. After all, moreover, the chubby boy possessed a commendable affinity for the earth element, rated just below exceptional. It was indeed a remarkable gift. Chubby, weren't you just lamenting about having too many classes? I'll accompany you to the Earth Magic class tomorrow. What? The next morning, Meng Lei arrived at the classroom. With only a handful of students possessing the Thunder Magic talent, Meng Lei included, there were merely 7 of them, rendering the spacious classroom rather desolate and somewhat somber. Meng Lei took out his book and diligently perused its contents. Shortly thereafter, the Thunder Magic teacher entered the room. Hello, everyone. I am your Thunder Magic instructor, Horexio. For the coming year, I shall guide you through the intricacies of Thunder Magic. Horexio wasted no time, passionately expounding on the subject. Thunder Magic is, without a doubt, the most formidable and domineering of the 10 elemental magics. Meng Lei listened intently, though he could wield magic with the aid of the system. His understanding was superficial. He knew how to use it, but not the essence behind it. In simpler terms, he was adept in practice, but ignorant of the underlying principles. Thus, the foundational teachings on magic. Its essence, principles, and laws were precisely what Meng Lei yearned to grasp, that he immersed himself in his studies with fervor. During his studies, Meng Lei discovered the advantages of possessing formidable mental strength. He absorbed knowledge rapidly and found it easy to master new concepts. The teacher would explain something just once, and he would remember it. Magic is akin to strategizing in a battlefield. The magical elements in the world resemble scattered soldiers, while our mental strength serves as the general. And the act of casting spells is akin to issuing commands and organizing troops. Time flew by. The busy days always seemed to pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Lei had been at the Magic Academy for 3 months. Brother, tomorrow marks the midterm exam. Are you feeling anxious? After class that day, the class monitor announced the news regarding the midterm exams, and the chubby boy approached Meng Lei, his round face betraying his nerves. What is there to be anxious about? Meng Lei shot him a sideways glance. Continuing to peruse a tome on magic, this particular book, titled Comprehensive Guide to Thunder Magic, had been borrowed from the library 3 months prior and contained all Thunder Magic spells from level 1 to 9. Chapter 29. The Assessment Teacher. Extremely severe 3 months, neither a long nor a short span, had unfolded since Meng Lei's arrival in the Celestial Dome continent, that in these 3 months, he had become acquainted with everything at the academy. Classmates, teachers, classrooms, and the library. He knew them all well. The past 3 months at the Fire Dragon Magic Academy felt reminiscent of his university days. Comfortable, tranquil, and carefree. No need to toil for a living. No need to placate a boss's whims. No need to suffer through late-night work. The sole obligation was to study, to acquire magical knowledge, to accumulate magical energy, to enhance mental strength. Life was busy yet fulfilling. Meng Lei treasured this existence, seizing every opportunity to fortify himself and elevate his prowess. Over the course of 3 months, his attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation, and tomorrow would serve as the moment of reckoning. The following morning, Meng Lei rose early and, alongside the chubby boy and Daniel, made their way to Training Ground 11. As they passed other training grounds, they were met with throngs of students. Others were also partaking in their midterm exams. The sounds of teachers' reprimands, students' protests, and the explosive bursts of magic filled the air, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. The chubby boy wiped the sweat from his brow and trembled as he spoke. I've heard that those who do not meet the standards during the midterm exams will face severe penalties. I wonder what the consequences will be for us. Are you still worrying about that? Daniel raised an eyebrow, teasingly retorting. Haven't you been diligent these past few months? Surely, the midterm exam will be a walk in the park for you. Nothing is that simple. Our academy may appear lax, allowing us the freedom to manage our own time and study independently, but when it comes to exams, the standards are exceptionally stringent. That I heard from a second-year senior that in their class last year, only 6 students passed the midterm exam, while the rest failed. Goodness, how stringent is that? Daniel was startled. Only 6 passed. Meng Lei was taken aback. Does that mean over 40 failed? Indeed, a total of 44. The chubby boy nodded vigorously. That senior mentioned that our academy places great emphasis on assessments, enforcing strict standards that if a teacher dares to go easy, it's not merely a matter of salary deductions. They could even be dismissed by the dragon gods. That sounds terrifying. Daniel felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. So, don't think that just because you've worked hard, you'll breeze through the exam. The chubby boy shook his head. Those who fail 3 consecutive exams face expulsion. Daniel turned pale. The academy's rule was clear. Failing 3 consecutive exams would result in immediate dismissal. Sigh. Let us hope we can pass smoothly. Nervously arriving at Training Ground 11, the first-year students had mostly gathered, forming small groups and whispering among themselves. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the teachers arrived at Training Ground 11. Herexio, Wendy, Naderta. As the teachers entered, the murmurs among the students gradually subsided, leaving only anxious yet reverent faces. Meng Lei stood quietly in the corner, observing. The midterm exam involved the entire year, meaning that aside from their class, the second class was also present. Exactly 98 new students. As for the assessment teachers, they comprised the instructors of the 10 magical elements, 10 from each class, totaling 20. Additionally, there were the 2 class supervisors. By the dragon gods, even our class supervisor is here. I can't believe it. It's my first time seeing the class supervisor since enrolling 3 months ago. The chubby boy leaned closer to Meng Lei and whispered, clearly more anxious upon seeing the supervisor. I heard our class supervisor is part of the school leadership. I never expected them to attend the midterm exam. Daniel also stared at the supervisor. It seems the academy truly values the midterm exams. Meng Lei nodded slightly. In his previous university life, midterms and finals were notoriously lax. Nothing like this formidable assembly. Is everyone present? The 22 teachers took their seats in order, with the second-class supervisor, Barty Talon, speaking first. That he was a quintessential dragon man, sporting a single horn atop his head and a pair of wings on his back, his physique robust and imposing, exuding an immense pressure simply by sitting there. In stark contrast, the first-class supervisor appeared quite ordinary, an elderly human man, frail and withered, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Teacher Barty, all students from the second class are present. The second-class supervisor stepped forward, speaking with a hint of deference. And the first-class supervisor, Deck Norby, turned to the first-class monitor, Sister Jenny. All present, Teacher Deck. Sister Jenny replied respectfully. Since everyone is here, let us commence. The first class will go first. Very well, Sister Jenny responded, retrieving a prepared list and announcing loudly. The first-year midterm exam officially begins. Consisting of 3 components. All students perked up their ears, listening intently. First component, testing mental strength. Second component, testing magical energy reserves. Third component, magic release. Those whose names are called, please step forward. First, Larry Libby. Upon hearing that name, the two homeroom teachers and 20 instructors simultaneously glanced at the roster in their hands. The first name was, indeed, Larry Libby. Larry, let us commence with the mental strength assessment, that I trust one need not elaborate on the methods. I understand. Senior, Larry Libby, a young draconian, though merely 14 years of age, possessed an extraordinary stature, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. The pair of crimson dragon horns adorning his forehead signified his lineage. He was a descendant of a fire dragon, embodying a noble bloodline from the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. It is noteworthy that the Fire Dragon lineage is synonymous with royalty. As Larry approached the towering mental strength gauge, his gaze fell upon the red button. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The red line within the gauge ascended rapidly, ultimately halting at a particular mark. Mental strength, 50 times that of his peers, scoring 50 points. Senior Jenny announced Larry Libby's results while observing the gauge. Upon hearing this score, the homeroom teacher, Dirk Novi, furrowed his brow and rasped. At the commencement of your enrollment, your mental strength was 48 times that of your peers, scoring 48 points. Why, in the past 3 months, have you only improved by 2 points? At this juncture, his gaze shifted to Larry Libby, as he coolly remarked, Larry, could you elucidate what you have been engaged in during these 3 months? Teacher, Larry Libby's face flushed crimson, as he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What had he been doing? Certainly, he had indulged in various distractions during his initial months of schooling. Mental strength, even without deliberate cultivation, naturally increases with age. 3 months should suffice to enhance your mental strength by at least 2 points. Homeroom teacher Dirk Novi coldly stated, this indicates that you have essentially neglected your training over the past 3 months, indulging yourself entirely. Such an attitude is unacceptable, Larry. Teacher, the remaining 2 assessments are unnecessary. You have failed to meet the standard. Return and focus on your training. Next, Chapter 30. All unqualified. A public humiliation. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Listening to the homeroom teacher's indifferent reprimand and witnessing Larry Libby's despondent demeanor, a heavy weight seemed to press upon the hearts of all the students, leaving them feeling utterly dejected. It turned out that the midterm examination evaluated not merely 3 attributes, but also assessed progress over the past 3 months since enrollment. This was truly unfortunate. Regardless of one's foundational abilities or impressive strength prior to enrollment, a lack of progress over these 3 months rendered one equally unqualified. How stringent, Meng Lei thought to himself. Astonished. Next, Monty Dunbar. Mental strength, 67 times that of his peers. During the entrance examination, your mental strength was 62. Now it is 67, an increase of merely 5 points, indicating that you too have been entirely negligent over these 3 months. Unqualified. Next, Albert Akrite. Unqualified. Gabriel Broad. Unqualified. Annalyn Boswell. Unqualified. My goodness, they're all unqualified. The rotund student appeared pale with fright, exclaiming, 17 individuals. All failed the mental strength assessment. What on earth can we do? This is excessively strict, truly excessive. Daniel's complexion mirrored his dread. Boris's mental strength improved by 12 points. Yet he still failed. Just how much improvement is required to qualify? I don't know. Meng Lei shook his head, finding the examination mechanism utterly exasperating. With such severity, I fear few will meet the standard. The rotund student looked increasingly anxious. If I fail, my grandfather will surely be furious. The tests continued. Yet, as the rotund student had foreseen, under such a rigorous evaluation system, few managed to meet the standards. Over the next period, 37 individuals were tested, and without exception, all failed. This outcome rendered the first class of students utterly silent and caused the expression of homeroom teacher Dirk Novi to grow increasingly grim. Finally, he erupted in fury. What on earth are you all doing? Dirk Novi raged. 3 months. A full 3 months. What have you been doing? So many of you, and not a single one is qualified. Speak up and tell me what you have accomplished since your enrollment. The training ground was eerily quiet, as all the students of Class 1 bowed their heads, unwilling to meet the teacher's gaze, allowing him to vent his wrath unabated. Other teachers merely observed silently, seemingly accustomed to such outbursts. After nearly 10 minutes of chastisement, perhaps exhausted from his tirade, Dirk Novi exhaled a heavy sigh and pointed at the students, bellowing, "I shall spare you unnecessary words and offer but one piece of advice. Mastery of magic relies entirely on self-discipline. With your current attitude, even if you possess extraordinary talent or access to superior resources, you will never amount to anything significant." With that, he returned to his seat, too weary to utter another word, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Senior Jenny cleared her throat and softly inquired, "Teacher Dirk, shall we continue with the examinations?" "Proceed," Dirk Novi scoffed. "I wish to see just how dismal this class can truly be." "Yes," Senior Jenny acquiesced. "Next, Meng Lei." Meng Lei. That name seemed vaguely familiar. The teachers collectively looked at the roster in their hands, and suddenly realization dawned. Homeroom teacher Buddy Talone chuckled, teasing, "Meng Lei is reputed to be the most gifted student among this year's new enrollees. I wonder how he has progressed." "Humph. Let us hope he has not grown complacent," Dirk Novi retorted with disdain. "I have heard this child possesses quite the personality. He balances his studies in the morning with leisurely strolls in the afternoon. An admirable approach." Afternoon strolls? Dirk Novi's expression darkened, revealing his discontent. "I have heard of this as well." One of the teachers from Class 2 smiled knowingly. "There is a rumor circulating that this year's top genius is quite the oddball, for he neglects classes and meditation in the afternoons, preferring to wander about the campus, frequently seen in the student dormitories, dining hall, and training grounds, maintaining this routine for 3 months without interruption. Indeed, I have heard the same, while he appears diligent during class. It is the afternoons that raise eyebrows. Alas, what a pity for such a remarkable talent," the teachers lamented, expressing their regrets that a prodigy like Meng Lei, with a significantly higher cultivation efficiency than the average, could achieve unimaginable heights if he merely devoted himself to earnest training. However, Meng Lei's daily balance was a blatant waste of talent, eliciting exasperated sighs. "What a disgrace!" Dirk Novi's countenance was dark enough to drip water. The teachers' voices were not quiet, and the students absorbed every word, their thoughts diverging. Some smirked, eagerly anticipating Meng Lei's downfall. Others lamented his squandered potential, while still others observed passively, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Wandering aimlessly, wasting talent. A smirk crept across Meng Lei's lips as he confidently approached the mental strength gauge and, before the assembled crowd, unleashed his mental strength. In an instant, the red line in the gauge soared as if propelled by a rocket. Ascending wildly, up, 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 it climbed. My word! How astonishing! Everyone gasped, taken aback by the rapid ascent. Finally, after reaching a certain height, the red line came to a halt. Senior Jenny promptly approached the gauge and announced the results. Mental strength, 230 times that of his peers. What? The entire assembly erupted in astonishment. How much? 230 times. By the gods, did I miss here? Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the crowd, as every gaze turned toward Meng Lei, filled with shock and incredulity. 230 times? How is that even possible? Could there be a malfunction with the gauge? How could his mental strength be so elevated? If memory serves, during the entrance examination, his mental strength was merely 100 times that of his peers. How has he achieved such a significant enhancement in just 3 months? A freak. Indeed, a freak. The teachers at the evaluation table exchanged bewildered glances, their minds reeling. In a mere 3 months, to elevate mental strength by such an extent, is that even feasible? It is impossible for the average person. But geniuses cannot be measured by conventional standards. Homeroom teacher Dirk Novi transformed his ire into delight, speaking slowly. To achieve such an advancement in just 3 months speaks volumes about Meng Lei's hard work. Buddy, it is quite inappropriate to casually dismiss a student. Upon hearing this, Buddy Talone's face darkened. Had he dismissed Meng Lei? Yet the evidence lay before him, leaving him unable to refute it, and he could only swallow his indignation in silence. Next, testing magical energy reserves. Chapter 31. Level 3 Magic. Perfect released the tool for testing magical energy reserves resembled the mental strength gauge, but instead of a red button at the bottom, it featured a magical crystal orb.by. Placing both hands upon the orb, one could ascertain their magical energy reserves. Magical energy reserve 35, comparable to a level 3 magician. Meng Lei's results were quickly revealed. The reactions among the crowd varied. Only 35, quite mediocre. Some draconian youths expressed disdain. Their kind inherently possessed substantial magical reserves, often exceeding their peers even without rigorous training. Many of them had magical reserves rivaling those of second or third level magicians prior to their enrollment. This so-called genius is nothing remarkable. Indeed, only his mental strength is commendable. A group of ignorant fools. What do you know? Upon overhearing the discussions of the dragon youths, Professor Dirk Novi seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "Classmate Meng Lei hails from humble human origins and undoubtedly had no prior exposure to magic before enrolling, which means all his magical prowess has been cultivated through meditation since his admission." At this juncture, Dirk Novi let out a cold laugh. In merely 3 months, his magical reserves rival those of a level 3 mage. What extraordinary talent is this? You are not even worthy of comparison. Indeed, achieving such feats in just 3 months, he truly deserves the title of this year's foremost genius at the Academy. As long as this child remains true to himself and continues on this momentum, his future accomplishments are boundless. I have high hopes for him. I too have faith in this child. The dragon youths found themselves momentarily speechless. Instead of squandering time here with idle chatter, you would be better off returning to your studies to avoid embarrassing yourselves and becoming the subject of ridicule. Dirk Novi scoffed. Scoundrel! The faces of the dragon youths flushed crimson, their hearts brimming with indignation. They were all nobles of noble birth, and never before had they been humiliated so publicly. However, being aware that Dirk Novi was a teacher at the Academy, they dared not utter a word in retort. Thus, they redirected their ire towards Meng Lei. It's all because of this despicable human scum, were it not for him. Setting aside the fury of the dragon youths, Meng Lei's testing continued, the third part of which was the release of magic. For a magician, mental strength and magical reserves are the very foundations of their craft. Both are essential for the practice of magic. Professor Dirk Novi personally descended into the arena, benevolently observing Meng Lei. Therefore, the release of magic is the true measure of a magician's skill. With that, Dirk Novi smiled slightly, exuding warmth akin to that of a benevolent Santa Claus. Classmate Meng Lei, please proceed to release any 3 spells of your choosing. Of course, Professor. Meng Lei nodded and stepped to the center of the training ground, chanting the incantation. Crackle. The surrounding elements of lightning rapidly coalesced. And amidst the crackling sounds, a ball of lightning composed of countless tiny electric currents quietly took shape, hovering in the palm of Meng Lei's hand, spinning effortlessly like a basketball, radiant and dazzling. Lightning magic. Lightning ball. Professor Hua Leixiao's eyes sparkled with delight as he praised. An excellent lightning ball spell. The entire casting process took less than 3 seconds, and the lightning elements were completely contained within the ball, not a trace of leakage, demonstrating exceptional control. This lightning ball, I award full marks. The lightning magic teacher of Class 2 clapped in admiration. Moreover, classmate Meng Lei summoned this lightning ball with minimal magical consumption, showcasing remarkable mastery over his magic. Upon hearing this, other teachers nodded in agreement. For although the lightning ball was merely a basic level 1 spell, its simplicity often reveals more than meets the eye. The speed of casting, the amount of magical energy consumed, and the precision of control. These factors all contribute to a magician's true level. Magic is an art. Professor Dirk Novi beamed. Great magicians are akin to master artists. Only with exquisite techniques can the charm of this art be revealed. Classmate Meng Lei's casting process flows like water, imbued with a touch of artistry. Director Dirk speaks wisely. The assembly of teachers nodded in unison. What is the big deal about a level 1 spell? I could cast one at the age of 7. The dragon youth scoffed, feeling quite disdainful. The more the teachers praised Meng Lei, the more disgruntled they became. With a casual wave, Meng Lei dismissed the lightning ball and began chanting the incantation for his second spell. Moments later, a dazzling silver spear materialized in his hand, forged of lightning and radiating an aura of destruction. Lightning magic. Thunder spear. Excellent, excellent. Swift casting. No madikaliki. The magical consumption is minimal. This thunder spear is nothing short of perfection. To cast a level 2 spell so flawlessly deserves full marks. Amidst the chorus of praise, Meng Lei dispelled the thunder spear and commenced chanting his third incantation. His mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, drawing in the lightning elements from a 10-meter radius towards him. What scale is this? Dirk Novi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he about to unleash a level 3 spell? This is the level 3 spell? Lightning Barrier. Professor Huo Leixiao spoke slowly, shock evident in his gaze. This child has displayed no signs of brilliance in class, maintaining an unassuming presence. Who would have thought he has already mastered a level 3 spell? If he can release a level 3 spell, then a level 3 mage is within reach. To transform from a novice to a level 3 mage in just 3 months, such talent is virtually unheard of. A genius. The teachers expressed their amazement, their words laced with uncontainable awe. What constitutes a qualified level 3 mage? Mental strength at level 3. Magical reserves at level 3. The ability to cast a level 3 spell. All three are indispensable. Even if one possesses sufficient mental strength and magical reserves, without the ability to cast a level 3 spell, one cannot be regarded as a level 3 mage, much like many dragon youths, who may have abundant magical reserves by birth, but are not even mages. While level 3 mages are still considered low tier, achieving such a status within a mere 3 months is nearly impossible. One must elevate their mental strength, augment their magical reserves, and study magic. Each aspect requires an immense investment of time. 3 months. What can one truly accomplish in that time? Many spend their entire lives striving for such a level. TCH. What is so impressive about that? Witnessing the teacher's adulation towards Meng Lei, many dragon youths felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Yet this did not deter Meng Lei from continuing to cast the spells. At Meng Lei's summons, a multitude of lightning elements coalesced into a shimmering silver shield, enveloping a 3-meter radius around him. The shield transitioned from ethereal to solid, ultimately stabilizing. The entire process was seamless, flowing like mercury, unhindered in its formation. Time taken, 19 seconds. The casting time can be deemed remarkably short, without any excess magical leakage. Minimal magical consumption. This lightning barrier was released with exceptional fluidity, truly perfect. Chapter 32, Challenge. The first PK 3 spells. Level 1 spell, Lightning Ball. Level 2 spell, Thunder Spear. Level 3 spell, Lightning Barrier. Professor Dirk Novi stood in training ground 11, his face radiating approval as he regarded Meng Lei. These 3 spells not only showcase your remarkable mental strength, but also your exquisite manipulation of magic. They were executed flawlessly, and I award you full marks. Thank you, Professor. Meng Lei offered a slight bow. Continue to strive forward. I eagerly anticipate your future. Dirk Novi patted Meng Lei on the shoulder in encouragement, then turned his gaze sternly to the entire class. You have all witnessed this. Do you now comprehend the disparity? The expressions of the Class 1 students varied. The human youths lowered their heads, faces filled with shame, while many of the dragon youths held their necks high, visibly defiant. Not convinced? Huh. Dirk Novi chuckled coldly. In the practice of magic, initial emphasis is placed on talent. However, the achievements you attain in the future are entirely determined by your efforts. Classmate Meng Lei possesses talent superior to yours and works even harder. In just 3 months, he has broken through to become a level 3 mage. What face do you have left to contest this? Having pride is not wrong, but blind arrogance is sheer folly. Professor, I am not convinced. A dragon youth stepped forward, staring defiantly at Dirk Novi, his eyes devoid of fear. What audacity! Has Ade Man lost his wits? The crowd erupted in murmurs. Students gazing at Aidman's back in shock. To defy the homeroom teacher. Was he out of his mind? The teachers frowned, casting disapproving glances at Aidman, for the student body of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy was complex. With many students possessing significant backgrounds, managing such a group was no easy feat. Consequently, the kingdom and the academy endowed the teachers with absolute authority. Any student daring to offend a teacher would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Aidman's blatant defiance towards the teacher was already bordering on insubordination. "What is it that you find unacceptable?" Dirk Novi inquired coldly. "Professor Dirk, I meant no disrespect," Aidman replied earnestly. "I merely believe that as a magician, the ability to cast spells is not the ultimate measure. What truly matters is practical combat. If one is merely for show and lacks substance, then they are nothing more than ornamental flourishes." Having said that, he glanced at Meng Lei with a hint of disdain. Classmate Meng Lei's magic may be visually impressive, but its combat effectiveness remains unproven. "What do you propose?" Dirk Novi scoffed. "Let us have a duel." Aidman fixed his gaze on Meng Lei. "Classmate Meng Lei, before all the teachers, do you dare to face me in battle? Impudent! Do you not know that the academy prohibits private duels?" Dirk Novi rose abruptly from his seat, admonishing him in a furious tone. "The academy indeed forbids private duels, but public duels are permissible under the watch of teachers. With so many instructors present today, this should not count as a private duel, right?" Aidman declared loudly. "You!" Dirk Nowitzki fumed, his face contorting with anger, ready to unleash another tirade when the second class's headmaster, Buddy Theron, interjected. "Director Dirk, although this student may be somewhat impudent, there is merit in his words. Ultimately, a magician's worth is measured by their practical combat abilities." As he spoke, he turned towards Meng Lei, a jovial smile gracing his face. "I believe if Meng Lei does not demonstrate his prowess in actual combat, even if he secures the top position in this examination, his classmates would remain unconvinced, wouldn't they?" "Indeed, we remain unconvinced. Prove your worth. Merely casting spells is not enough. True strength lies in practical skills. Magic is meant for battle, not for frivolous displays." The chorus of Dragonborn youths echoed in agreement. Their eyes, trained on Meng Lei, filled with provocation. They had harbored grievances against him for quite some time and were eager to teach him a lesson, to show all the teachers that despite his prodigious talent, he could still be bested and left in disarray. "Buddy, there is no such provision in the midterm exams." Dirk Nowitzki's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. "The purpose of examinations is to gauge students' progress and mastery of what they have learned. As long as that objective is met, the specifics of the process are of lesser importance." Buddy Theron chuckled, glancing at Meng Lei. "Meng Lei, are you willing to accept his challenge and showcase your practical abilities to us all?" In an instant, all eyes converged upon Meng Lei, with Aidman provocatively declaring, "Rest assured, I shall only employ magic, refraining from physical confrontation, lest anyone accuse me of bullying you." "Do you dare? What is there to fear?" Meng Lei replied with a calm smile. "However, if we are to engage in combat, shouldn't there be some stakes?" "Ha ha! I relish your boldness." Elated by Meng Lei's acceptance of the duel, Aidman produced a purple magic crystal card with a flourish, exclaiming, "Here lies 10,000 gold coins, serving as the stakes for our battle. What say you?" "That is far too much. I do not possess such wealth." Meng Lei shook his head. "I only have a scholarship of 5,000 gold coins. That is sufficient." Aidman waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned with Meng Lei's 5,000 gold coins. His aim was not to profit, but to humiliate Meng Lei, to make him lose face. "Then let us fight," Meng Lei stated, his tone unyielding. "Very well." The other students scattered, clearing the training ground for the two combatants. "Alas, foolishness." Observing the impending clash, Dirk Nowitzki sighed. Despite his faith in Meng Lei, he doubted whether he could defeat Aidman at this juncture. With his keen perception, he recognized that Aidman's physical prowess rivaled that of a level 4 warrior, and his magical reserves were exceptionally formidable, undeniably a level 3 magician, coupled with the Dragonborn's innate combat instinct. How could Meng Lei possibly prevail? Well, it may serve him well to witness the disparity between humans and Dragonborn. Perhaps this experience will inspire him to strive harder in the future. Ade-man and Meng Lei took their positions at the center of the training ground. One stood at a modest height of 5 feet 3 inches, frail and slight. The other towered robustly, a paragon of strength that, in terms of stature alone, they were worlds apart. "Come on, brother, you can do it!" The chubby boy and Daniel anxiously exchanged glances, discreetly sweating bullets for Meng Lei. Truth be told, they too harbored doubts about his chances of victory, for Ade-man was no ordinary foe. Possessing the pure bloodline of a black dragon, he was naturally strong. With an exceptionally high aptitude for magic, ranking among the top newcomers this year. Against him, what hope did Meng Lei have of triumph? "Meng Lei, you are human, so I shall grant you the first strike." Ade-man crossed his arms, chin tilted upwards, a smug smile adorning his face, completely dismissing Meng Lei's capabilities. "Very well." Meng Lei's lips curled slightly as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a basketball-sized lightning orb materialized. Another snap, a second lightning orb followed suit. Then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. In the blink of an eye, 9 lightning orbs hovered before Meng Lei. Electricity crackled, illuminating the space with dazzling silver brilliance, casting Meng Lei in the likeness of a thunder deity. Instantaneous casting. The teachers rose in unison, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the 9 lightning orbs suspended around Meng Lei. He has achieved instantaneous casting of a first-level spell. How is this possible? He is merely a level 3 magician. The teachers exchanged incredulous glances. Advanced magicians can instantaneously cast lower-level spells due to their immense mental acuity, allowing them to swiftly arrange and combine magical elements to unleash lower-tier spells. Simplistically put, it is akin to a first-grade arithmetic problem for a first grader. Performing addition and subtraction within 2-digit numbers is a challenge requiring careful calculation, whereas for a higher-grade student, it is almost trivial. Naturally, casting spells is far more complex than basic arithmetic, but the underlying principle remains. Advanced magicians can instantaneously cast certain tiers of lower-level spells, and even domain magicians can achieve instantaneous casting of advanced spells. Yet Meng Lei is merely a level 3 magician. How can he instantaneously cast a first-level spell? Typically, magicians can instantaneously cast spells up to 4 levels lower. Dirk Nowitzki mused deeply. To achieve instantaneous casting of a first-level spell, one must at least be a level 5 magician. Meng Lei has evidently shattered this norm. The other teachers nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, go! Meng Lei commanded, pointing at Ade-man from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 lightning orbs sliced through the air, hurtling towards Ade-man. "You think a mere first-level spell can harm me?" Ade-man scoffed. "I need not even dodge." Boom! The 3 lightning orbs collided with Ade-man, exploding upon impact. Crackle, crackle. Countless arcs of electricity ravaged his form. Yet Ade-man merely snorted disdainfully. "Oh, great genius. Is this all you can muster?" Meng Lei chuckled softly, his fingers dancing as one lightning orb after another bombarded Ade-man relentlessly, enveloping him in a tempest of electric fury. "I told you, first-level spells cannot harm me." Ade-man stood his ground, allowing the currents to wreak havoc upon him, a mocking grin on his face. "You ought to unleash advanced spells. Otherwise, you stand no chance of defeating me." "Heh!" Meng Lei chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Since you were so eager, how could I let you down?" With that, he began to chant his spell rapidly, the currents swirling around Ade-man responding to his call, coalescing into a series of chains that bound him tightly. "Release me!" Ade-man bellowed, straining against his bonds. Yet to his surprise, not only did he fail to break free from the lightning chains, but the sensation coursing through them rendered his limbs numb, leaving him utterly weakened. Level 3 spell, Thunder Chain. The lightning magic instructor, Horatio, slammed his hand on the desk, rising abruptly. Thunder Chain can be cast in this manner. A genius, truly a genius. First, he bombarded Ade-man with a barrage of lightning orbs to catch him off guard. Then utilized the lightning element surrounding Ade-man to form a more advanced thunder chain to ensnare him. Dirk Nowitzki inhaled sharply. What a clever stratagem. I initially thought this child's lightning orb technique was utterly futile. Little did I expect it to be of such significant utility. Exactly 18 lightning orbs. Precisely the amount needed to cast Thunder Chain. The level 3 lightning magic instructor marveled. This little fellow calculated everything from the outset. The entire battle unfolded according to his design. Could it be that a high aptitude for magic also enhances one's intellect? The other teachers were at a loss for words. A simple duel had showcased Meng Lei's intellectual superiority. This was infuriating. Not only did he possess exceptional magical talent, but his intellect was equally remarkable. How could others possibly compete? With such talent and intellect, this child's future is boundless. In terms of intellect, alas, the Dragonborn do indeed fall short compared to humans. As the battle progressed, it became evident that it was nearing its conclusion. Ensnared by the level 3 spell Thunder Chain, Odd-A-Man found himself unable to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Lei swiftly chanted, drawing upon the surrounding lightning elements to forge a spear. The level 3 lightning spell, Thunder Javelin. Damn it, let me go. Odd-A-Man struggled desperately, but to no avail. Ultimately, the Thunder Javelin took form, poised ominously against his throat. You have lost, Meng Lei stated matter-of-factly. Aidman's face flushed, yet he found himself at a loss for words. While he indeed possessed the physique of a level 4 warrior, being pierced by a thunder javelin would leave him mortally wounded. This battle, he had undeniably lost. Meng Lei waved his hand, dispelling the thunder javelin and the lightning chains binding Odd-A-Man, extending his palm forward in a gesture that required no words. I accept defeat, Odd-A-Man. His face ashen, tossed the magic crystal card to Meng Lei. But do not revel in your victory. This time, I underestimated you, but I shall surely defeat you next time. As long as you possess ample funds. I shall be ever ready, Meng Lei replied with a subtle smile, retreating to the corner. Wow, brother, you truly are incredible. The chubby fellow and Daniel gazed at Meng Lei with eyes brimming with stars. Their expressions filled with admiration and reverence. Not only had he become a third-level mage, but he had also triumphed over Odd-A-Man. One word, astounding. But that's nothing. Meng Lei chuckled, seemingly indifferent to the accolades. Having lived 2 lives and reached his 30s, what was there to boast about in defeating a 15 or 16-year-old middle school student? Brother, you're far too composed. Chubby and Daniel exchanged glances, bewildered in front of so many people. Anyone else would have been overwhelmed with excitement. Yet Meng Lei remained astonishingly calm. Am I composed? Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Composed. Both replied in unison. All right, in truth, I am not as composed as I appear. I even feel a bit like laughing, Meng Lei admitted, somewhat helplessly. So, it was all a fade of composure. I knew it. Meng Lei genuinely wanted to laugh, not out of arrogance, but because he had won 10,000 gold coins that have converted into attribute points. It was sufficient for a substantial enhancement. After 3 months of cautious development, both of his attributes had reached critical thresholds. With a mere exchange, he could ascend to a new level. Host, Meng Lei race. Human wealth, 25. 187 gold coins constitution. Level 3 warrior, 619-1000, spirit. Level 3 mage, 966-1000, magic power. Level 3 mage, 927-1000, magic. Various combat techniques. Blade technique, shattering palm, earth splitter. With a spirit of 966, magic power of 927. He only needed 109 attribute points to enter the ranks of a 4th level mage, and 109 attribute points required merely 1,090 gold coins. System. Exchange 35 points of spirit and 74 points of magic power. Chapter 34. Golden Metal Fighter. Robbery for wealth. Ding. Exchange complete. Congratulations to the host for becoming a 4th level mage. Waves of magic power surged within him, filling Meng Lei's body with a sense of comfort. His thoughts became exceptionally clear and lucid, his spirit invigorated and radiant. Brother, why has your face suddenly turned rosy? Chubby noticed Meng Lei's transformation and looked astonished. I just thought of something delightful. Meng Lei chuckled as he checked his personal attributes. Wealth, 24,097 gold coins. Constitution, Level 3 Warrior, 619-1000. Spirit, Level 4 Mage, 1001 2000. Magic Power, Level 4 Mage 1-001-2000. My spirit and magic power reserves have both reached the 4th level mage realm. I just need to learn 4th level magic to truly become a 4th level mage. In less than 5 months in this world, I've broken through to the 4th level mage realm. Such a speed of cultivation must surely be unprecedented. Meng Lei felt a surge of pride, brimming with anticipation for the future. However, my constitution seems to have lagged behind. Constitution had always been Meng Lei's strong suit and the easiest attribute to acquire. Yet, during these past 3 months, he had remained within the academy, rarely encountering Constitution light orbs. Consequently, his Constitution had fallen behind. It appeared he needed to frequent the Warrior Academy, the Beast Arena, and similar venues to swiftly enhance his Constitution. Meng Lei contemplated quietly. The physicality of human mages had always been a weakness, making them easy targets that in contrast, Dragonkin mages, inheriting dragon bloodlines, were significantly stronger. Thus, among the same ranks, Dragonkin mages held a distinct advantage, and Meng Lei was determined not to be outdone by those of similar standing. Therefore, he needed to hasten the enhancement of his constitution. Hey, it's my turn! Just as Meng Lei was deep in thought, Chubby suddenly exclaimed, interrupting his reverie. It had come time for Chubby's test. Go on, Chubby, you can do it. Meng Lei encouraged, patting his shoulder. If you pass the exam smoothly, I'll treat you tonight. Let's go out for a feast. All right. Chubby nodded emphatically, striding toward the teachers. Go, Chubby. Daniel cheered, pumping his fist in support. Chubby's testing yielded results swiftly. His spirit increased by 28 points, a successful pass. His magic power reserves rivaled that of a 3rd-level mage, a successful pass. For his first magic release, Chubby unleashed 3 spells: Water Mirror Technique, Wind Guardian, and Giant Stone Technique, all successful. I passed. Chubby rushed over to Meng Lei, nearly jumping with excitement, but he was overjoyed, for so far, only he and Meng Lei had met the standards. How could he not be thrilled? You're impressive. Meng Lei was equally astonished to have mastered 3 magic types, and all have reached the 3rd-level mage realm. You're quite the show-off. Meng Lei's gaze turned skeptical, feeling somewhat deceived by Chubby. How can I compare to you? Chubby scratched his head. I began my magical enlightenment at 5 years old, and I've been formally studying magic for nearly 2 years. I can't possibly compare to you, brother. Meng Lei was speechless. Indeed, comparing oneself to others could be infuriating for the children of Monster Beast Village. Participating in a magic test could deplete their family savings, while Chubby had started his magical enlightenment at 5. The midterm examination continued. Over the next hour, the remaining students completed their tests. But the results were disheartening, including Meng Lei and Chubby. Only a mere 7 students met the standards. Among these 7 were Meng Lei, Chubby, Daniel, Meng Lei's roommate Abe, a girl named Donna Elam from the Frost Kingdom, a human commoner, and a Dragonkin commoner. The other 42 students utterly failed. This outcome left their homeroom teacher, Dirk Novi, fuming, unleashing a tirade upon the entire class. Even senior sister Jenny, their class supervisor, was not spared. After the examination, Meng Lei, Chubby, and Daniel exited the school together, heading to the finest restaurant near the academy, ready to celebrate. The 3 found a private room, and Meng Lei tossed the menu to Chubby and Daniel. Grinning, order whatever you like. Today it's on me. Knowing you made a fortune today, we won't hold back. Let's start with spicy golden-scaled lizard stir-fried meat, and then some boiled blood mantis. Sour pickle magic whale liver sounds good too. And this one, stir-fried iced toad. I adore spicy emerald bird the most. Listening to Chubby and Daniel eagerly order dishes, Meng Lei's mouth twitched. Each dish cost over 100 gold coins. Were they planning to rob a rich man? However, even if he had to put on a brave face while holding back tears, he had to maintain the act. Brother Colin, congratulations on your 20 consecutive victories in the Beast Arena, successfully advancing to Silver Medal Fighter. Oh, it's nothing, just luck, ha. By the way, Brother Colin, now that you're a silver medal fighter, your appearance fee must be quite high, right? It's just average. Only about 10,000 gold coins per match. 10,000 gold coins per match. Wow. Brother Colin, you're incredible. At this rate, after a few dozen matches, you'd have enough wealth to purchase a territory and become a lord. Ha ha ha, just luck, just luck. Suddenly, a conversation from the adjacent room caught Meng Lei's attention. Silver medal fighter? He had heard of the Beast Arena, which alongside the Beast Arena was one of the two major entertainment venues in the royal city. Immensely popular among the nobility and wealthy, it was akin to underground fighting events. Fighters battled in the arena for the entertainment of customers who placed bets, an entertainment form rife with bloodshed, violence, passion, and ferocity. Although the Beast Arena was wildly popular in the Fire Dragon Kingdom and throughout the Empire. As a man of principle, Meng Lei instinctively rejected such things. Thus, he never sought to understand it. Yet, Meng Lei never anticipated that fighters could earn such vast sums. A silver medal fighter's appearance fee reached an astounding 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. If converted into attribute points, that amounted to a full 1,000 attributes. Earning 1,000 attributes in one match. This was far quicker than collecting attribute light orbs or meditating. 10,000 gold coins is considered low. Chubby concluded his orders with a smile. The appearance fees for those golden medal fighters are truly high. They start at several 100,000 gold coins. Is it really that outrageous? Meng Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Every golden medal fighter is a cash cow for the Beast Arena. Their appearance fees are incomparable to those of silver medal fighters. Daniel chimed in, grinning. These individuals each boast considerable popularity and a vast fan base, making money akin to robbery. So, this place is all about chasing stars. Chasing stars? It's nothing. Since fighters are so profitable, how does one become a fighter? Chapter 35. Expensive Magic Cores. Wealthy mages. Having lived two lives, Meng Lei understood the significance of hard work. Upon arriving at the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, he truly dedicated himself, attending classes diligently, studying magic outside of class, and meditating ceaselessly at night. Of course, Meng Lei did not neglect to utilize the system. Simple collection had become insufficient for him. Meng Lei wished for the system to maximize its effectiveness. Gold coins can be exchanged for attribute values. This is a viable approach. But it requires gold coins. The question arose, where would the gold coins come from? This led to the topic of earning money. Meng Lei had previously contemplated making money, amassing vast amounts of gold coins. Should he become a scribe in the entertainment industry, develop real estate, venture into the internet, trade in arms? He might as well sleep on it. The lucrative industries that thrive on Earth find no footing in the Skyward Continent. Over the course of extensive development, the Skyward Continent has established its own distinctive business model, rendering Earth's practices ineffective here. So, what industries exist in the Skyward Continent? The most secure and sought-after industry is the acquisition of territory. As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, they can purchase a piece of unclaimed land and become a lord, with the peasants, magical beasts, mineral deposits, forests, rivers, all belonging to the lord within their domain. In essence, a lord is akin to a local emperor within their territory. Following that, there are industries such as magical device manufacturing, magic core production, gold mining, slave trading, combat arenas, and beast arenas. These sectors are immensely profitable, having birthed numerous colossal trading guilds and wealthy individuals. Take the magical device manufacturing industry, for instance. Magical devices are akin to smartphones, computers, televisions, lights, and cars on Earth, permeating every household and yielding exorbitant profits. Likewise, the magic core industry is also quite lucrative. This is because the driving energy for the vast majority of magical devices is the magic core, which can be likened to oil on Earth. Just consider the wealthy individuals in Dubai, and one can grasp the profitability of magic cores. Other industries hardly require elaboration. Each is a veritable gold mine. Meng Lei often muses in a daydream, imagining how wonderful it would be to possess a trading guild and monopolize a particular industry. Perhaps within a few days, he could achieve the status of a saint domain. Alas, daydreams are beautiful. But reality is stark. Currently, He is merely an ordinary individual, lacking the means to establish a trading guild or even possess a single heir. The hope of amassing vast wealth and marrying a beautiful heiress. Merely a fantasy for a poor wretch. There is no way around it. Engaging in business seems far beyond his reach. Choosing a legitimate profession appears to be a more reliable option, such as becoming a fighter. Becoming a fighter is not difficult. As long as you possess the strength of a level 5 warrior or a level 4 mage, you can join the arena and become a fighter, the rotund fellow chuckled. However, being a fighter is exceedingly perilous. To ensure the authenticity and spectacle of the battles, the fights between fighters are true life and death contests, with no quarter given. Indeed, while being a fighter is profitable, it is a high-risk occupation. Daniel shook his head. Constantly teetering on the brink of life and death, the mortality rate among fighters is exceedingly high, and few manage to endure until the end. Thus, earning money in this manner is no easy task. Brother, do you aspire to become a fighter as well? The rotund fellow raised an eyebrow at Meng Lei, inquiring with a mischievous grin. It sounds perilous, but is undoubtedly lucrative. Meng Lei smiled ambiguously, neither confirming nor denying. Yet his mind was busy calculating the potential gains and losses. But brother, you are a noble mage. How can you lower your status to become a fighter? The rotund fellow rolled his eyes. Though attaining the rank of a level 4 mage qualifies one to be a fighter, you should inquire how many mage fighters exist in the vast arena. None. Meng Lei was taken aback. Very few, Daniel chuckled, shaking his head. Mages are a noble profession and one that generates wealth rapidly. Have you ever heard the saying that the wealthiest individuals on the skyward continent are not the kings, but the mages? While this may be an exaggeration, it reflects the fact that if mages wish to accumulate wealth, they can indeed do so with relative ease, certainly far more easily than their fighter counterparts of the same level. Mages make money quickly. Meng Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. Naturally, the rotund fellow replied, as if it were self-evident, due to their rarity. Mages are highly sought after. The creation of magical devices, the engraving of magical arrays, the collection of magic cores, and the crafting of magical scrolls, each requires a mage, and each is profitable. Speaking of which, do you know the market price for a single magic core? Meng Lei shook his head. The current market prices for magic cores are clearly marked. The rotund fellow explained. Low-tier magic cores are not very valuable, ranging from dozens to hundreds of gold coins, while mid-tier magic cores are slightly more expensive, going for thousands to tens of thousands of gold coins. The truly valuable ones are high-tier magic cores. A 7th-level magic core starts at 100,000 gold coins. An 8th-level magic core is worth 10 times that of a 7th-level core, beginning at 1 million gold coins. As for a 9th-level magic core, I'm sorry, it's priceless on the market. I recall half a year ago, Lawson Auction House sold a 9th-level magic beast, Earth Bear's magic core. Do you know how much it ultimately fetched? 10 million gold coins. Meng Lei ventured cautiously. Wrong. It sold for an astronomical 37.8 million gold coins. The rotund fellow laughed. This magic core was eventually acquired by a 9th-level Earth mage. Today, 9th-level mages are truly wealthy, spending nearly 40 million gold coins without batting an eye. Goodness! How extraordinarily wealthy! Meng Lei's eyes glazed over, envy igniting within him. How he wished he could possess such wealth. That's hardly remarkable. The rotund fellow shook his head, chuckling. During the annual Magical Exchange Conference, mages engage in transactions worth hundreds of thousands to millions of gold coins. That is true wealth. Wealth, truly excessive wealth. Meng Lei licked his parched lips. Unfortunately, I am a penniless wretch. Perhaps I am the poorest mage in the world. Brother, don't say that. The rotund fellow chuckled. You may be lacking in funds now, but you possess great talent. Once you become a high-level mage, hunting magical beasts in the forest will feel akin to picking up money. A high-level mage? Meng Lei sighed. That requires at least being a 7th-level mage. I believe with your talent. It won't take long. Indeed, you became a 3rd-level mage in just 3 months. How far can a 7th-level mage be? Greetings, gentlemen. May I ask if we can serve the dishes now? Please do. I am famished. As the delicious dishes were served, Meng Lei savored the food while his mind lingered on thoughts of making money. Currently still in school, venturing into the magical beast forest to hunt seemed utterly unrealistic. He could not leave the academy for such pursuits. Thus, becoming a fighter appeared to be a commendable choice. Firstly, the arena is bustling with people, and the frequency of battles is high, which undoubtedly increases the chances of collecting dropped items. Meng Lei could fully indulge in gathering these items to enhance himself. Secondly, the earning potential. The appearance fees for fighters are exorbitant. If these fees could be converted into attribute points, it would significantly expedite Meng Lei's progress. It is, without a doubt, a twofold benefit. The risks are indeed present. Yet, in comparison to the rewards gained, this bit of risk is worth taking. Chapter 36. The Battle of the Fighters. Becoming a fighter, the midterm examinations have brought about substantial changes. At least, that is what Meng Lei believes. For the atmosphere within the academy has entirely transformed. The once jovial dragon nobility have vanished. The languid and romantic young masters are nowhere to be seen, and the couples furtively hiding in corners have disappeared without a trace. The campus has become less populated with wayward individuals. More students are attentively listening in class. The training grounds are also overcrowded. A single midterm examination has remarkably altered the ambience of the academy, particularly among the first-year students whose transformation has been especially pronounced, as if they have suddenly awakened from their previous lethargy. After the morning classes concluded, Meng Lei exited the academy, heading towards the largest combat arena in the royal city, the Flame Combat Arena. Located in the eastern part of the city, the Flame Combat Arena sits in a prosperous area teeming with wealth, quite a distance from the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Meng Lei hailed a magical carriage to make his way there. Esteemed mage, are you heading to the Flame Combat Arena to witness tonight's Battle of the Fighters? The carriage driver inquired cautiously, gauging Meng Lei's demeanor. Clad in a mage's robe, Meng Lei clearly exuded the air of a distinguished mage, someone a mere driver would not dare to casually engage. Yet forming an acquaintance with Meng Lei would undoubtedly be advantageous. The Battle of the Fighters? Meng Lei was momentarily taken aback. My lord, you are not aware? The driver was somewhat surprised. The annual Battle of the Fighters is a grand event renowned throughout the royal city. From high-ranking officials to common folk, everyone is aware of it. I have been confined within the academy. Thus I have not heard of it. Meng Lei chuckled. Please enlighten me about the Battle of the Fighters. Certainly. As the driver elaborated, Meng Lei grasped the essence of the event. The Fighter King is the most formidable champion of the arena. After a year of fierce competition, the Flame Combat Arena will crown a champion fighter, known as the Fighter King. The Battle of the Fighters is an event where this year's champion faces last year's victor. A clash of titans and the most exhilarating battle of the year at the Flame Combat Arena, akin to the NBA Finals or the World Cup Finals, greatly impactful and adored by the nobility. In the driver's words, all nobles and wealthy merchants who enjoy combat sports will be watching tonight's Battle of the Fighters, with ticket prices skyrocketing to tens of thousands of gold coins. Meng Lei was astonished to encounter such an event. He shook his head inwardly. However, the ticket prices are exorbitant. Tens of thousands of gold coins for a single ticket which I cannot afford. Initially, Meng Lei had hoped to join in on the excitement. But now he could only resign himself to wistful thoughts, as he was not wealthy enough for such indulgence. An hour later, he arrived at the Flame Combat Arena. The vast Flame Combat Arena is somewhat reminiscent of sports arenas and opera houses on Earth. A grand structure occupying a spacious area, entirely designed in the shape of flames, shimmering in dazzling fiery red, evoking a sense of passionate fervor and exhilaration. At this moment, the exterior of the Flame Combat Arena was teeming with throngs of people. Adorned in resplendent finery, dragon nobility, portly wealthy merchants, and fashionably elegant ladies, a continuous flow of individuals, all bustling about. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with voices echoing everywhere. It truly is a lively occasion. Meng Lei, an ordinary employee in his past life, seldom participated in grand events due to the need to support his family. However, he was familiar with the bustling scenes of train stations during peak travel seasons. The scene before the arena at this moment rivals that of the bustling spring festival travel rush. Meng Lei followed the throngs of people to the entrance, where he was halted by a heavily guarded gatekeeper. Esteemed mage, please proceed to the ticket booth on the right to purchase a ticket. Meng Lei shook his head. I am not here to witness the battle of champions. I wish to join your flame arena and become a fighter. The guard scrutinized Meng Lei from head to toe, momentarily taken aback. Joining the arena, such a thing was indeed rare, as mages seldom desired to become fighters. Sir, are you jesting? Not in the slightest. Meng Lei insisted. Please wait a moment. The guard quickly communicated with his companions behind him, then turned to Meng Lei. Esteemed mage, please follow me. Upon entering the flame arena, the guard led him through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at an office. The guard knocked and entered, shortly re-emerging. Esteemed mage, Lord Uno beckons you inside. Very well. As Meng Lei stepped into the office, he beheld an elderly gentleman clad in a splendid robe, seated with an air of authority, scrutinizing him. Youngster, is it you who wishes to become a fighter? Lord Uno appraised him, his brow furrowing slightly. Meng Lei appeared exceedingly young, resembling a mere child, and yet he claimed to be a level 4 mage. Surely, this must be a jest. Indeed, Meng Lei nodded slightly. The flame arena welcomes any formidable individual. Lord Uno's voice was indifferent. However, you should be aware of our regulations. Only level 5 warriors or level 4 mages qualify for membership. Given your youth, I fear. His subsequent words remained unspoken, yet their implication was clear. He doubted Meng Lei's strength. Uno even wondered if this young lad, lacking funds to attend tonight's Battle of Champions, had impulsively concocted such a plan, for fighters within the arena were permitted to witness the competition. Meng Lei chuckled lightly, eschewing unnecessary words as he began to softly chant a magical incantation. The surrounding lightning elements swiftly converged, forming 2 whirling spears. Each spear measured 3 meters in length and a foot in diameter, spinning at high velocity, reminiscent of 2 electric drills entwined with currents, exuding a terrifying and awe-inspiring power. Level 4 magic. Spiral lightning drill. Lord Uno sprang from his chair, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the 2 lightning drills. You truly are a level 4 mage. It seems I underestimated you. Having seen much of the world, he quickly regained his composure, a look of delight gracing his features. Since you can unleash level 4 magic, you must indeed be a level 4 mage, fully qualified to become a fighter in our flame arena. That is reassuring. Meng Lei exhaled in relief. What procedures must I complete? Procedures are, of course, necessary. Uno replied with a smile. Allow me to outline the specific requirements. Consider them carefully, and if all is acceptable, we shall proceed to sign the contract. Understood. Meng Lei nodded. May I inquire your name? Meng Lei. Young friend Meng Lei, as this is your inaugural entry into our flame arena, you must start as a 1-star bronze fighter. This is a mandatory regulation that cannot be altered. That poses no issue. A bronze fighter must participate in at least 10 battles each month. The appearance fee for a 1-star bronze fighter is 1,000 gold coins per match. Win 3 consecutive matches to advance to a 2-star bronze fighter. The appearance fee for a 2-star bronze fighter is 2,000 gold coins per match. Win 6 consecutive matches to rise to a 3-star bronze fighter. The appearance fee for a 3-star bronze fighter is 3,000 gold coins per match. These are the requirements and fees. Additionally, there are other benefits. For instance, once you become a fighter in our flame arena, you will be under our protection as long as you do not violate the laws of the Empire or the Kingdom. We have the right to ensure the safety of your life and wealth. And for example, upon becoming a 4-star bronze fighter, after an extensive discussion, Meng Lei concluded that the benefits provided by the flame arena were indeed commendable. With comparatively high appearance fees and a robust protection mechanism, the sole drawback, the inherent danger. Once on the stage, it would be a genuine battle of life and death. With weapons unyielding, no one could guarantee that accidents would not occur, leading to a remarkably high mortality rate among fighters. Thus, one could not claim that this profession was without peril. Young friend Meng Lei, should you find these conditions agreeable, please sign this contract. Uno presented a contract prepared by his aides, which Meng Lei scrutinized carefully. Upon confirming that there were no issues, he decisively inscribed his name. Having made his decision, Meng Lei would not waver. The contract is now in effect. Observing Meng Lei's signature, Uno extended his right hand, exclaiming, "Brother Meng Lei, welcome to the Flame Arena. From this moment forth, you are one of us." Uno was elated. The Flame Arena boasted over 10,000 fighters, yet the number of mage fighters scarcely exceeded a handful. Mages were a rare commodity. In an effort to recruit mage fighters, the Flame Arena not only lowered its standards but also offered substantial incentives. However, mages, being a noble profession with swift earnings, rarely deigned to diminish their status to become precarious fighters. Thus, the recruitment of Meng Lei, a mage, filled Uno with unbridled joy. "Brother Meng Lei, this is your identity badge. With this badge, you shall have free access to the Flame Arena and may witness any match we host." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Fighters are considered internal members of the arena and retain the right to view matches." "That is splendid." Meng Lei nodded slightly. "Lord Uno, may I familiarize myself with the arena?" "Of course. Uno's my gently." Summoning a staff member. "Brother Meng Lei, this is our attendant, Mary. She will guide you around." "Thank you, Lord Uno." Meng Lei expressed his gratitude and exited the office. Once the two had departed, Uno gestured for someone to enter. "Investigate his identity. I wish to know all there is about him." "At once." Mary possessed a pair of fluffy, feline ears, adorably twitching, along with a beautiful, bushy tail, distinct markers of her catfolk heritage. Under her guidance, Meng Lei leisurely strolled through the Flame Arena. The vast arena was well organized, with the most impressive and luxurious facility being the battle arena itself. The Flame Arena featured a total of 31 battle arenas, including 20 bronze arenas, 10 silver arenas, and 1 golden arena. Each arena was astonishingly spacious, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, divided into the fighting platform and the viewing stands. The viewing stands were further divided into VIP boxes and fighter viewing areas. Mary was quite chatty and warm, patiently providing information. After exploring, Meng Lei gained a general understanding of the internal workings of the Flame Arena. Ultimately, he arrived at the Golden Arena, Flame Life and Death stage, where tonight's Battle of Champions would take place. As the only Golden Arena within the Flame Arena, the Flame Life and Death stage's scale surpassed that of any sports venue on Earth. Resembling the iconic Roman Colosseum, the base served as the fighting platform, surrounded by seating for spectators. At this very moment, the audience seats of the Flame Life and Death stage were filled to capacity with nobles. Wealthy merchants and affluent ladies from the royal city engaged in animated discussions regarding the forthcoming Battle of Champions. Meanwhile, the arena's attendants weaved through the crowd, serving drinks and desserts, and the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Though the Battle of Champions had yet to commence, the electrifying ambience of the arena vividly foreshadowed the impending event. Meng Lei found himself in the fighter viewing area, positioned above the general audience, yet below the VIP boxes. Nestled in the center of the viewing section, designated for internal spectators. "Ah, a newcomer has arrived." The fighter viewing area was already brimming with fighters, who regarded Meng Lei's sudden appearance with mild surprise, especially given his youth, which further intrigued them. Meng Lei casually nodded as he settled into a seat. He did not recognize any of the fighters present, nor did he see the need to. After all, one could never predict whether they might cross paths in the arena, at which point it would be a matter of life and death. There was no need to befriend potential adversaries, as their identities alone dictated that genuine camaraderie between fighters was impossible. Meng Lei's intuition proved correct. Indeed, there was no friendship among fighters, though they were all well acquainted with one another, aware of each other's strengths, levels, signature moves, and fighting habits. There existed no bonds of friendship between them. Understanding one another was merely a strategy to better secure victory. Some fighters, their eyes glinting with curiosity, scrutinized Meng Lei closely, eager to uncover his secrets. Most were 1-star and 2-star bronze fighters. As a newcomer, Meng Lei might very well encounter them in future battles. Thus, thorough examination was imperative. Meng Lei remained unaware of the thoughts of the fighters. His gaze was distant, seemingly fixated on the arena, when in fact, he was mentally tallying the day's gains from departing the academy to hastily arriving at the flame combat arena and finally settling down to observe the matches. Meng Lei had not idled for a moment. Since leaving the academy, the system's notification sounds had been incessant, indicating that Meng Lei had been continually collecting, especially upon reaching the flame combat arena, where the frequency of pickups surged. Among all the luminous orbs he gathered, the orbs of physical enhancement were the most abundant, followed by those of gold, while the orbs of magical energy and spellcraft were relatively scarce to Meng Lei's surprise. The orbs of mental energy and combat techniques were particularly plentiful, perhaps due to the excitement surrounding the upcoming Battle of the Kings, that in just a brief afternoon, Meng Lei's mental strength had increased by over 100 points. Along with the acquisition of 6 combat techniques and a martial energy manual. A martial energy manual? What a rare treasure! Meng Lei immediately examined the manual titled Dragonfire Codex and was utterly astounded. Could this possibly be my lucky break? Perusing the information in his mind, Meng Lei was left dumbfounded. This artifact is actually the exclusive martial energy technique of the royal family of the Dragonfire Kingdom, and only those of pure dragon bloodline are qualified to cultivate it. The royal family of the Dragonfire Kingdom. The very rulers of the Dragonfire Kingdom. After millennia of propagation, the royal family of the Dragonfire Kingdom has a vast population, including pure-blood fire dragons, mixed-blood dragonfolk, and hybrid dragon beasts. Pure-blood fire dragons are exceedingly rare, while mixed-blood dragonfolk dominate the population, numbering nearly 99.99 within the royal lineage. Despite the majority being of diluted bloodlines, they are still part of the royal family, allowing them the right to cultivate the Dragonfire Codex. As for others, regardless of their high status, immense wealth, or noble lineage, they are utterly unqualified to practice the Dragonfire Codex. The dilemma arises. But I lack dragon blood. Chapter 38. King of Fighters, Odin, battles the giant spirit god. As the royal family's exclusive cultivation technique, the Dragonfire Codex is undoubtedly a pinnacle martial energy manual, capable of leading one to the peak of level 9 upon mastery. Such a treasure is beyond monetary value. Yet, to Meng Lei's chagrin, he cannot practice this sacred text, for he possesses no dragon blood within him. The Dragonfire Codex can purify the practitioner's internal dragon blood, allowing it to become increasingly refined, enabling them to transform into a fire-type giant dragon upon reaching mastery. Fire-type giant dragons, as part of the dragon clan, not only possess formidable physical strength, but also inherently command flames, embodying extreme power and representing the apex of existence on the celestial continent. Powerful and terrifying. Naturally, Meng Lei yearned to cultivate it, but alas, forget it. I shall devise a plan later. If all else fails, I shall sell it. Converting it into gold would be splendid. Though he felt disheartened, he had to acknowledge that the afternoon's haul was indeed substantial. His physical enhancement soared by over 200 points. His gold increased by more than 1,000 coins, and his mental strength rose by over 100 points. Additionally, he had acquired 6 combat techniques and a Dragonfire Codex. With such calculations, Meng Lei's gloom dissipated, and he silently rejoiced at the wisdom of his decision today, as his strength visibly improved, filling him with delight. Suddenly, 3 resounding drumbeats reverberated through the air, and dazzling beams of light cascaded from the ceiling, converging upon the arena below. The arena, crafted from gold, instantly reflected a radiant golden glow. The brilliance was blinding and magnificent. By the heavens, a golden arena! Meng Lei squinted in astonishment. The arena was immense, measuring over 20 meters in length and width, and standing 3 to 4 meters tall, towering majestically in the combat arena. A veritable mound of gold. If this were to be converted into coins, how much would it yield? Meng Lei's eyes widened in amazement, wishing he could seize the entire arena. Just imagining the attribute value it could provide was exhilarating. Esteemed guests, honorable friends, good evening to all. I am Heidi Grana, the host of tonight's Battle of the Kings. And on behalf of the Flame Combat Arena, I extend a warm welcome. Her melodious voice resonated, and a striking figure gracefully descended from the ceiling, possessing an alluring physique and snow-white wings, akin to a sacred angel from the realm of light. She was indeed tonight's host. A swanfolk? Meng Lei's eyes widened. Like catfolk, swanfolk belonged to the beastman race, and this was Meng Lei's first encounter with a swanfolk, leaving him awestruck by her beauty. Truly stunning. No wonder swanfolk are hailed as one of the most beautiful races on the celestial continent. Her appearance is simply breathtaking. The annual Battle of the Kings will commence tonight. And at this moment of great anticipation, please allow me to grandly introduce tonight's combatants. They are this year's newly crowned King of Fighters, Odin Coleman. With a flash, a beam of golden light descended, illuminating a corner of the combat arena, where a tall, robust figure stood upon a raised platform. Standing over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, a fiery red horn upon his head, and fiery red wings sprouting from his back. Adorned with fiery red scales and a long fiery tail, he emanated a dazzling crimson hue, resembling a giant of flames. He was the newly crowned King of Fighters, Odin Fillet, a fearsome fire dragonfolk. Odin! 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 King of Fighters! King of Fighters! King of Fighters! Upon Odin Fillet's appearance, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers, with well-fed nobles waving their arms in frenzied excitement, and ladies of striking beauty blushing with exhilaration. The deafening applause surged like a tidal wave, nearly threatening to topple the ceiling, the atmosphere reaching an explosive crescendo. This fellow truly possesses remarkable popularity. Meng Lei rubbed his ears, still tingling from the uproar, hardly believing that Odin Fillet, the fire dragonfolk, commanded such acclaim. It was important to note that those who had gathered here were not mindless fans chasing after mere celebrities, but powerful dignitaries, esteemed nobles, and wealthy merchants. They were akin to celebrities and high society figures on Earth, yet they too were starstruck, and the fervor with which they idolized Odin was entirely unexpected for Meng Lei. Wait a moment. Odin Fillet. Fillet? Isn't that a royal surname? Could it be that he is of royal descent? Fire dragonfolk. Fillet. Could he truly be of royal blood? Meng Lei was taken aback. Fighters, while appearing glamorous, were ultimately meant for public display. In the eyes of the privileged and the highborn, fighters were deemed a lowly profession, with no noble wishing to become a fighter, a mere spectacle for others to behold. Moreover, the royal family, as the ruling lineage of the Dragonfire Kingdom, they prided themselves on their noble blood, considering their status exalted. Who would wish to be a fighter? Yet, evidently, Odin Fillet had chosen this path. Such a decision was perplexing. What Meng Lei did not realize was that Odin's immense popularity stemmed from the title of King of Fighters. Before he ascended to this title, Odin was met not with cheers and accolades, but with scorn and derision. The title of King of Fighters, unlike that of an ordinary fighter, signified the king among fighters, representing strength and power. Nobles may disdain fighters, but they revered the King of Fighters. Before Odin became the King of Fighters, he was ridiculed and the royals looked down upon him. But once he attained that title, everything changed. This is the allure of the King of Fighters, the most direct embodiment of the celestial continent's reverence for strength. It is well known that our newly crowned King of Fighters possesses royal blood, flowing with a noble lineage of fire dragons. Thus, King Odin boasts formidable power. The host, Heidi Grana's voice rang out brightly. Since joining the flame combat arena, Odin has swept through his opponents with unrelenting force, ultimately emerging victorious and claiming the throne of the King of Fighters. This is Odin's triumph. This is also a victory for royal blood. Let us extend our best wishes to Odin, hoping he maintains his invincible record in the upcoming Battle of the Kings, creating further miracles and myths. Odin, Odin, Odin! Tonight's other combatant, whom I believe you are all familiar with, is a 3-time reigning King of Fighters. Having triumphed consecutively in the Battle of the Kings and achieving remarkable results in this year's Imperial Battle of the Emperors, he is none other than our giant spirit god, Nicholas Austin. Chapter 39. The battle is set. Fire Dragon Bloodline, standing over 4 meters tall, with a bronze-hued physique, his muscles bulging like rock, his eyes gleaming with intensity, wielding a wolf fawn club, clad in golden armor and adorned with a horn helmet. He is the 3-time King of Fighters, the giant spirit god, Nicholas Austin. Our guest should be aware that our giant spirit god possesses the bloodline of ancient giants, with immense strength, having been crowned king of fighters 3 times, and achieving an impressive 3rd place in this year's Imperial Battle of the Emperors. The host's enthusiastic voice resonated throughout the combat arena. Today, will Nicholas prevail against his foes and continue the legacy of the King of Fighters? Let us eagerly await the outcome. Giant Spirit God! Giant Spirit God! Giant Spirit God! A fervent roar erupted, resonating like rolling thunder, sweeping over the arena of life and death, causing eardrums to throb painfully and inducing dizziness and ringing in the ears. As a 3-time champion, the colossal spirit Nicholas commanded immense popularity. Even the newly crowned champion, Odin, with his royal lineage, could not rival him. Now, let us turn the stage over to our 2 champions. The host, with his snow-white wings fluttering, gracefully departed from the platform, as both Odin and Nicholas sprang into action simultaneously. Odin flapped his wings, transforming into a streak of fiery light, swiftly ascending to the arena in an instant, his speed akin to lightning, provoking waves of ecstatic screams. Roar! Nicholas bellowed, landing heavily on the platform, which shattered with a thunderous sound. His towering figure leaped high above, landing upon the stage. Odin shall prevail. The colossal spirit shall triumph. At that moment, the cheers and shouts in the arena reached a fever pitch as the crowd erupted in wild excitement. Madness, truly madness. It seems that wherever one goes, there are fervent fans. What is that? Meng Lei observed clusters of luminous orbs cascading down from the seemingly frenzied fans, most of which appeared to be orbs of mental energy. Could it be that excitement causes one to shed mental orbs? Meng Lei mused in astonishment, yet he did not linger. He turned away from the warrior viewing area, stealthily making his way to the audience seats via the safety passage. Warriors, being part of the internal personnel of the fighting arena, could access any area within the competition venue except for the VIP boxes. Ding! Fusion successful. Host Spirit 5. Ding! Fusion successful. Host Spirit 7. As he traversed the audience section, Meng Lei continuously collected the fallen orbs, exclaiming, this is delightful. Coming to the fighting arena was indeed a wise choice. Whoosh! Just as Meng Lei was gathering the orbs, an abrupt silence enveloped the crowd, as if the play button had been pressed. Meng Lei glanced up to see that the Battle of Champions had commenced. A magical barrier rose as the 2 champions faced each other from a distance. Sparks flying. Nicholas, I shall bring an end to your glorious path. Odin hovered in midair, his voice cold and cutting like a blade, his eyes glinting with icy determination. What an audacious little fellow. Let us see if your fists have half the strength of your tongue. Nicholas scoffed. Disdain etched across his brow. Odin roared, diving downward, launching a formidable punch. Come at me. Boom! It was as if a comet had collided with the earth. As Odin and Nicholas collided with tremendous force, the sound of their clash reverberating like thunder. Each trading blows with fervor. Flesh met flesh with unrestrained ferocity. Odin, Odin, Odin. Colossal spirit, colossal spirit, colossal spirit. The audience was enraptured, fervently cheering for their champions. One is a royal dragon man infused with the bloodline of the fire dragon. The other is an ancient giant with the blood of the titans. What a clash of titans. A celestial collision. Meng Lei halted his collection of orbs, his gaze fixed intently on the arena, filled with envy. As champions, Odin and Nicholas were undoubtedly 9th-level warriors. 9th level, a rarefied realm, a mere step away from the sacred domain. The sacred domain, elevated and transcendent, commanding life and death. A true existence that stands atop all beings. Moreover, 9th level signifies unparalleled strength. Across the Fire Dragon Kingdom, 6th and 7th level warriors abound, and those of slightly purer bloodlines can rival 6th or 7th level warriors upon reaching maturity. Even without rigorous training, 8th level warriors are relatively scarce, as mere bloodlines cannot suffice. Diligent cultivation is imperative. As for 9th level warriors, they are exceedingly rare. Out of 10,000 dragon men, there may not be a single one who attains ninth level. Thus, ninth-level warriors possess illustrious status, and the desire to showcase themselves as fighters for public admiration is even more elusive. Perhaps this is another reason why Odin and Nicholas are so beloved. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle on the arena had reached a fever pitch, as Odin, the fire dragon man, became a blazing streak of light, maximizing both speed and power, leaving behind countless afterimages. In contrast, Nicholas, the colossal spirit, displayed a steadiness akin to a mountain, remaining unyielding despite Odin's relentless onslaught. As the battle progressed, it was evident to all. Odin was swift, his attacks fierce. Nicholas boasted superior defense and strength. One was fast, the other powerful. One could strike the opponent, but could not deliver a fatal blow. The other possessed greater strength, yet remained a moment too slow. Must this stalemate continue indefinitely? Meng Lei marveled inwardly, as the audience grew increasingly restless, fervently shouting for their favored competitor to vanquish the opponent and claim victory. Boy, do you only know how to scurry around like a mouse? Nicholas swung his spiked mace, striking empty air repeatedly. Have the courage to face me head-on. Fleeing aimlessly will not defeat me. Odin's heart burned with frustration. Yet he felt powerless. After all, he was still too young, unable to fully harness his physical potential, thus lacking the strength to surpass Nicholas. If only I could cultivate the Fire Dragon Codex to perfection. I could crush him with a single slap. What a pity, Odin lamented, his focus wavering slightly. Yet in a duel of experts, one could not afford even a moment of distraction, did I end that fleeting instant. The experienced Nicholas seized the opportunity, swinging his mace down. Odin barely managed to evade in a panic, but at that moment, Nicholas's heavy fist descended with thunderous force. This time, Odin was not so fortunate. Boom! The iron fist struck Odin with tremendous impact, causing him to cry out in agony, blood spewing forth as he was sent hurtling backward. Submit! Nicholas, now in a dominant position, unleashed a torrent of attacks like a relentless tempest, amidst the chilling sounds of impact. Odin fell like a withered leaf in the wind. Whoosh! The arena fell into an instant hush. The audience stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, they had witnessed a fiercely contested battle. And now a drastic turn of events had unfolded. Odin had lost. Boom! After a brief silence, Nicholas's supporters erupted into jubilant cheers, while Odin's followers erupted in curses, unable to accept the outcome. The verdict was clear. The Fire Dragon Man had been defeated. Meng Lei shook his head in dismay, rising to approach the arena. After taking so many punches, Odin must surely be in a state of disarray. Whether Odin had truly been battered to the point of collapse, Meng Lei could not ascertain. However, he did observe that at the moment Odin was struck down, a radiant crimson orb fell from him. As a ninth-level warrior, the orb that Odin shed must possess remarkable value. He quickly resolved to collect it. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Fire Dragon bloodline. What? Chapter 40. Transformation of the Flesh. First dragon transformation. Acquired the Fire Dragon bloodline? Meng Lei was utterly bewildered. Previously, he had found the Fire Dragon Codex to be a mere trinket. For what use was it if he could not cultivate it? Yet, just as he was lamenting, he stumbled upon the Fire Dragon bloodline. This was astonishing. Nevertheless, despite his initial hesitation, the acquisition of the Fire Dragon bloodline filled Meng Lei with unparalleled exhilaration. This was an immensely powerful bloodline. He thought of those indolent dragon men, the second generations. They need not train. Upon reaching maturity, their physical prowess could rival 6th or 7th level warriors, with no need for meditation, merely indulging in food and drink. Their magical reserves surpassed those of humans by several folds. Such advantages were undeniably enticing. Now, I too have obtained the Fire Dragon bloodline. At that moment, Meng Lei suddenly felt a surge of crimson flames within him, which then multiplied into countless miniature fire dragons, swiftly coursing through his limbs and merging into every inch of his flesh. Boom! It felt as though a canister of gasoline had been ignited, as a searing pain struck through Meng Lei's nerves, causing him to stifle a groan, nearly crying out in agony. What is happening? Stunned by this unexpected occurrence, Meng Lei gritted his teeth against the searing pain and dashed toward the nearest restroom. Just as he entered, a torrent of red flames erupted from his body, scorching his flesh and incinerating his clothing, transforming him into a being of fire. In mere seconds, his garments disintegrated into ash under the relentless flames, leaving Meng Lei completely exposed. Through the crimson blaze, his skin was visibly taut, veins bulging, muscles convulsing, bones trembling, with wisps of black smoke escaping. Ah! Meng Lei cried out in torment, feeling as though his entire being were being torn asunder. He had never anticipated that such excruciating pain could exist. Truly a state of being unable to live or die. Amidst the agonizing onslaught, Meng Lei was oblivious to the miraculous transformations occurring within him, under the onslaught of the minuscule flames. Both his bones and veins, as well as his skin and blood, were undergoing unimaginable alterations. Every single cell, every inch of flesh, every bone, was undergoing a process of rebirth through fire. In a daze, a thunderous roar resonated. As a magnificent ethereal fire dragon, adorned in crimson scales that gleamed like forged steel, materialized behind Meng Lei, its wings flapping and its roar shaking the heavens. Puff! Puff! At the moment the fire dragon's ethereal form emerged. The sound of blades piercing flesh reverberated as blood-stained crimson scales erupted from Meng Lei's body. His arms, legs, chest, abdomen, back, and hips. In the blink of an eye, fiery red scales erupted across Meng Lei's body, transforming him into what seemed like a monstrous creature adorned with scales. Yet, this was just the beginning. Puff! A soft sound echoed as a robust and elongated dragon tail emerged from behind, cloaked in crimson scales and smeared with fresh scarlet blood, exuding a grotesque and sinister aura. Simultaneously, two sharp, bamboo-like protrusions burst forth from his forehead, pointed and crimson, as if they were destined to pierce the heavens. These were none other than dragon horns, fiery red dragon scales, fiery red dragon horns, fiery red dragon tail. At this moment, the transformation finally ceased, the flames enveloping his body gradually extinguished, and the excruciating pain ebbed away like a receding tide. Meng Lei collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The floor was drenched with sweat and blood, and he appeared to be lying in a pool of crimson. At this moment, Meng Lei had no desire to move even a finger. The pain was unbearable. It felt as though he had traversed through the depths of hell. The mere recollection of that experience sent shivers down his spine, and Meng Lei vowed never to endure it again. Bang! Just then, the restroom door swung open, and a frail figure stepped inside, only to be petrified by the scene before him, letting out a piercing scream. Ah! Don't scream! Meng Lei, trembling all over, transformed into a blur and appeared before the newcomer, swiftly covering his mouth with a hand, his speed unmatched. Listen, don't scream! Meng Lei glared fiercely at the newcomer, signaling him to remain silent. Why you? Let me go, I won't scream. The newcomer, catching on, nodded quickly and soon regained his composure. Behave yourself. Meng Lei threatened once more, cautiously releasing his grip, and indeed, the newcomer refrained from screaming, instead scrutinizing Meng Lei from head to toe, astonished. You have awakened your bloodline? Awaken? Meng Lei was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the tremendous changes his body had undergone. His arms, legs, and abdomen were all covered in fiery red scales, and even a long dragon tail had sprouted from behind. What the hell? How did I become a dragon man? Meng Lei was astounded, never anticipating that after acquiring the bloodline of the fire dragon, he would transform into a dragon man almost immediately. Such speed was truly unprecedented. However, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Clenching his fists, he sensed an explosive strength within him, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. A gentle leap made him feel weightless, as if he had negated a significant portion of gravity, shedding shackles as if they had vanished. My body feels incredibly powerful. Meng Lei couldn't contain his excitement and glanced at his personal attribute panel, only to be astonished by the changes in his stats. Host. Meng Lei race. Human contains fire dragon bloodline. Wealth, 26. 397 gold coins physique. Level 5 warrior, 2,480,500 spirit. Level 4 mage, 1,197,200 magic power. Level 5 mage, 2,023,500. Wow, what a drastic change. His physique had surged from 800 to 400, a threefold increase. His magic power had doubled from 1,000 to 2,000. Exaggeration. This is simply too outrageous. Is the fire dragon bloodline really so perverse? Meng Lei murmured to himself, struggling to believe it. Awakening the dragon bloodline leads to a metamorphosis of the body. The newcomer remarked, gazing at Meng Lei with a calm expression. Feeling your strength increase and your body lighten is perfectly normal. Meng Lei nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked at the newcomer and realized that this familiar face belonged to none other than Abe. His aloof roommate, in his prior excitement over his transformation. He had failed to recognize him until now. You know me? Abe was taken aback. Hey, we see each other every day. How could I not recognize you? Meng Lei chuckled, a hint of teasing in his tone. I didn't expect you to be Meng Lei. Abe's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Meng Lei. What are you doing here? No, wait. How did you awaken the dragon bloodline? Aren't you human? Chapter 41. Level 5 Warrior. New plans. Abe had been observing Meng Lei for quite some time. Prior to entering the academy, he had already heard tales of Meng Lei's remarkable abilities, acknowledging him as the most gifted newcomer of their cohort. Subsequently, as roommates, Meng Lei's every action was under Abe's watchful eye, and after 3 months of observation, Abe believed he knew Meng Lei well. However, he never expected that Meng Lei harbored such a significant secret. Aren't you human? Why did you awaken the dragon bloodline? Abe's gaze was fixed on Meng Lei, confusion evident in his eyes. Or have you always been a dragon man? You ask me. Who should I ask? Meng Lei shrugged. I was just watching the Battle of the Kings when suddenly this happened. To be honest, I'm just as bewildered as you. It seems your body truly contains dragon lineage. Abe believed him without doubt. While many dragon men awakened their bloodlines from a young age, there were indeed cases like Meng Lei, who only awakened after reaching a certain stage. Meng Lei was not an exception. Perhaps. Meng Lei chuckled. He certainly wouldn't divulge the truth to Abe. Even if he did, Abe might not believe him. Merging with the dragon bloodline? That sounded ludicrous. Congratulations, Abe said flatly before disregarding Meng Lei and heading straight to the restroom. Meng Lei approached the mirror, scrutinizing his current appearance. It looked peculiar, and he was drenched in blood. Turning on the faucet, he washed himself clean. This looks much better. But, will I look like this from now on? Meng Lei couldn't help but frown. Though he relished the immense power brought by the fire dragon bloodline, he did not wish to become a half-human, half-dragon monstrosity. He preferred his previous human form. Abe, is there a way for me to revert to my former self? Meng Lei directly inquired. Why would you want to revert? Abe's voice came from the cubicle, laced with confusion. In the Fire Dragon Empire, everyone yearns to possess dragon lineage, to become an object of admiration and awe. Moreover, you've awakened the royal bloodline of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, which is extraordinary. Why would you want to return to your previous human form? This current appearance feels strange. I still prefer how I looked before. Meng Lei shook his head. Tell me, is there a way to go back? I truly cannot comprehend your mindset. Abe shook his head but continued. Dragon men who awaken their bloodlines later have relatively thin dragon lineage, which cannot sustain the dragon form for long. Once the energy within wanes, you will revert. Is that so? Meng Lei suddenly understood. Sure enough, merely 5 minutes later, he felt a wave of emptiness within his body, as the dragon scales rapidly receded like a receding tide, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The dragon tail and bones disappeared as well. Meng Lei became smooth and bare, devoid of any clothing. I've reverted. This current appearance is much more pleasing. Just then, Abe emerged from the cubicle, only to be greeted by the sight of a completely naked Meng Lei, his eyes widening in shock. Wow, that's quite impressive. Abe, help me find some clothes? After dressing and exiting the restroom, Meng Lei returned to the arena of life and death, where the awards ceremony for the Battle of Kings was underway. The competition had concluded. Heralded by the triumphant Nicholas, the champion of 3 consecutive battles, basking in the adoration and acclaim of the crowd, reveling in his moment of glory. Meanwhile, the defeated Aldenfillet quietly exited the arena, destined to bear the title of loser for at least the next year. In any world, people only remember the victors, while the defeated are fated to be forgotten and scorned. Such is the cruel reality. To the victor go the spoils. Meng Lei did not rush to leave, instead continuing to collect the scattered attribute orbs. With the unexpected fusion of the fire dragon bloodline, both his physique and magical reserves had reached level 5. Meanwhile, his spirit had fallen to the lowest level, remaining at level 4. Perfect. Seizing the opportunity with so many people in the arena, most in a state of exhilaration, he collected more spirit orbs to bridge the gap in his spiritual power. Upon returning to the academy, it was already midnight. After freshening up, Meng Lei, instead of meditating as usual, delved into the Fire Dragon Codex, eager to test this premier martial arts manual. After over an hour of study, feeling sufficiently prepared, Meng Lei attempted to practice the technique, and a mysterious energy within him began to stir, slowly crawling through his meridians like a snail. The pace was slow, yet Meng Lei was elated. According to the Fire Dragon Codex, that mysterious energy was the Fire Dragon fighting spirit, and its circulation meant he had grasped the fundamentals. This was undeniably a significant development. Haha, as long as I can cultivate the Fire Dragon Codex, I am confident I can master this martial art. Let me set a small goal, such as becoming a level 9 warrior. That night, Meng Lei dedicated himself to studying the Fire Dragon Codex, and after a night of practice, the speed of the Fire Dragon fighting spirit had increased dramatically, several times faster than at the beginning. The Fire Dragon Codex was indeed the exclusive cultivation method of the royal family of the Fire Dragon, and after just one night's training, his physique attributes had increased by over 40 points. This was somewhat outrageous, over 40 points in a single night. In a month, that would amount to over 1,200 points. At this rate, he would become a level 6 warrior in just 2 months. A level 6 warrior. Absolutely formidable. However, I cannot dedicate all my time to practicing the Dragon Fire Manual. I must also meditate in the evenings to enhance my mental fortitude and magical reserves. What about shifting it to the afternoon? No. The afternoon is designated for gathering light orbs. Then, how about the morning? Let it be the morning. I have already grasped the fundamentals of magic. Now, I merely need to bolster my mental strength and magical reserves to delve into more advanced spells. As for the magic class, it is optional. Indeed, it is a delightful decision. Morning devoted to the Dragon Fire Manual. Afternoon set for gathering attributes. Evening reserved for meditation. With a full 24 hours at my disposal, everything is meticulously arranged. Of course, I must also visit the Arena of Flames. Not only has Meng Lei become a fighter, but he is also required to engage in at least 10 battles each month. Moreover, the abundant attribute light orbs there are an irresistible draw. Over the next 3 days, Meng Lei diligently adhered to his plan, engaging in self-study, or rather, self-cultivation. Consequently, he missed the morning magic classes, leaving Professor Horatio, who teaches lightning magic, quite perplexed. Meng Lei rarely skips class. Why has he been absent for the past 3 days? Horatio inquired among the students, but they were equally uninformed. Ultimately, he had no choice but to report the matter to Meng Lei's homeroom teacher. At the Dragonfire Academy, attendance is flexible. One can choose to go or not if others are absent. Professor Horatio would typically not concern himself. However, Meng Lei is different. He holds high hopes for him and does not wish for him to become complacent. What? This little rascal has been absent for 3 days. Chapter 42. Arthur Galen, the bull-headed warrior Meng Lei, unaware that his absence from class has reached the homeroom teacher, had just concluded his practice of the Dragon Fire Manual and was now heading alone to the Arena of Flames. Tonight, he was finally set to engage in his first battle. Ding! Detected item drop. Would you like to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Host Constitution 2. Ding! Detected item drop. Would you like to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. This time, Meng Lei opted to walk to the arena instead of taking the magic vehicle. He had an entire afternoon to reach the arena and did not need to rush. Seizing the opportunity, he strolled through the bustling areas, collecting attribute light orbs. The magic device market, the slave market, the magic core trading market, the mercenary hall, the warrior academy. As he traversed these venues, he reaped considerable rewards, finding the effects far superior to those of his evening meditations. His constitution and mental strength increased by over 100 points, though his magical reserves lagged slightly. Wandering within the academy can enhance magical reserves. However, to increase constitution, one must venture outside more. In the evening, the number 20 bronze arena was teeming with spectators. As the most modestly appointed of the bronze arenas, the number 20 arena paled in comparison to the grandiose flame, life and death arena. And even the ticket prices were considerably lower. Thus, the audience drawn to the bronze arena comprised primarily of petit bourgeois, such as minor nobles, small merchants, and wealthy farmers. This very factor led to a surprisingly large turnout. The expansive number 20 arena was filled to capacity, with spectators munching on sunflower seeds, sipping beers and soft drinks, and engaging in lively banter, finding the best respite and release after a long day of toil. Bang! Bang, bang. The sound of drums suddenly resonated, silencing the crowd. Numerous lights abruptly illuminated the arena below, revealing a host in formal attire standing on the stage, bellowing with gusto. Good evening, dear audience. Welcome to the Flame, Life and Death Arena. I am your host for tonight. Without further ado, let us welcome the two warriors who will present an exhilarating battle for your enjoyment. They are the two-star bronze warrior, bull-headed Harel. The host's voice rang out, vibrant and clear. As many of you know, bull-headed Harel is a newcomer who joined our arena just last month, yet boasts an impressive record of 11 battles with 10 victories and only 1 defeat. Currently, Harel has achieved 5 consecutive victories. Should he triumph again tonight, he will reach the remarkable milestone of 6 consecutive wins and ascend to become a 3-star warrior. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome him. Moo! As the host's words faded, a resounding bovine roar echoed, and a brawny figure resembling a humanoid bull leaped onto the stage under the bright lights. Standing at 2 meters and 5 centimeters, his muscles bulged, and his dark, curved horns emanated a chilling gleam. Moo! Harel puffed out his chest and let out a triumphant roar. Bull-headed! 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 The audience, swept up in the fervor, waved their arms and erupted in thunderous cheers, the atmosphere electric with excitement. The host, pleased with the crowd's energy, raised his hands to quell the raucous applause. Our other contestant is somewhat enigmatic, as he is also a newcomer, having only become a proud warrior 3 days ago. This means tonight marks his debut, his inaugural battle. Are you all disappointed? Just a rookie. How could he possibly contend with our bull-headed Harel? The audience collectively nodded, expressing their disdain with boos. Newcomers have no rights, let alone popularity, and they were certainly not inclined to support a novice. If you think so, you are gravely mistaken. The host's voice boomed. Though our contestant may be a newcomer, he is a rare breed within the Flame, Life and Death arena. The host elongated his tone, waiting for the audience's curiosity to peak before exclaiming, "He is a noble magician." What? A magician? The crowd fell momentarily silent before erupting into a cacophony of excitement. A magician warrior? Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. The audience's eyes sparkled with anticipation, their earlier disappointment replaced by a thirst for curiosity. For the affluent nobles and high-ranking officials, an ordinary magician might not hold much significance. However, for the petit bourgeois and wealthy farmers, a magician commands considerable respect, especially since the Flame, Life and Death arena stipulates that only level 4 magicians may become warriors. Witnessing a level 4 magician perform in battle is an extraordinary opportunity. Furthermore, magician warriors are exceedingly scarce. Simply having the chance to watch one engage in combat is worth the price of admission. Now, let us warmly welcome the esteemed magician, Lord Arthur Galen. Crackle, crackle. In the dim corners, blinding bolts of lightning suddenly erupted, accompanied by a crisp explosion, as a young man bathed in radiance stepped onto the stage. He donned a golden mask, obscuring his features, yet the lightning entwining his form rendered him enigmatic and imposing, perfectly embodying the identity of a magician. Magician, magician, magician. Witnessing Arthur Galen's grand entrance, the audience erupted into a frenzy, their excitement soaring to new heights. First, let me announce the rules of the battle. Our matches are genuine clashes of fervent combat. The battle concludes only when one side surrenders, concedes, becomes unconscious, or dies. Gentlemen, do you understand? Understood. Yes. Excellent. I hereby declare the battle officially commenced. Swish. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Countless gazes fixated intently on the stage, brimming with expectation. Meanwhile, in a VIP box at the No. 20 arena, Uno, the arena's overseer, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing Arthur Galen below with an inscrutable expression. The top freshman from the Dragonfire Magic Academy has chosen to become a warrior in the Flame, Life and Death arena. What on earth is this young man planning? Uno felt a sense of unease. A mere magical prodigy may not be significant, but the academy behind him, the Dragonfire Magic Academy, certainly was. If Meng Lei were to falter here, it would be a difficult situation to explain. Let us first gauge his abilities. If it proves unsatisfactory, we must find a way to dismiss him. Magician. You might as well surrender. Bull-headed Harrell snorted, steam billowing from his nostrils as he glared menacingly at Meng Lei with his large, copper bell-like eyes. Lest I reduce your puny limbs to pulp with a single punch. Heh. You may attempt that, Meng Lei replied with a calm smile, his demeanor laced with disdain. Taste my fist, Harrell roared, his feet pounding the arena floor, producing a deep thud as if a heavy tank were rumbling forward. His powerful fist aimed directly at Meng Lei's face. Chapter 43. Thunderstorm. Securing the first victory, Harrell charged forth like a massive tank, his heavy fist targeting Meng Lei's visage, an awe-inspiring display of power. Bull-headed. Bull-headed. Observing the spectacle, the audience rallied behind Harrell, cheering him on. Defeat this magician, show him the might of the bull-headed. It was evident that while many in the crowd held expectations for Meng Lei due to his magician status, the majority still supported Harrell, a loyalty earned through his 10 victories. After all, some audience members had placed bets on Harrell, naturally hoping for his victory. Truly, the bull-headed among the orcs is undeniably ferocious. Feeling the terrifying might of the Minotaur, Meng Lei's expression grew grave. The Minotaurs were a prominent clan among the orcs, half man, half bull, possessing immense strength and unparalleled bravery, making them natural war machines that in terms of raw power. Minotaurs surpassed even the esteemed lion and tiger tribes among the orcs. The disparity in strength was stark when humans faced Minotaurs. Unfortunately, I cannot confront you head-on. Standing his ground, Meng Lei began to chant a spell, intending to conceal the bloodline of the fire dragon as his trump card. You wish to cast magic? Dream on. The Minotaur moved swiftly, covering several paces in an instant, its colossal fist descending from above. Propelled by a fierce force aimed at Meng Lei's head, the Minotaur, already immensely powerful, was a 5th-level warrior, wielding strength beyond measure. Should it strike true, Meng Lei would certainly be finished. The Minotaur sneered, envisioning Meng Lei's blood splattering across the ground, a sight that exhilarated him. Ever since being captured and enslaved by the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the Minotaur had endured relentless torment. Thus he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Dragonkin, hatred for humanity, hatred for everyone in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The Minotaur sought revenge. Sold to the Flame Arena as a fighter, he fought mercilessly, leaving no room for compassion. In 10 matches, all 10 opponents met a gruesome fate. Hence, he earned the title of Cold-Blooded Bull Demon, signifying his ruthless nature akin to that of a devil. The Minotaur relished this title, driven by a desire for vengeance, intent on eradicating all who could be slain. The human mage before him was no exception. Swish. However, just as the Minotaur's fist was about to land, Meng Lei, who had been standing still, suddenly vanished, silently disappearing as if he had never existed. What? The Minotaur was momentarily taken aback. quickly turning his gaze in search of Meng Lei. But to no avail. That moment, a voice from the audience alerted him. "Above you!" "Yes, above you." "Above." The Minotaur swiftly turned his head and was greeted by a blinding flash of light. Crack! Amidst the dazzling brilliance, a thunder serpent descended from the sky, its gaping maw wide open, swallowing the Minotaur whole. Crackle! Lightning raged. Currents surged. The Minotaur was enveloped in electric light. Moo! Remarkably resilient, the Minotaur, struck by the third-level spell Thunder Serpent, did not collapse. Instead, he roared defiantly, bracing himself against the onslaught of electricity. Clearly, his physical form was formidable. The third-level magic could not harm him. "I never intended to defeat you with mere third-level magic, but it is sufficient to stall you for a while." Meng Lei remained astonishingly calm, gathering elemental energy of thunder in his palm, preparing to unleash an even more terrifying fourth-level spell, Thunderstorm. "Human, this meager magic is but a tickle to me." The Minotaur's physique was indeed fearsome, having only been paralyzed for 4 seconds by the Thunder Serpent. He broke free, charging at Meng Lei with unparalleled ferocity and rage. Meng Lei stood silently, allowing the Minotaur to charge towards him. "I'll send you to hell." The Minotaur raised his mighty fist, bringing it crashing down. Just as his iron fist was about to strike Meng Lei abruptly opened his eyes, slowly uttering 4 words. "Thunderstorm." Boom! Blinding lightning struck down, instantly enveloping the Minotaur and illuminating the dim arena. The Minotaur's towering form was completely submerged in the radiance of the lightning. Moo! A chilling bellow emanated from within the storm of lightning. Yet Meng Lei showed no mercy, that he knew that relying solely on Thunderstorm would not suffice to subdue the Minotaur. He needed to intensify his assault. Furious thunder descends. Moments later, another bolt of lightning magic struck down, engulfing the Minotaur still trapped within the Thunderstorm. After casting this spell, Meng Lei finally exhaled in relief. The Furious Thunder Descends was renowned as the most potent single-target 4th-level spell. It should be enough to render the Minotaur incapable of fighting. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Nearly 100,000 spectators stared in awe at the Minotaur, enveloped in electricity, many rendered speechless. Having watched battles for years, they had never witnessed such a spectacular display. Thunder Serpent, Thunderstorm, Furious Thunder Descends. It must be said that magical attacks carried their own spectacular effects. The serpents of lightning, the bolts from the heavens, each strike was a visual marvel, truly captivating. In terms of sheer visual splendor, warriors paled in comparison to magical duels. Stunning, the audience was thoroughly enthralled. One word, exhilarating. I, the Baron, have watched battles for many years. Yet this is the first time I have seen a mage in the arena. Oh, what a sight! Exhilarating. 3 consecutive spells, sealing the victory outright. So this is the beauty of a mage's battle. Ha ha ha. This mage fighter named Arthur Galen is truly extraordinary. Even the recently renowned cold-blooded bull demon fell at his hands. Impressive. It has simply a one-sided thrashing. After a brief silence, the arena erupted in a thunderous applause, spectators pointing and chattering in excitement. Though they supported the Minotaur, witnessing such a dazzling magical duel was worth every coin spent. Strange. Is this little fellow not human? How can a human mage possess such rapid evasion speed? In a private box, Uno gazed at Meng Lei, confusion etched across his face. Although the Minotaur was brutish, excelling in sheer force, his speed was undeniably swift. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved 10 victories on the brutal arena stage. Curiously, Meng Lei had managed to evade his attack. How remarkable! A mere 4th-level human mage possessing such speed. I cannot comprehend. However, this little fellow must harbor some unknown secret. As the lightning dissipated, the Minotaur remained upright, showing no signs of collapsing, which startled Meng Lei. Just as he prepared for another attack, the Minotaur suddenly toppled to the ground. Wisps of black smoke rising from its mouth. The Minotaur had lost its fighting ability. I hereby declare the winner of this duel to be Arthur Galen. The announcer appeared from nowhere, loudly proclaiming the result, and the entire arena erupted in cheers, chanting the name Arthur Galen. Clearly, after this battle, Meng Lei garnered considerable popularity, with many spectators now recognizing him. Meng Lei was indifferent to this, continuing with his collection endeavors. Ding! Fusion successful. Host Spirit 3. Ding! Fusion successful. Host Wealth 21. Ding! Chapter 44. 5th Level Mage. Gambler Lance having achieved a stunning victory in his first battle. Meng Lei was elated, especially after receiving a participation fee of 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins translated to 100 attribute points. Coupled with the various attribute points accumulated today, the rewards were indeed bountiful, especially as he saw his spirit attribute nearing the 2,000 mark. Meng Lei decided to spend some gold coins to assist in breaking through to the 5th level. Host. Meng Lei Race. Human, Fire Dragon Bloodline Wealth. 22,614 gold coins Physique. 5th Level Warrior. 27295000 Spirit. 5th Level Mage. 20142000. Magic Power. 5th Level Mage. 23165000. Magic. Various combat techniques. Fire Dragon Manual Combat Skills. Various, not only a 5th Level Warrior, but also a 5th Level Mage. I suppose I can be considered a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. Meng Lei was quite pleased with his progress. In the Sky Dome continent, the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts was not frowned upon. Many dragonkin followed this path, cultivating both their physical bodies and magical prowess. As for whether they would have to make sacrifices after reaching profound realms, Meng Lei was uncertain. For now, he had no intention of relinquishing either aspect. The advantages of dual cultivation in practical combat were immense. Upon returning to the academy, it was already 1 a.m. Meng Lei hastily washed up and proceeded with his nightly meditation. A night passed in silence. The next morning, after concluding his meditation and enjoying breakfast to satiate his hunger, Meng Lei resumed his training with the Fire Dragon Manual. After 3 days of practice, he felt the Fire Dragon combat energy within him growing increasingly robust, its circulation ever more rapid. With each cycle, the Fire Dragon bloodline was refined further. When the Fire Dragon combat energy could no longer purify the bloodline within him, it would signify that this technique had reached its limit, attaining the pinnacle of progression and purity. That day would mark his transformation into a Fire Dragon. I heard you haven't attended class for 3 days. As Meng Lei settled down to practice the Fire Dragon Manual, his roommate Abe walked down from the upper floor, regarding Meng Lei with a detached gaze. Meng Lei did not deny it. Not planning to go today either? Abe inquired once more. Indeed, I have no intention of attending any longer, Meng Lei replied with a smile. The magic classes hold little significance for me. Attending would merely be a waste of time. It's far better to train on my own. Upon hearing this, Abe furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of arrogance in Meng Lei's words. The Fire Dragon Magic Academy ranked 3rd in the Dragon God Empire, and all the instructors were 8th level magic masters. How dare a mere 3rd level mage say such things? Truly presumptuous. Although displeased, Abe, being naturally aloof, chose not to engage further. With a huff, he turned and left the apartment. This guy feels rather off. Meng Lei shook his head. Just then, the magic communicator suddenly chimed. In this world, there were many magical devices, and the magic communicator was one of them, serving a purpose akin to that of a mobile phone on Earth, albeit appearing entirely different. The magical communicator lacks the sophistication of a mobile phone. Its functionalities are not as intricate, nor can it accommodate as many applications. Its sole purpose is communication. As Meng Lei activated the magical communicator, a radiant light emerged, coalescing into a face. It was none other than senior class leader Jenny Ryan. Senior, what brings you to seek me? Meng Lei inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Jenny, nearing graduation this year, was exceedingly busy and typically wouldn't reach out without reason. Meng Lei, have you not attended class for 3 days? Jenny's expression was grave, her brows furrowed in concern. Yes, what of it? Meng Lei replied, slightly taken aback. Jenny's tone seemed somewhat off. You are aware that this constitutes skipping class, are you not? Jenny admonished sternly. You have only just begun your studies, and already you are absenting yourself from classes. What will become of you in the future? Is it really that serious, Senior Jenny? I recall there being no stipulation from the Academy mandating attendance in magical classes. Isn't it sufficient to simply pass the examinations? Meng Lei retorted, a bit exasperated. You are correct that the Academy does not impose a strict requirement for attendance, but that applies to upperclassmen who have already completed their foundational studies in magical theory and practice. For you, a first year, this is the critical period for laying your groundwork. How can you intentionally skip classes? Do you not realize that Director Dirk is already aware of this matter? He is exceedingly displeased and has summoned you to his office for a discussion. What? Is that really necessary? Meng Lei was incredulous. With his attributes fluctuating by hundreds daily, he hardly had time to seek out the class director. I have delivered the message. Whether or not you attend is entirely up to you. Jenny replied, clearly dissatisfied with Meng Lei's attitude. However, I must remind you that Director Dirk is the head of the first-year students. It is an honor for you to have him request a meeting. If you choose not to attend, it would be a grave error on your part. With that, she abruptly terminated the communication. Unbelievable. Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Well, off he must go. Director Dirk was not known for his leniency, and failing to attend would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. There was no way around it. After all, he was the class director. Exiting his dormitory, Meng Lei was about to make his way to the faculty building when he was halted by a towering green-skinned dragon man, none other than Lance, who had previously bested him during the entrance exam. Oh, is this not our first-year genius, Meng Lei? Where might you be headed? Lance jeered, his eyes narrowing condescendingly. Are you dissatisfied with our last encounter? Meng Lei shot Lance a glance, his demeanor cool. You insolent wretch. What are you so arrogant about? I merely underestimated you last time. Do you truly believe I would fear you now? Lance's anger flared. Let me inform you, I have advanced 2 levels. Now a level 5 warrior. Dare you face me in the combat arena? I'll make you regret ever crossing me. Level 5 warrior. Meng Lei raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised that if memory serves, you were merely a level 3 warrior 3 months ago. How is it that in such a short span, you have reached level 5? Humph. I'm a once-in-a-century prodigy, far beyond the likes of a mere human. Lance crossed his arms, exuding arrogance. Enough of your prattle. Do you dare to ascend the combat arena? If you lack the courage, then from now on, you shall steer clear of me, lest you appear a fool. Do you think I would shy away? Meng Lei chuckled. I would gladly enter the combat arena, but I have no interest in engaging in ventures that bear no fruit, that I trust you comprehend my meaning. Seeking a reward, are we? Fine, I shall accommodate you. My intention is merely to publicly expose you. Lance sneered. I will demonstrate to everyone that the so-called human genius is nothing but a farce, incapable of standing against us noble dragon men. Splendid. Meng Lei smiled. How much gold are you wagering? 10,000. Lance raised a thumb. That if you win, the 10,000 gold is yours. But if you lose, I will demand nothing but your public declaration. Oh. Meng Lei raised an eyebrow. I am a lowly waste. I will never measure up to Lance. Lance declared with glee that I want the entire crowd to witness that, regardless of magical talent, you remain a worthless wretch. I agree. But 10,000 gold is too paltry. Meng Lei's expression turned serious. 100,000 gold. Should you be willing to stake 100,000 gold, I will gladly meet you in the combat arena. 100,000 gold? Why not just rob a bank? Lance was incensed. 50,000. That is my final offer. Humph. You wish to humiliate me without paying the price. There is no such thing as a free lunch, Meng Lei scoffed. However, 50,000 gold? I can accept that. Chapter 45. Dragonbone Grass. Instant level 3 magic upon receiving Meng Lei's affirmative response. Lance was immensely exhilarated that he promptly retrieved his magical communicator to inform his circle of friends, urging them to spread the word far and wide. News spread like wildfire. What began with 1 person quickly reached 10, then 100. Soon, it reverberated throughout the Fire Dragon Academy. Fatty Heart sat in class as usual. Over the past 3 months, he had attended Earth Magic classes alongside Meng Lei. Though he was puzzled by Meng Lei's motives for attending Earth Magic classes, he found comfort in Meng Lei's company, alleviating his feelings of solitude. However, since the midterm exams, Meng Lei had ceased attending classes. leaving Fatty feeling rather bored and listless. "Fatty, why are you still here?" Fatty blinked, turning to the classmate who spoke. "Lance from Class 2 is about to challenge our Meng Lei that they're likely at the combat arena applying for the duel right now. Isn't Meng Lei your friend? Why don't you go see what is happening? Lance is challenging Meng Lei." Fatty was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head vigorously. "That's impossible. Lance is no match for my Meng Ge. He is just looking for trouble." "Fatty, you're woefully uninformed." "Oh." Fatty was astonished that I heard that Lance recently consumed a dragonbone grass, and his physical prowess has now surpassed level 5 with the strength of a level 5 warrior. Defeating Meng Lei would be a walk in the park. Dragonbone grass? What? Fatty's face paled, and he abandoned the class, rushing outside. Dragonbone grass. That fool actually consumed dragonbone grass. What sheer luck. While others might be unaware of dragonbone grass, Fatty knew precisely what it was. A remarkably rare plant that grows on the remains of deceased dragons, absorbing their life essence to thrive. Thus, dragonbone grass possesses unique properties. It purifies the dragon blood within dragonmen, granting them explosive physical enhancement in a short time, especially effective for those below level 6. Therefore, for lower-tier dragonmen, dragonbone grass is an elixir for bloodline purification, a coveted treasure yearned for by all dragonmen. Fatty could hardly believe that Lance, a worthless individual, had come into possession of such a fortune. What sheer luck! The heavens must be blind. I must intervene in this duel. Meng Lei cannot possibly emerge victorious. Pushing his way through the crowd proved arduous for Fatty. Standing at less than 5 feet 6 inches and weighing close to 200 pounds, running was a torturous endeavor. There was no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. After several arduous minutes, he finally arrived at the combat arena. There stood Meng Lei and Lance, the magical barrier already raised, enveloping the entire arena, while the supervising teacher stood in the corner, acting as a judge. Outside the arena, students flocked in droves, a mix of elegantly attired dragon noblemen and simply dressed human commoners. Upperclassmen mingled with first-year students. They pointed and murmured, creating quite the spectacle. "Excuse me, make way. What are you pushing for? Can't you see there are people here?" After much effort, Fatty finally squeezed through the crowd. Spotting the two on the arena, he shouted, "Old brother, don't fight him. You're not his match. Did you hear that? The waste is calling you out." Lance caught wind of Fatty's words and smirked, reveling in his triumph, that you'd best concede now to avoid making a fool of yourself later. "Heh." Meng Lei chuckled lightly, signaling Fatty to remain calm with an okay gesture. "Let's get to it. I'm short on time and have no patience for idle chatter. I detest that cool demeanor of yours. What is there to flaunt? You re merely a lowly human. What is so impressive about that?" Lance's face twisted in fury. "Today, I will publicly humiliate you before all these witnesses, proving that a lowly wretch will always remain a lowly wretch, forever unable to compete with us, dragon men. Indeed, let us crush this lowly human. Show him the might of our dragon kind. Lance, teach him a lesson. Let him see the strength of a dragon. We dragon men are the strongest." The dragon noble spectators chimed in, while the teacher in the corner furrowed his brows, yet chose silence. He had long grown accustomed to this. In a realm where dragonkind reigns supreme, the status of humans inevitably falls below that of dragons. It is a commonplace occurrence for dragon men to look down upon humans, a reality no one can alter. Even though sorcerers enjoy a relatively high status, they can never truly compare to dragons of the same rank. For instance, a level 9 archmage can become a general or a duke, while a human can merely teach at a magic academy and be bestowed with the title of count. This kingdom ultimately belongs to dragonkind. Is that so? Monray chuckled, his smile radiant like the sun. Then why don't you make your move? Allow this lowly wretch to witness your prowess. I shall indulge you. Lance sneered, planting a foot firmly on the arena. Utilizing the tremendous rebound, he soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Monray. "Wretch, bow before me." Suspended midair, gazing down at Monray, Lance felt a surge of exhilaration. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Indeed, it had been an eternity. Ever since the day of the entrance examination when Monray had humiliated him, he had sworn vengeance, determined to reclaim his lost honor. After months of anticipation, he had finally obtained the coveted dragonbone grass, a treasure desperately sought after by the lower-tier dragonfolk. He had seized it, and with a single night of relentless practice, his strength had surged. "Fear not. I shan't let you concede easily. I will shatter your hands, crush your teeth, and ensure you comprehend the consequences of crossing me, Lance." Envisioning the delightful outcome in his mind, Lance couldn't help but laugh aloud. Just as he was about to reach the pinnacle of his glee, a blinding bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking him directly. Boom! Lance was instantly enveloped by the crackling energy, his hair standing on end. Through the searing currents, one could see the stark whiteness of his skeletal frame. "Seeing you laugh so wickedly, I couldn't help but intervene. My sincerest apologies." Meng Lei waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of electric serpents that cascaded down like a machine gun firing bullets. This was not a high-level spell, but rather the second-tier magic, dancing thunder serpents. As a third-tier mage, Meng Lei could instantaneously cast first-tier spells. Now, being a fifth-tier mage, casting second-tier spells was effortlessly within his grasp. Bastard! The electric serpents danced within his body, though they could not harm Lance. They instilled a profound sense of humiliation, starkly contrasting with the scenes he had envisioned. "Wretch, I will slay you," Lance bellowed, charging toward Meng Lei, his robust physique immune to the second-tier magic, and most only experiencing temporary paralysis. "That depends on whether you even have the chance." Meng Lei chuckled softly, slowly uttering 4 words. "Thunder Python." Crack! Almost simultaneously, a 5-meter-long, immensely powerful thunder python descended from the sky, swallowing Lance whole. This is an instantaneous third-tier spell? Chapter 46. Humiliating Lance. Rebuking the senior. This is an instantaneous third-tier spell? Witnessing the sudden emergence of the thunder python, the judging instructor sprang to his feet. He released the thunder python in the blink of an eye. It was instantaneous. This is undoubtedly instantaneous. What tier is he to be capable of instantaneously casting a third-tier spell? The judging instructor was incredulous. He presided over the combat arena, having witnessed countless magical duels, many of which were spectacular displays of magic. However, seeing an instantaneous third-tier spell was a first. Why? Because only a 7th-tier archmage could achieve such a feat. A 5th-tier mage could not, nor could a 6th-tier mage. Few students in the academy reached the 7th-tier archmage level. This meant that among the students, hardly anyone could instantaneously cast a third-tier spell. Not even the graduating 6th-year students. I heard this student named Meng Lei, during the midterm exam, could instantaneously cast a first-tier spell at the level of a third-tier mage. The judging instructor found it unfathomable. And now, he can instantaneously cast a third-tier spell. Could it be he has already attained the realm of a 7th-tier archmage? No, impossible. How long has it been since the midterm exam? The judging instructor was astonished, while the observing students were equally struck with disbelief. Although their ranks were lowly, they were not blind, and many upperclassmen were present. These upperclassmen, possessing keen insight, recognized the implications, and thus their shock was magnified. This thunder python is incredibly formidable. It sends shivers down one's spine. Indeed, I share that sentiment. What tier of magic is this? This is third-tier lightning magic, thunder python. Third-tier magic. No way, I didn't see him chant any incantations. Could he have been silently reciting? Chanting? Nonsense. Did you not see that the python was summoned instantaneously? This is instantaneous magic. Damn. Instantaneously casting a third-tier spell. How can this be possible? What a joke. I'm graduating next year and couldn't achieve that. Yet this first-year brat. Shock, confusion, incredulity. The air was thick with gasps of astonishment, while Lance, swallowed by the thunder python, was destined for tragedy. The destructive power of a third-tier spell far surpassed that of a second-tier spell, although it could not kill him. The rampant currents relentlessly paralyzed his body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably, rendering him utterly immobile. Even the act of roaring in defiance was beyond his capability. As a fellow 5th-tier warrior, you are far inferior to a brutish bull. Meng Lei, with an air of ease, reveled in Lance's furious yet powerless expression. feeling a surge of satisfaction that he aimed to impart an indelible lesson upon Lance, ensuring he would never dare provoke him again. "Brother, you are truly remarkable," the hefty boy exclaimed excitedly. "Quick, continue casting spells, deliver a fatal blow, and deny him any chance to retaliate." "Hey, Norus." Meng Lei waved his hand, watching Lance with amusement. At that moment, the effect of the thunder python began to wane, and Lance gradually regained his senses, his frustration palpable as he clawed and lunged forward. However, awaiting him was yet another thunder python. Boom! Lance found himself, once more rendered immobile, flailing helplessly. "Brother, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?" The hefty boy was beginning to lose track of Meng Lei's intentions. "You'll see soon enough." Meng Lei refrained from further attacks, merely observing in silence. Moments later, as Lance broke free again, before he could make a move, yet another thunder python lunged at him, ensnaring him once more. Observing this, many began to comprehend. What on earth is he trying to do? Why does he keep using the thunder python against Lance? Does he only know this one spell? Or is the thunder python his most powerful attack spell? Do you really think that being capable of instantaneously casting a third-tier spell means it's his strongest? Then what does he mean? Still not getting it. This guy is clearly humiliating Lance with low-tier magic, repeatedly undermining Lance's confidence, playing him like a puppet. I can't believe it. This is too cruel. Meng Lei was indeed humiliating Lance. He intended to demonstrate that even with Lance's 5th-tier physique, he could still defeat him with low-tier magic. What did it matter if his strength had soared? He remained a fool. Thus, Lance repeatedly escaped, only to be ensnared time and again by the thunder python, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation, tears of shame streaming down his face. What skill is there in humiliating an opponent weaker than oneself with low-tier magic? Why not just release Lance already? A dragonfolk senior, unable to bear the sight, shouted at Meng Lei. "Do you wish to take his place? Then come up." Meng Lei turned to face the dragonfolk, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The dragonfolk senior faltered, his gaze evasive. Though he was a 5th-year student with 5th-tier mage strength, he lacked the confidence to defeat Meng Lei. Instantaneously casting a 3rd-tier spell? Ridiculous. This was the bane of low-tier mages. Could he not see that even the 5th-tier Lance was utterly subdued? With no ability to resist, would he step up? He would only find himself trapped even more thoroughly, suffering greater embarrassment. "If you're too scared to come up, then kindly shut your mouth and stop embarrassing yourself," Meng Lei scoffed, no longer glancing at the dragonfolk senior. "Bastard!" The dragonfolk senior, filled with humiliation, left in a huff. Better to endure this moment than to risk humiliation in front of the entire academy. This arrogant fool is insufferable. He is crossing the line. Killing is but a slight offense. Such humiliation towards our dragonfolk is intolerable. Is there truly no one willing to teach this scoundrel a lesson? The observing dragonfolk nobles were incensed, utterly frustrated, yet none dared to step forward, not even the 6th-year dragonfolk seniors. What of being 6th year? Faced with Meng Lei, who could instantaneously cast a 3rd-tier spell, they too would have to kneel. Impressive, truly remarkable. What a glorious sight. In my 2+ years at the academy, I've never seen this group of arrogant dragonfolk so utterly subdued. This is cathartic, truly cathartic. The dragonfolk felt humiliated, while the human students in attendance secretly reveled in the moment. Throughout the Fire Dragon Kingdom, humans were inherently inferior to dragonfolk, and this situation persisted within the academy. Many human students, especially those from common backgrounds, were frequently bullied by their dragonfolk classmates, yet they dared not voice their grievances. Their resentment had been brewing for quite some time. Now, witnessing Meng Lei humiliate Lance so thoroughly and rebuke the dragonfolk senior, they felt an immense sense of vindication, as if they had achieved a great victory. Meng Lei, perhaps it is time to cease? At that moment, the judging instructor spoke up. Very well. Meng Lei nodded slightly, reciting the incantation for the 4th-tier lightning magic. The most powerful single-target attack spell, Falling Thunder, which swiftly engulfed Lance. Chapter 47. An accidental breakthrough. Lance, consumed by the lightning, collapsed to the ground, rendered devoid of combat capability, bringing the public duel to a satisfying conclusion. Meng Lei, unsurprisingly, emerged victorious, departing with 50,000 gold coins amidst the incredibly frustrated gazes of the dragonfolk nobles. Brother, you are simply extraordinary. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to instantaneously cast a level 3 spell? Have you truly ascended to the realm of a 7th-tier archmage? Do you believe me if I say yes? That seems rather improbable, doesn't it? Then why do you inquire? Very well, by the way. My friend, having just won 50,000 gold coins, shouldn't we celebrate with some exquisite dishes outside the academy? I'm afraid that's not feasible. Why ever not? Because I must seek out Director Dirk. Would you care to join me? Seek him out. I think it best you go alone. At the mere mention of their homeroom teacher, the robust fellow's countenance shifted dramatically, his head shaking vigorously as he fled in haste. This chap, Meng Lei chuckled, shaking his head as he made his way toward the faculty office building. Soon arriving at Professor Dirk's office, the grade director. Professor Dirk's office was spacious, yet modestly adorned. Exuding a sense of simplicity, predominantly filled with bookshelves that rendered the space rather cramped. Upon entering, Meng Lei found Professor Dirk Norwood standing before a shelf, deeply engrossed in a tome on magic. Professor Dirk, you summoned me. Meng Lei performed a proper magical salutation, respectfully inquiring. Without uttering a word, Professor Dirk gestured toward the rows of shelves and their contents, smiling as he said, "What do you think of my collection?" Meng Lei, Professor Dirk's library is quite extensive. Meng Lei remarked sincerely after glancing at the multitude of magical texts, genuinely impressed. Such a collection rivals that of a library. Indeed, that is only natural. Professor Dirk beamed with pride. I house all tomes pertaining to the 10 schools of magic here, encompassing foundational texts, theoretical works, comprehensive spell compendiums, as well as subjects like materials science, alchemy, arrays, astrology, and more. Oh, and I have studies on draconic magic, giant magic, elven magic, and even some on orc totem studies. Truly a treasure trove. It seems Professor Dirk is a true bibliophile. Meng Lei felt awed and couldn't help but express his admiration. The path of magic is profound and intricate, vast as the stars in the heavens. Even if we were to devote our entire lives to it, we would scarcely grasp a fragment of its true essence. Professor Dirk asserted with reverence. All we can do is diligently study and contemplate, in hopes of understanding even a little. Professor Dirk speaks wisely. I am truly enlightened. Meng Lei responded wholeheartedly, simultaneously understanding why Professor Dirk, at just over 50, had already attained the pinnacle of a 9th-tier archmage. Such a thirst for knowledge surely warranted such remarkable achievements. Over 50 years of age, a 9th-tier archmage, just a step away from the sanctum of true mastery. Such an accomplishment is exceedingly rare. You possess remarkable talent, something many can only dream of. However, you must understand that talent is merely the key that unlocks the treasure of magic. The extent of your eventual gains relies entirely on your diligence. Professor Dirk regarded Meng Lei intently. Do you comprehend this? I do. Meng Lei nodded emphatically. Will you still skip classes in the future? Indeed. Meng Lei replied without hesitation. What? Professor Dirk was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with fury. I specifically created an atmosphere for guidance and instruction, only to find it falling on deaf ears. You still intend to skip? Such a blunt response. It infuriates me. Just as Professor Dirk was about to unleash his wrath, the office door swung open, revealing the judge responsible for the combat arena entering with enthusiasm. Director Dirk, congratulations, congratulations! The judge exclaimed loudly upon entry, and upon spotting Meng Lei and Professor Dirk, he paused in surprise. Ah, Meng Lei is here as well. Without waiting for a response, he smiled at Professor Dirk. Director Dirk, you must be praising Meng Lei, and rightly so. He is indeed outstanding and deserves commendation. Yes, commend him well. Professor Dirk looked utterly bewildered. Glancing between Meng Lei and the judge, he asked Professor Chiao, "What are you talking about?" Director Dirk, please don't pretend to be oblivious. Professor Chiao Bolton chuckled. Meng Lei just instantaneously cast a level 3 spell in the combat arena, effortlessly defeating Lon from Class 2. Wait a moment, Professor Dirk interrupted, a look of confusion crossing his face. Meng Lei, instantaneously casting a level 3 spell? Director Dirk, are you not aware? seeing the look on Professor Dirk's face. Professor Chiao understood and continued with a smile. Here's how it transpired. Upon hearing the events, Professor Dirk was taken aback, staring at Meng Lei in disbelief. Is what Professor Chiao says true? You can instantaneously cast a level 3 spell. Indeed. Meng Lei nodded, neither confirming nor denying, as he believed the news had already spread throughout the academy. Only a 7th-tier mage can achieve instantaneous casting of a level 3 spell. Professor Dirk gazed intently at Meng Lei, his eyes shimmering with curiosity, as if trying to see through him. You are merely a level 3 mage. How did you accomplish this? Professor Dirk inadvertently surpassed my limits. Meng Lei scratched his head. I am now a level 4 mage. Meng Lei modestly concealed his true prowess, not wishing to reveal that he had already reached level 5, as such rapid advancement could invite unnecessary complications. Inadvertently, a level 4 mage, Professor Dirk and Professor Chiao exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Professor Dirk furrowed his brow. Even if you are a level 4 mage, you cannot instantaneously cast a level 3 spell. That defies all logic. Perhaps my mental fortitude is particularly strong. Meng Lei offered a vague response with a shrug. Mental fortitude? Professor Chiao inquired curiously. Meng Lei, you must have tested your mental strength. What level did you achieve? I was tested during the midterm, but I intentionally downplayed my abilities then. Meng Lei chuckled. So they assessed me at the level of a level 3 mage's mental strength. And what is your true mental strength? Professor Chiao pressed further. I have not tested it. It should be stronger than that of a level 3 mage. Meng Lei replied. Then why not test it? Professor Chiao glanced at Professor Dirk, Director Dirk. Do you have the means to measure mental strength? Perhaps we could have Meng Lei tested? No need. Professor Dirk waved his hand, his gaze flickering. Instantaneous casting of a level 3 spell is something only a 7th-tier archmage can achieve. Meng Lei's mental strength, even if not at the 7th tier, must be close. There is no need for testing. Indeed, Professor Chiao concurred, then turned to Meng Lei. At such a young age, possessing such formidable mental strength. Meng Lei. Your future is boundless. Thank you, Professor Chiao. Meng Lei smiled, fully aware of the truth. His ability to instantaneously cast a level 3 spell had nothing to do with mental strength, but rather the system, theoretically, with ample magical energy reserves. Any spell that the system acquires and integrates can be cast instantaneously by Meng Lei. Level 3 spells, level 4 spells, level 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 9, all possible. The only issue is that with magical reserves comparable to a level 5 mage, he could manage only a few casts of level 5 spells before being utterly drained. As for casting higher-level spells, that would be a mere fantasy. Even so, this presents a significant advantage, allowing Meng Lei to dominate in battles against mages of equivalent levels, an advantage that would endure perpetually. It could be described as monstrous. It is worth noting that Meng Lei had previously chanted spells not only to blend in with ordinary mages, avoiding being dissected as an anomaly, but also because some spells were not acquired through the system, but learned independently. Naturally, spells he learned himself could not be cast instantaneously, necessitating the traditional chant and methodical execution. Of course, with his level 5 mage capabilities, casting first-tier spells from his self-taught repertoire was entirely within his grasp. Meng Lei, tell me honestly, had you encountered magic prior to enrolling? Professor Dirk fixed his gaze on Meng Lei, posing a rather peculiar question. Not at all. Meng Lei shook his head. To possess such strong mental fortitude at such a tender age is not something that can be achieved through mere short-term practice. Professor Dirk marveled. It seems you not only have exceptional elemental affinity, but also possess formidable innate mental strength. Indeed, it's as if you are the illegitimate child of the god of magic. Professor Chiao agreed wholeheartedly, affirming that mental strength is not something that can be rapidly acquired. Meng Lei's exceptional mental prowess must be an inherent gift. Meng Lei recognized that he had successfully diverted the two teachers' attention, which was fortuitous, as attributing his remarkable mental strength to innate ability was undoubtedly the best explanation without revealing the system. Meng Lei, you possess enviable talent. Yet I reiterate, the ocean of knowledge is boundless, and only diligence can lead you through it. You may skip classes, But your studies in magic must never falter, Professor Dirk stated sternly. I shall closely monitor your progress. Should I perceive any stagnation, it will signify your complacency, and you shall attend classes without fail. I understand, Professor. Having successfully engaged with Professor Dirk, Meng Lei felt justified in embarking on his journey of skipping classes, subsequently neglecting all magic lessons, and diligently adhering to his own plans. Good morning, the Dragon Fire Codex. In the afternoon, I shall acquire attributes. In the evening, I will meditate. In between, I will find time to visit the martial arts arena. My days are filled with fulfillment and tranquility. Time slips away like a fleeting horse, and before I know it, 3 months have passed. On this particular night, Meng Lei did not meditate as usual. Instead, he indulged in a refreshing bath and fell into a deep slumber. This sleep was particularly sweet, and when he awoke the next day, the sun was already high in the sky, nearing noon. What a delightful sleep! Meng Lei stretched languorously, feeling invigorated. Although meditation can substitute for sleep, having not slept for nearly half a year, this long-awaited rest felt utterly extraordinary. One word: splendid. Get up! Knock, knock, knock! The door was rapped upon, and Meng Lei opened it to find his rotund friend Hart and Daniel entering, both beaming with joy and merriment. Brother, why are you only just getting up? Hart, his face flushed, squinted his eyes into narrow slits. Did you, like us, skip meditation last night and sleep until you woke naturally? Today marks the beginning of the winter vacation, and I feel quite relaxed. It's rare to have a proper sleep. Meng Lei gestured for them to take a seat while tidying his bedding. By the way, since winter vacation has begun, you two should be heading home now, right? Yes, indeed. Daniel nodded with a smile. The winter break is quite lengthy, and I haven't been home in 6 months. It's time to pay a visit. Indeed, you should return. Meng Lei nodded slightly. As for Hart, there was no need for further inquiry. His home was in the royal city, and he often found time to visit. Given the nature of his family, Hart would undoubtedly spend the winter break at home. Brother, you should be going home too, right? Hart inquired. Home? Meng Lei paused, momentarily speechless. Home is a warm word, a place that tugs at the soul, but do I have a home? The Beast Village. Meng Lei had only stayed there for a little over a month, even less than his time at the academy. Can it truly be called home? He was uncertain, but deep down he felt that the Beast Village was merely a place he had visited, lacking any real sense of attachment or belonging. My true home is on Earth. Meng Lei's thoughts drifted back to Earth, a place suspended in time, to that beautiful seaside town, to that cozy little nest. There he had chatty parents, a mischievous and adorable son, a sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted wife, and steaming hot, delicious meals. Meng Lei lost himself in reverie. Since arriving in this world, he had almost instinctively buried these memories deep within, striving to accept everything about this world, to enhance his power, to survive. However, at this moment, as the floodgates of memory opened, a torrent of recollections surged forth, engulfing Meng Lei and leaving him unable to escape. Dad, Mom, Cola, wife, I miss you all. A glimmer of tears shimmered in Meng Lei's eyes, moistening them. Brother, what's wrong? Noticing Meng Lei's emotional shift, Hart and Daniel whispered, having never seen him like this before. Nothing, just feeling homesick. Meng Lei took a deep breath, forcing the chaotic memories back into the depths of his heart, and smiled weakly. Now that winter break has begun, I will certainly return home. Otherwise, what is the point of staying at the academy? True enough. Seeing Meng Lei regain his composure, Hart and Daniel were unperturbed. Hart chuckled. In the blink of an eye, a semester has passed, and we won't see each other for over a month. Just thinking about it makes me feel melancholic. It's quite disheartening. Indeed. Daniel nodded, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. I say, you too. Is it really that serious? Meng Lei laughed, shaking his head. But I suppose it is, considering we won't see each other during the holiday. It does tug at the heartstrings. How about this? Let us indulge ourselves today, the three of us. What do you say? Sounds good, it's on me. Hart's eyes lit up instantly as he thumped his chest. Wherever you wish to go. Just name the place, and I shall not hesitate. Even those kinds of places are acceptable. He winked lewdly a mischievous grin on his face. "Ha, just look at you." Meng Lei rolled his eyes. "Can you not be so lecherous?" "Exactly. I am still a child." Daniel shot Hart a disapproving glare, chastising him sternly. Just kidding, just kidding." Hart chuckled awkwardly. "How about we go to Zhu Xianlu?" Meng Lei suggested. "I've heard they serve exquisite dishes made from high-grade magical beast meat. Their flavors are unparalleled and quite renowned throughout the royal city." "What the heck, brother? You actually know about Zhu Xianlu? That is going to cost a fortune." On this day, Meng Lei and his friends feasted heartily at Zhu Xianlu, liberating all their pent-up diligence and aspirations for the winter break. Devouring meat and drinking copiously, experiencing unprecedented delight. However, as the trio exited the establishment, Hart's face was a picture of despair, his expression laden with the agony of financial loss. That meal had cost him a small fortune, leaving him nearly broke. Hart stopped lamenting. Meng Lei clapped him on the shoulder, teasingly scolding. "It was just over 10,000 gold coins. I'll treat you next semester." "Brother, you don't understand," Hart lamented, shaking the flesh on his face. "My father only gives me 20,000 gold coins as pocket money each month. And now that half of it is gone right after it arrived, how am I supposed to spend this winter break? 20,000 gold coins? Pocket money?" Meng Lei felt a deep-seated resentment from the privileged youth. He toiled day in and day out, often risking his life in the martial arts arena, earning just over 20,000 gold coins in a month. Meanwhile, Hart's monthly allowance was this much. Truly, others' fortunes are enough to make one envious. Although the expenses are high, the food at Zhu Xianlu is indeed delectable, especially that garlic-grilled Sun Moon Divine Frog. It is simply unforgettable. Daniel licked his lips, lost in the memory of the taste, causing Hart to grit his teeth in frustration. Of course, the Sun Moon Divine Frog is a 7th-level magical beast, costing 30,000 gold coins for just one. That grilled dish alone set me back over 4,300 gold coins. The price is indeed outrageous. Daniel chuckled lightly, recognizing Hart's distress and choosing not to dwell on it further. Though Hart was a noble, he was still just a student. Spending over 20,000 gold coins on a single meal was indeed excessive. A 7th-level magical beast. The Sun Moon Divine Frog, valued at 30,000 gold coins? Meng Lei's mind raced. This price was notably high, equivalent to 3,000 attribute points. 3,000. Meng Lei's eyes sparkled. The Sun Moon Divine Frog belongs to the 7th level of magical beasts. And typically, such beasts start at 100,000 gold coins, but the price varies based on flavor, size, and utility. Hart grumbled. The Sun Moon Divine Frog is delicious, a rare delicacy, but due to its small size. The price of an entire frog is not high, only around 30,000 gold coins. Other 7th-level magical beasts certainly cost more. 7th-level magical beasts start at 100,000 gold coins. Meng Lei's eyes gleamed even brighter. If I could hunt a 7th-level magical beast, wouldn't that be a tremendous windfall? While it would indeed be a huge profit, it's far too dangerous. Hart shivered at the thought. 7th-level magical beasts are terrifying and far beyond our capacity to contend with. Brother, you should dismiss that notion. I was merely jesting. Did you take me seriously? Upon leaving Zhu Xianlu, Hart and Daniel returned to the academy to pack their belongings, while Meng Lei headed to the magical device market. This time, his primary aim was not to acquire attributes, but to purchase magical devices. With winter break upon him, he intended to return to the Beast Village, venture into the Beast Forest for training, hunt magical beasts and gather attributes, magic cores, and earn gold coins. Hart's remark had sparked an idea in Meng Lei's mind. Not only are magic cores valuable, but magical beast corpses are equally so, and it would be a grave waste to discard them. Thus, Meng Lei needed a magical device to store the magical beast corpses. Beep. Item detected. Would you like to collect it? Beep. Fusion successful. Hostess wealth 18. The magical device market was vast. Akin to an electronics market on Earth, divided into many sections. Meng Lei made his way directly to the area for purchasing spatial magical devices. Entering a shop. Welcome, esteemed mage, to our store. A voluptuous foxwoman server bowed gracefully, greeting Meng Lei with a bright smile. Her appealing curves complemented by a fluffy red tail were quite enchanting. A foxwoman? Meng Lei glanced at the server, suppressing the urge to stare longer, and turned his attention to the array of spatial magical devices displayed in the crystal cabinet, inquiring, "How much are your spatial magical devices?" Esteemed mage, our spatial magical devices are primarily categorized into spatial bracelets, spatial rings, and spatial belts. The foxwoman server smiled sweetly, her voice melodious and pleasant. "Might I ask which type you require?" "I suppose a spatial ring." Meng Lei pondered briefly before responding. "Our spatial rings are further divided according to storage capacity into 3 tiers: 10 cubic, 50 cubic, and 100 cubic. Which size would you prefer?" 100 cubic, please." Meng Lei raised an eyebrow, knowing that a larger capacity would naturally allow for more items to be stored. This principle was quite straightforward. "Esteemed mage, please take a look at this model." The Fox Maiden server produced a transparent box, within which lay a black ring adorned with a crimson gem. "This is a piece from the beloved series. A spatial ring with a storage capacity of 119 cubic units. Its details are exquisite, its lines elegant, pure and refined, and it is classically magnificent, embedded with a red crystal." "Stop!" Monta interrupted the loquacious Fox Maiden. "What is the price?" "Esteemed mage, the original price of this spatial ring is 15,340,000 gold coins. However, you are fortunate, as we are currently running a promotion, and it is available for just 80 of the original price, 15,340,000 gold coins." Monta's lips twitched. "Why don't you tell me about the ring with 50 cubic units of space instead?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the Fox Maiden's eyes. She had assumed Monta, with his handsome stature, graceful demeanor, and clad in a mage's robe, was a lavishly spending noble mage, only to discover he was merely a dapper, impoverished fellow. How foolish of me to have entertained such hopes. Nonetheless, she adeptly concealed her inner thoughts and replied sweetly, "Esteemed mage, the 50 cubic spatial ring is moderately priced, ranging from 1,500,000 to 5,800,000 gold coins." Monta's lips twitched again, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What is the price of the cheapest spatial ring in your shop?" "What?" The Fox Maiden was taken aback, then pointed to a spatial ring displayed at the bottom of the crystal cabinet. "This is our most affordable spatial ring, offering a storage capacity of 1 cubic unit, originally priced at 190,000 gold coins that if you wish to acquire it." Never mind. I don't want it, Monta exclaimed, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he fled the shop. "Goodness, even the cheapest spatial ring costs 190,000 gold coins. This is sheer robbery, 190,000 gold coins. Even if I were sold, I couldn't produce such an amount. What a pauper. What business do I have wandering a marketplace?" TSK. Chapter 50. The Silver Battle. Bloodline of the Flame Demon. Monta was thoroughly disheartened. He had thought that after half a year of saving, he had amassed a modest fortune, while he could not compare to the affluent nobles. He had enough to feel secure. Thus, he had dared to enter the shop to purchase the coveted magical device, but he never anticipated that spatial magical devices would be so exorbitantly priced, with even the cheapest spatial ring costing 190,000 gold coins. "Truly, I am but a destitute wretch. Forget it. I shall head to the combat arena." This evening, the number 7 combat arena was packed to capacity. As a silver combat arena, its scale and decor were far superior to that of the bronze combat arena, and the audience alone was a testament to this. Wealthy dragonfolk, nobles adorned in gold and silver, portly lords, fashionable socialites. Either they possessed status or wealth. It was a realm of affluence. This was the silver combat arena, a playground for the upper echelons of society, where mere petit bourgeois could not freely enter. Distinguished guests, dear audience friends, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Flame Combat Arena. I am your host for the evening, Cornelia Noel. Tonight, we present an exhilarating duel featuring 2 combatants, namely the 2-star silver combatant, Flame Tiger Fire Demon Alex Benet. As the lights illuminated, the swan-like beauty of the host graced the stage, her melodious voice resonating throughout the number 7 combat arena, instantly silencing the previously raucous crowd. Our esteemed guest should know that the Flame Tiger Fire Demon is renowned for his ferocious fighting style, having gained fame amidst flames and is affectionately referred to by the audience as the Flame Tiger Fire Demon. To date, the Flame Tiger Fire Demon has fought a total of 192 matches, achieving an impressive record of 98 wins, 32 draws, and 62 losses, including 19 knockouts, making him one of the most seasoned silver combatants in our Flame Combat arena. Flame Tiger Fire Demon, Flame Tiger Fire Demon, Flame Tiger Fire Demon. As the host's words concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers that AS the most established silver combatant in the Flame Combat arena. The Flame Tiger Fire Demon had garnered immense popularity, evidenced by the fact that 1/3 of the audience was cheering for him. However, when the swan-like beauty of the host announced the name of the other combatant, the cheers grew even louder, a wave of applause that nearly lifted the roof. Thunder God! Thunder God! Thunder God! I love you! Thunder God! The host was quite pleased with the atmosphere, and after the noise subsided somewhat, she continued, as we all know, the Thunder God is a rare mage fighter in our Flame Combat arena, having made his debut with a dazzling fighting style and the identity of a lightning mage, earning him the affectionate title of Thunder God. Currently, the Thunder God has fought 30 matches, achieving a record of 23 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses. The draws and losses occurred during his ascent to silver combatant status, and since then, the Thunder God has not suffered a single defeat, boasting an astonishing streak of 11 consecutive victories. Tonight, will the Thunder God continue his incredible streak and elevate his winning tally to 12? We are all eagerly anticipating. Now, let us welcome the 2 silver combatants to the arena with resounding applause. Flame Tiger Fire Demon. Thunder God! Swish, swish. 2 beams of light descended, and a flash of red and silver shot from the entrance, landing on the stage in an instant, moving at an astonishing speed. As the light settled, 2 figures emerged. One was a robust figure, muscles bulging, entirely clad in fiery red, with piercing eyes and a mane of red hair billowing in the wind, reminiscent of flames radiating extreme heat. He was none other than the Flame Tiger Fire Demon, Alex Ben, a seasoned silver combatant with a staggering 51 win rate from 192 matches. Now, turning to the other individual, adorned with a golden mask and dressed in a mage's robe, he exuded an air of elegance, his handsome features contrasting sharply with the Flame Tiger Fire Demon. Yet, as he stood upon the arena, more than half of the audience erupted in fevered cheers for him, with noble ladies flushed with excitement, abandoning their previous composure for sheer frenzy. Thunder God, I love you. Thunder God, I want to bear your children. It was evident that the Thunder garnered a significantly larger and more fervent audience than the Flame Tiger Fire Demon, causing the seasoned silver combatant's expression to darken, his gaze toward the Thunder God rife with hostility. A mere newcomer, why does he enjoy greater popularity than I? The Flame Tiger Fire Demon roared with fury. Youngster, I shall vanquish you and show these spectators how mistaken their choice is. Then come, Monta replied calmly, the corners of his lips curling slightly beneath the mask, revealing a confident smirk. The Flame Tiger Fire Demon did not intimidate him. Kill! Suddenly, a layer of red flames engulfed the Flame Tiger Fire Demon, transforming him into a fiery specter radiating tremendous heat. In the next moment, the fire specter surged forward, a blazing comet hurtling toward Monta, traversing 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Come on! Monta's eyes widened, and he pointed, a bolt of lightning erupting from his fingertip, effortlessly piercing through the flames and striking the Flame Tiger Fire Demon, leaving a charred mark upon his skin. The Flame Tiger Fire Demon grunted, momentarily stunned. Yet in that brief instant, Monta unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, bolts of lightning as thick as arms raining down upon the Flame Tiger Fire Demon. This was a 4th-tier spell, Cataclysmic Thunderstorm. However, that was not the end. Monta chanted incantations, rapidly summoning the lightning magic elements within a 100-meter radius, which swiftly converged and combined, forming 10 serpentine bolts of lightning, each 30 meters long and as thick as barrels. The dazzling serpents illuminated the combat arena, capturing the eyes of every spectator, and the spectacle was simply breathtaking, driving the audience into a frenzy. Their faces flushed with excitement. Sixth-tier spell, lightning serpent dance. Descent. Monta clapped his hands to the ground, and with a sharp, high-pitched cry, the 10 lightning serpents dove one after another, engulfing the flame tiger fire demon and covering the arena. It is over. Monta turned away, no longer glancing at the flame tiger fire demon engulfed in lightning, but instead waved to the cheering audience, inciting even more fervor. Thunder God, I love you, Thunder God. Be my 18th sugar baby. I want to pamper you. Amidst the frenzied shouts, the rampant currents gradually dissipated, revealing the flame tiger fire demon. Now utterly disheveled, the flames extinguished, his garments reduced to ash, and his body charred beyond recognition. Indeed, a sight most pitiful. Beep, detecting dropped items, would you like to pick them up? Pick up. Beep. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the bloodline of the flame demon. The bloodline of the flame demon? Chapter 51. The 5 Great Eras. Transformation of the flame demon, the bloodline of the flame demon. What is that? Monta felt somewhat bewildered. During his 6 months at the Fire Dragon Academy, he had devoted nearly all his time to enhancing his abilities, scarcely delving into other texts or acquiring additional knowledge. For instance, he had not explored Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts, classification of intelligent beings on the continent, or cultural geography of the continent. And apart from lightning and earth magic, he was utterly ignorant of anything else. Is the flame demon also a creature from the Sky Dome continent? In a state of confusion, Meng Lei promptly activated the magical communicator and dialed the portly fellow's magical key, intending to inquire about his knowledge. The chubby one had received enlightening instruction and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Questioning him on such matters was undoubtedly prudent. Brother, what do you need? The round face of the chubby man materialized on the magical communicator. Do you know about the flame demon? What? The flame demon. The flame of flame demon. The demon of flame demon. Flame demon? The portly man appeared momentarily perplexed. Why do you suddenly ask about that? What is that noise on your end? It sounds so chaotic. Enough chatter. Do you or do you not know about the flame demon? Meng Lei replied irritably. I'm in the arena. How could it not be noisy? Brother, I must say, I dislike hearing such things. I, the chubby one, am well-versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters, capable of foreseeing 500 years into the past and 1,000 years into the future. What is it that I do not know? The chubby man boasted, puffing himself up with pride. Speaking of the flame demon, one must inevitably mention the ancient era of yore. You must be familiar with the various epochs that the celestial continent has endured. Right? I've heard of them. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Just like Earth, the celestial continent had traversed several distant and protracted ages, namely the Elven Age, the Titan Age, the Orc Age, the Dragon Age, and the current era dominated by the 4 races. Each epoch bore its sovereign, reigning supreme for a time, and was undoubtedly the rightful ruler of the entire continent. Do you know how the Elven Age came to an end? The chubby man inquired further. It was likely brought to an end by the ancient Titans. Was it not? Meng Lei pondered before responding. The conclusion of one era is often precipitated by the ascendance of another. For instance, the end of the Titan Age was due to the rise of the Orcs. The Orcs, with their astonishing birth rates, overthrew the dominion of the ancient Titans and ultimately emerged as the rulers of the celestial continent. Similarly, the Orc Age was subsequently toppled by the dragons, who leapt to prominence and established a glorious era. The cycle of ages continues, and life perpetuates. Dynasties rise and fall. Nothing remains eternally unchanged, nor do empires maintain their vigor indefinitely. This is an immutable law of nature, unalterable by any being. No, you are mistaken. The chubby man shook his head. The end of the Elven Age was not due to the ancient Titans, but rather the flame demon. The flame demon? Meng Lei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the flame demon. The chubby man nodded slightly. It is said that during the Elven Age, the celestial continent was lush with forests and verdant flora, with over 90% of the land blanketed in dense woods. The celestial continent was breathtakingly beautiful, with fair elves strolling through the woods, snow-white unicorns frolicking by the lakeside, and enchanting trance dancing in the gardens. However, one day, the flame demons descended. No one knew whence they came, whether they were native to the celestial continent or hailing from beyond the stars, or some other realm. All that was known was that they bathed in flames, possessed burning eyes, and had manes ablaze with fire. They were a terrifying race of fireborn beings. Wherever they roamed, forests were incinerated, vegetation ignited, and scorched earth stretched for miles. Within a century, the ancient elves' cherished homeland was utterly consumed. Following a protracted struggle, the ancient elves united with other races of the continent to thwart the rampaging flame demons, ultimately annihilating them. However, the cost was steep. 1,000 enemies taken down, but 800 of their own lost, leading to the decline of the ancient elves, while the mighty titans seized the opportunity to rise. So, you assert that the demise of the Elven Age was solely orchestrated by the flame demons? Meng Lei inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Were the flame demons truly so formidable that they could extinguish the ancient elves at the height of their prosperity? Formidable? The chubby man chuckled softly. The ancient elves were once so powerful that they kept the ancient titans in check, that if even they fell to the flame demons, do you not think that speaks volumes of their terror? You have a point, Meng Lei conceded. Then asked, do the flame demons still exist on the celestial continent? The chubby man contemplated for a moment before responding. The true flame demons are likely no longer extant, that I have heard no word of them. However, descendants bearing the bloodline of the flame demons should still exist, for they wreaked havoc upon the celestial continent for so long that it is impossible they left no trace. Indeed, after concluding the magical communication, Meng Lei fell into deep contemplation. The chubby man's assertion held merit. The flame demons had ravaged the celestial continent for countless years, undoubtedly leaving behind bloodline progeny. The flame tiger fire demon was one such descendant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the flame demon bloodline to manifest. The pressing question now was, what purpose did the flame demon bloodline serve? Just as Meng Lei was immersed in perplexity, a strange sensation surged within him. An unfamiliar warmth coursing through his limbs. Not good. Having previously experienced the merging of the fire dragon bloodline, Meng Lei was acutely aware of what was about to transpire. He wasted no time and dashed toward the restroom. Puff! Puff! Just as he managed to secure the restroom door, a crimson flame, as vivid as blood, erupted from within him, enveloping Meng Lei entirely. The red flames bore wisps of black smoke, reminiscent of the flames that adorned the flame tiger fire demon. Simultaneously, a searing pain, akin to being torn apart, assaulted his nerves, causing Meng Lei to stifle a groan, nearly crying out in agony. Fortunately, bolstered by prior experience and a robust mental fortitude, he managed to restrain himself from screaming, though the pain was enough to induce cold sweat and contort his features. What a truly excruciating experience! Meng Lei grimaced, noting his skin darkening, his arms elongating, his nails extending outward, bristling spines sprouting from his back, and a tail resembling that of a cow emerging from behind. Most strikingly, for sharp horns erupted from his head, too long, too short, evoking imagery of goat horns intertwined with devilish spikes, rendering him rather fearsome. The transformation begins anew. First it was the fire dragon man, and now what shall this be? The flame demon man? Despite the urge to scoff within, Meng Lei could distinctly sense his physical form strengthening at a visible pace, rivaling the previous merging with the fire dragon bloodline. Let the strengthening continue. Strengthen as much as possible. The process of merging with the flame demon bloodline was brief, concluding within a quarter of an hour. Meng Lei approached the mirror, gazing at his drastically altered appearance, rendered speechless. His skin was a deep shade of black, his pupils a striking yellow, bristling spines akin to steel needles adorned his arms, while a tail reminiscent of a cow's trailed behind him, enveloped in flames. His appearance was undeniably unhandsome, bordering on grotesque. However, it appeared his strength had indeed surged significantly. Chapter 52. Comparable to the fire dragon, two bloodlines host. Meng Lei race. Human, fire dragon bloodline, flame demon bloodline wealth. 182,915 gold physical strength. Level 7 warrior 1. 487,850,000 mental strength. Level 6 mage, 710,210,000 magical power. Level 6 mage, 691,910,000 magic. Various fighting techniques. Fire Dragon Codex, various combat skills. My physical strength was previously over 7,000. Yet now it has soared to 14,878. The increase is rather astonishing. Observing his personal attributes, Meng Lei felt a swell of satisfaction. After 3 arduous months of training, all his attributes had increased several-fold, whether it be physical strength, mental prowess, or magical reserve. He had attained the realm of a level 6 warrior, mage, marking a significant enhancement in power compared to 3 months prior, especially with the unexpected acquisition of the flame demon bloodline today. His physical strength had made a remarkable leap, entering an entirely new domain, level 7 warrior. This designation belonged to the ranks of advanced warriors. Even in the royal city, he would be considered a formidable expert. Should he venture into remote regions, he would be more than capable of establishing dominance. With the increase in physical strength, my magical power is slightly lagging behind. However, that is of little concern, with a mere desire. I could break through at any moment. Meng Lei's gaze fell upon his wealth, having amassed gold yet hesitated to spend, thus accumulating a substantial sum of 182,915 gold. 182,915 gold, 18,291 attribute points. If he were to use it immediately, it would be sufficient to elevate Meng Lei to the realm of a level 7 mage, making him a dual threat of both martial and magical prowess at level 7. His strength would be absolutely terrifying. Yet Meng Lei did not rush to exchange, for he believed in utilizing resources wisely, saving for critical moments. Minutes later, as the energy within him gradually waned, a sense of weakness enveloped him, and Meng Lei reverted to his human form. In terms of transformation duration, the Flame Demon bloodline is a lineage that is in no way inferior to the Fire Dragon bloodline. Why is that? Because with Meng Lei's current physical strength, he could only maintain his dragon form for 8 minutes. And similarly, he could sustain his Flame Demon form for the same duration. The same body, the same duration of endurance. What does this indicate? It suggests that the Flame Demon bloodline is as formidable as the Fire Dragon bloodline. 2 bloodlines. Fire Dragon bloodline, Flame Demon bloodline. Now, I possess the potential to become a true powerhouse, do I not? Meng Lei felt quite pleased with the unexpected gains of the night. Yet the exposure of his lower regions and his bare body left him in a state of profound embarrassment. Just moments ago, during his initial transformation into the Flame Demon, the flames had incinerated his clothing. If only I had a spatial ring, I could store several outfits within it, sparing myself the humiliation of being without attire. Meng Lei's desire for a spatial ring intensified. Such an item would be incredibly convenient. Yet its exorbitant cost rendered it unattainable for him. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the restroom door. Meng Lei's eyes darted as he approached the door and opened it, revealing a portly human noble who entered with a malevolent glare directed at Meng Lei. You there? Did you lock the restroom door? Is this a death wish? The haughty nobleman exclaimed indignantly. My apologies. Meng Lei responded with a sheepish smile, launching a punch forward. Bang! Damn it, this attire is far too loose. After changing into the ill-fitting garment, Meng Lei grumbled as he left the restroom. The clothing felt as if it were a skirt, leaving him quite uncomfortable. There was no other choice but to endure it. A few minutes later, clad in the oversized outfit, Meng Lei knocked on the office door of Uno, the overseer of the arena. Come in. Greetings, overseer. It's you, brother Meng Lei. Uno looked up with a smile, but upon noticing Meng Lei's attire, he was momentarily taken aback, pointing at him with a puzzled expression. Brother Meng Lei, what is this? Ahem, I accidentally soiled my clothes, so... Meng Lei chuckled awkwardly, his face betraying no embarrassment. Soiled? Uno's mind wandered to other possibilities as he regarded Meng Lei with a knowing glance. Chuckling, Brother Meng Lei, your appearance fee of 10,000 gold coins has already been transferred. Please check your account. No need. I trust your handling. Meng Lei waved his hand with a grin, adding, besides collecting my fee, I have another matter to discuss with you. What is it? Uno raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased. Since Meng Lei's induction into the Flame Arena, he had rarely troubled Uno, a fact that left Uno somewhat frustrated. As he wished to cultivate a friendship with Meng Lei, indeed, a friendship, while others may not grasp Meng Lei's background, Uno was fully aware of it, the top freshman of the Fire Dragon Academy. If that were all, it would hardly warrant his attention. What truly piqued Uno's interest was Meng Lei's performance in the arena. 30 bouts, 24 victories, 3 draws, and 4 defeats, ascending to the rank of Silver Fighter with an impressive 12 consecutive wins. Silver Fighters are elite combatants that ordinary warriors can only aspire to. Without formidable strength as a foundation, even the most seasoned experience would be futile. Generally, Silver Fighters possess at least peak level 6 strength, with most being level 7 warriors. The recently defeated 2-star Silver Fighter, Flame Tiger Fire Demon, was a level 7 warrior. In the case of other peak level 6 or even level 7 warriors, mages, Uno would remain unconcerned, as his backing was formidable enough to disregard a mere level 7 warrior mage. However, if this level 7 warrior mage were a mere 15-year-old boy, it would be an outrageous matter. Moreover, Uno had noticed a crucial detail. Meng Lei was not only a mage, but also possessed remarkable physical prowess. Although he rarely utilized physical combat in his 30 matches, Uno's keen eyes could not be deceived. At just 15 years of age, at least peak level 6, furthermore, he excelled in both magic and martial arts. Such an individual was not only rare to encounter, but even rarer to hear of. Uno could only express his thoughts with 2 words: genius. A true genius. To associate with such a person was only prudent, as Meng Lei might very well become a monumental figure in the future, yielding unimaginable rewards. Thus, upon hearing Meng Lei's request, Uno was naturally elated. "I would like to request a month off to return home," Meng Lei stated directly. Without hesitation, as a Silver Fighter, he was required to compete in at least 5 matches each month, and without taking leave, returning home was impossible. Taking leave? Uno nodded slightly. With the Fire Dragon Academy on winter break, Meng Lei's request was entirely reasonable. He did not refuse, smiling. "Of course, would a month suffice? Or shall we extend it to 2? A month is more than enough." After departing the Flame Arena, it was already 10 p.m. Instead of returning to the Magic Academy, Meng Lei made his way to the Great Axe Warrior Academy, where his companions, Joseph and Andrew, were studying. The Great Axe Warrior Academy was likely also on winter break, and Meng Lei wanted to inquire if Joseph and Andrew would like to return to their village together. Having company on the journey would be delightful. "Has it been nearly 2 months since I last saw them?" he pondered. "And what of that girl?" Joanna, Chapter 53. Enduring bullying. Rage ignited. The Fire Dragon King City houses over 70 warrior academies, and the Great Axe Warrior Academy is among them. This mid-tier academy boasts a history exceeding 5,000 years, having produced countless distinguished warriors and formidable figures. With such a storied past, it has nurtured many strong individuals. Standing at the entrance of the Great Axe Academy, Meng Lei beheld the towering giant axes, each over 20 meters high, above the gate. Their blades gleaming with a menacing sharpness, the emblem of the academy itself. The Singal Battle Axe. "Stop right there," a guard intercepted Meng Lei. "I'm here to find someone. Please register here first." "Very well." The management at the Warrior Academy was less stringent than that of the Magic Academy. After a brief registration, Meng Lei was allowed entry into the Great Axe Academy and made his way toward the freshman dormitory. He had visited this place 2 months prior, so he was familiar with its layout and arrived quickly at the dormitory entrance. Unlike the sparse population of the Magic Academy, the Warrior Academy admitted many students each year. As long as one could afford the exorbitant tuition and met the age requirements, the academy generally welcomed all. This led to rather average living conditions. Joseph and Andrew's dormitory resembled a student apartment back on Earth, housing 6 individuals with bunk beds, a far cry from the comforts of the Magic Academy. At this hour, it was already 11 p.m., yet the student dormitory was ablaze with light, laughter echoing from every room. Some were engaged in games with magical beasts, others drinking and playing drinking games, while some were singing boisterously. The entire dormitory bustled with life, a stark contrast to its usual ironclad solemnity. It seems the Great Axe Academy is also on winter break. Meng Lei took the magical lift to the 11th floor and approached Joseph's dormitory. Just as he reached the door, a figure suddenly burst forth from within. This building was a single-sided dormitory, with rooms on only one side and open air on the other. Had that person flown out, a fall from the 11th floor would surely spell disaster. Watch out! Meng Lei reacted swiftly, darting behind the individual and gently pulling them back with a Tai Chi maneuver. Poof! The person spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few shattered teeth, half of their face swollen grotesquely, and their nose visibly broken, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Joseph, Meng Lei's expression darkened at the sight of the individual. Meng Lei, is that you? Joseph trembled at the sound, turning to Meng Lei with surprise in his eyes. Meng Lei, what brings you here? He grinned through the pain, clutching his swollen face and gasping in discomfort, clearly having suffered a severe beating. Joseph, what on earth happened? Meng Lei demanded, his voice cold and resolute. In nothing, I just tripped and fell. Joseph's gaze faltered as he deliberately changed the subject. Meng Lei, you must be on winter break too. Are you here to return home with me? Upon mentioning home, Joseph's face lit up with excitement. At just 14 years of age, he had been away for nearly half a year, and especially after enduring bullying at the academy, he was eager to return home. Tell me, who did this to you? Meng Lei's voice turned icy as he pressed further, realizing that had he not arrived in time, Joseph might have indeed fallen from the building. An 11th floor drop would certainly result in a catastrophic injury for someone of Joseph's novice warrior status. The thought ignited a furious blaze within Meng Lei. After all, he had been the one to bring Joseph and Andrew to the academy, and if anything were to happen to them, he would never forgive himself, that despicable commoner. He better come here and wash my feet. A brash, sharp voice rang out from the dormitory, causing Joseph to shudder, his face a mixture of anger and fear. Commoner? Meng Lei's eyes narrowed as he kicked open the partially ajar door. Striding inside. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a resounding crash, startling everyone inside the dormitory, who turned their gazes toward Meng Lei. Meng Lei, I swear I just tripped and fell. No one hit me, Joseph exclaimed in alarm, gripping Meng Lei's arm. Let's go find Andrew. He'll be thrilled to see you. Not yet. Meng Lei waved his hand, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the 5 individuals in the dormitory. Who hit Joseph? Step forward. And who are you? A towering figure, over 2 meters tall with black horns protruding from his head and a physique akin to that of a bull, approached Meng Lei, his powerful chest nearly brushing against Meng Lei's face as he looked down condescendingly. I did. So what? Meng Lei, let us go. Joseph tugged at Meng Lei, whispering, He is Larry, ranked 3rd in our class. He is a noble and not someone we can afford to provoke. Let us just leave. Meng Lei remained unmoved. Joseph, judging by the current situation, it seems he bullies you often, doesn't he? Joseph opened his mouth, struggling to conceal the hurt within. Yet the more he tried to mask it, the more tears welled up in his eyes, cascading like a torrent. Bullying. It was far worse than mere bullying. Those who entered the warrior academy were either wealthy or noble. At the very least, they hailed from comfortably well-off families, while he was but a commoner, hailing from a remote region, utterly out of place among the others in the dormitory. Not only was he ostracized, but he also frequently endured harassment of the 5 individuals in the dormitory. 4 would bully him, ordering him around, demanding he wash their clothes and socks, fetch water for foot baths, tidy up their living spaces, and serve meals, treating him like a mere servant. This was merely the beginning. The crux of the matter lies in enduring humiliation. Whenever they feel slighted or discontented with him, they unleash their wrath, striking him, slapping his face, kicking him, forcing him to kneel in apology. Over the past 6 months, he has endured relentless bullying and torment, suffering greatly. How could such experiences be merely encapsulated by the term bullying? It seems that you have truly been mistreated these past 6 months. Meng Lei clenched his fist and patted Joseph on the shoulder, feeling a deep sense of guilt. During this time, he had been preoccupied with enhancing his own abilities, scarcely paying attention to Joseph and his companions that in fact, he had nearly forgotten about them, as they were merely former companions of his previous life and not his own. His memories of them only spanned a little over a month since his arrival in this new world. Truly, it was very little. Yet in this moment, Meng Lei felt remorseful, for to Joseph, he was the closest confidant, a brother with whom he could share his grievances. Bullying. I relish in tormenting him. What of it? Larry, the brawny man, crossed his arms defiantly. I not only make him wash my clothes and socks, but even fetch my foot bath, and I demand he kneels and bows to me. Meng Lei was enraged and delivered a swift slap. Bang! The sharp gust of his palm swept across Larry's cheek, sending him hurtling backwards. With a crisp sound of the slap, Larry was propelled backward, crashing into a bed made of black ironwood, shattering it to pieces. The dormitory fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief at the sight of Larry sprawled on the wreckage of the bed. Then glancing at the stoic Meng Lei, momentarily stunned. Was Larry just knocked away like that? After all, he was a level 4 warrior. Roar! Just as the crowd was lost in shock, Larry sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Damn commoner! How dare you ambush me? I will slaughter you. In an instant, Larry transformed into a fierce gust of wind, charging towards Meng Lei with speed rivaling that of a level 4 warrior, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. You scum! Larry unleashed a ferocious punch, his strength formidable to the extreme, causing Joseph's heart to leap into his throat. Brother Meng Lei, be careful. No need for concern. Meng Lei smiled reassuringly at Joseph, extending his right hand to gently grasp Larry's fist. With a thud, he caught Larry's powerful blow effortlessly. The ferocity of the punch, the terrifying force, the wild momentum, all dissipated in that moment, like a cow sinking into the sea. How is this possible? Larry's eyes widened in horror as he felt the overwhelming power coursing through his fist, utterly astonished that this seemingly frail human possessed such terrifying strength. By the dragon god! Am I hallucinating? He actually caught Larry's attack. Incredible! Larry is a bona fide level 4 warrior. His attack is fearsome beyond measure, yet it was so easily intercepted. The onlookers were nearly aghast, fully aware of Larry's formidable prowess. Possessing pure black dragon bloodline, a level 3 warrior even before entering school, and having just broken through to level 4 in the recent exams, such strength placed him among the top 2 in their cohort, with everyone else being no match for him. Yet now, a commoner who seemed to have appeared from nowhere had effortlessly caught Larry's attack. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Such meager strength, and yet you dare to flaunt it. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, fingers tightening, and with a sharp crack, Larry's fist shattered in his grasp, contorting his face in pain and cold sweat pouring down. Did you think that just because you possess some strength, you could bully others at will? Meng Lei then thrust his left fist into Larry's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, curling up like a shrimp in agony. Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted. Did you never consider that one day you too would be on the receiving end of your bullying? Meng Lei's gaze was devoid of warmth as he drove his knee upward, shattering Larry's jaw, rendering him incapable of even a scream. Kneel! Meng Lei placed his right hand on Larry's shoulder, unleashing a surge of immense power, causing Larry's knees to buckle, crashing to the ground. Wah! Larry appeared utterly humiliated, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, desperately struggling to rise. Yet Meng Lei's hand was as immovable as a mountain, rendering Larry's efforts futile. By the dragon god! Is this fellow even human? Joseph's 4 roommates watched in trembling horror at Larry's futile struggles. Filled with dread, Larry had no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Isn't Brother Meng Lei a mage? How can his physical strength be so formidable? Joseph was both astonished and perplexed. His roommates were unaware of Meng Lei's true capabilities. But Joseph was acutely aware, and it was precisely this knowledge that left him even more astonished. It was said that mages typically possessed weak physiques. Yet how could Meng Lei be? It's over. He won't spare us. 3 of Joseph's roommates, who had often bullied him, just like Larry, turned pale at the sight of Larry's predicament, gripped by sheer terror. But as fate would have it, Meng Lei suddenly turned his gaze towards them, his indifferent eyes settling upon them. Who else has bullied Joseph? Step forward. Boom. Upon hearing this, the three roommates felt their bodies weaken, nearly collapsing in fear. This was it. They were about to face retribution. You have the courage to act, yet lack the courage to admit it. Meng Lei's voice chilled further. Joseph, point out who has bullied you. Brother Meng Lei, let it go. Joseph, being the kind and innocent soul he was, though harboring resentment towards his tormentors, had no desire for revenge. Joseph, you cannot think this way. Meng Lei shook his head. We abide by our principles, never initiating harm against others, but if anyone dares to bully us, we shall not stand idly by. With that, Meng Lei turned his attention back to the four roommates. I will give you one last chance. Those who have bullied Joseph, come forward. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. I, a handsome young man, pale as a ghost, trembling and stammering. I bullied Joseph. Very well. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Thud. The young man fell to his knees, slapping his own face in a fit of self-reproach. I deserve it. I am a fool. I should not have bullied Joseph. I am willing to apologize. I am willing to compensate. Just please spare me. Compensate? Meng Lei's interest was piqued. To think that one can simply brush aside their wrongdoing with a token compensation. Why then do we cultivate? 10,000 gold coins. No, 30,000 gold coins. I am willing to offer 30,000 gold coins, and I promise never to bully Joseph again. The young man, tears and snot streaming down his face, was nearly at his wit's end. 30,000 gold coins. You think to appease me with such a paltry sum? Meng Lei scoffed coldly. 50,000 gold coins, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, 50,000? The young man's voice faltered, his eyes filled with pain. Yet as he met Meng Lei's frigid gaze, he shuddered involuntarily. Very well. I agree to pay 50,000 gold coins. Meng Lei nodded slightly, turning to the other three. I too am willing to pay 50,000 gold coins. So am I. Two of the others hastily echoed. Though 50,000 gold coins pained them greatly, they were far from eager to face the same fate as Larry. Hand over the money. Meng Lei extended his hand nonchalantly. Yes, yes. The three did not dare delay, retrieving their magic crystal cards. Just then, a cold, furious shout echoed through the dormitory. Who is fighting in the dormitory? The 55th chapter, the arrival of the enforcement team, the first strongman who is fighting in the dormitory. A chilling voice rang out as several towering figures, wielding massive battle axes, stormed into the dormitory, clad in uniform armor, their battle axes gleaming ominously. Their cold, piercing gazes commanded immediate authority. The moment they appeared, a potent aura emanated from them, suffocating everyone present. Skiles, is that not your brother? My heavens, how did he end up looking like a pig's head? One of the burly men pointed at the kneeling Larry, suddenly exclaiming in shock. The man named Skiles remained silent, his expression dark as he regarded Larry. What on earth happened here? His voice was icy, laced with barely restrained fury. Wah! Larry, resembling a wronged spouse, pointed at Meng Lei, wailing. Brother, he hit me, kill this scum, I want him dead. Such audacity, to lay a hand on my brother. Skiles' gaze was sharp as a blade, fixing on Meng Lei, his voice icy with suppressed rage. The other burly men also turned their astonished eyes towards Meng Lei. Skiles was known for his fierce protective instincts towards his brother, and thus few dared to provoke Larry. Yet here stood a young lad who had done just that. To everyone's astonishment, wonderful, the enforcement team has arrived, and Skiles is here. We're saved. We won't have to pay. Meanwhile, the young man who had been preparing to hand over his magic crystal card to Meng Lei, along with his two companions, erupted in joyous relief, hastily retracting their cards. Skiles, you must seek justice for us, the young man cried out. This fellow barged into our dormitory without provocation, seized Larry, and assaulted him. We had no idea what offense Larry committed. He went too far, striking Larry without restraint and even forcing him to kneel and apologize. Just look at the state Larry is in. Indeed, Senior, the three roommates, sobbing uncontrollably, painted Meng Lei as a villain of the utmost depravity, deserving of the gravest punishment, while they portrayed themselves as innocent, oppressed little lambs, fragile, helpless, and pitiable. In truth, they needn't have complained. Skiles had already witnessed his brother's plight and was infuriated beyond measure. "I care not who you are or what status you hold. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? You shall regret your actions today." "Ah!" Meng Lei dismissed with a smirk. "Your brother just said the same thing, but his current condition speaks volumes." "Scoundrel!" Skiles erupted in fury, an aura far surpassing Larry's emanating from him, overwhelming Meng Lei with a force that was palpable. The sheer intensity of his presence was terrifying. Even the mere residual pressure left Joseph and the others gasping for breath, struggling to inhale. "And Meng Lei, what do we do now?" Joseph's face was etched with terror, his eyes filled with despair. That as a student of the academy, he was all too aware of Skiles' identity. Skiles, the top student of the 6th year, the most formidable warrior of the Great Axe Academy, captain of the enforcement team, a direct disciple of the vice principal. It was no exaggeration to say that Joseph had spent the past 6 months hearing tales of Skiles' legendary exploits. Yet now, he had inadvertently offended this figure of legend. How could this possibly end well? Joseph was engulfed in despair. What he did not anticipate, however, was that in the face of the formidable Skiles, Meng Lei's demeanor shifted dramatically. He appeared unfazed, as though a gentle breeze had brushed against him, completely disregarding Skiles' presence. "You think to intimidate me?" Meng Lei chuckled. "You're not much better than your useless brother. So spare me the embarrassment." "What the hell? What audacity! Is this guy a freshman? He is too arrogant. How brazen, to speak to Skiles in such a manner. He must be quite the character. This little fellow is in for trouble." Seeking death. Skiles was indeed provoked, swinging his hand with the force of a thunderclap, his speed akin to lightning, closing the distance to Meng Lei in an instant. Meng Lei stood rooted, seemingly frozen in shock and unable to evade. Yet just as Skiles' hand was about to connect with his face, Meng Lei inexplicably vanished. Gone. Skiles was momentarily taken aback, but just then, a searing pain shot through his abdomen, nearly causing him to expel his last meal. "You are just as much a waste as your brother." Meng Lei reappeared silently, delivering a light slap that sent Skiles hurtling backward like a cannonball. The room fell into a stunned silence. The members of the enforcement team, Joseph and his 4 roommates, as well as the kneeling Larry, stared in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. It wasn't until Skiles crashed heavily to the ground with a loud thud that they snapped back to reality, Larry shaking his head in a frenzy. "Impossible. This cannot be happening. How could a lowly commoner defeat my brother? Damn. This is outrageous." Skiles was actually defeated in an instant. Where did this monster come from? Why have we never seen him before? The burly warriors, burdened with great axes, broke into a cold sweat, their gazes toward Meng Lei filled with both awe and dread. Skiles was the undisputed champion of their academy, a bona fide 6th-level warrior. And Meng Lei? He appeared to be but a first-year student. How could someone so young have so effortlessly vanquished Skiles? "It's over." The warriors were dumbfounded, while Joseph's 3 roommates were struck with sheer terror, regret coursing through their veins that if only time could rewind. They vowed to have handed Meng Lei the magic crystal card at the first opportunity and fled far away, vowing never to provoke him again. Yet time could not be reversed, and there was no remedy for regret. Having offended Meng Lei, they were now bound to face the inevitable consequences. Under the collective gaze of shock and horror, Meng Lei remained unperturbed, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to the 3 pale-faced roommates. "Let us return to our previous discussion. What do you have to say now?" We. The 3 of them were as pale as ghosts, trembling like leaves in the wind. "Do not panic. I'm a civilized individual." Meng Lei waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, "As long as you can provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall not resort to violence. You're a civilized individual? I believe that when you mercilessly beat Larry, you weren't thinking that way." I am willing to compensate 70,000 gold coins." Chapter 56, The Magic Carpet. Encountering thieves 70,000 gold coins? Meng Lei scoffed. Make it 100,000 gold coins, not a copper less. 100, 100, 0, 0, 0. The pale-faced roommate nearly collapsed, his lips quivering, his face turning green. Brother, I truly cannot produce that amount. Bang! Meng Lei kicked out, sending the pale-faced roommate soaring, then swiftly yanked him back. Listen, there is no room for negotiation. Meng Lei's expression was impassive. Either you provide the money, or you pay with your life. I'll get it. I'll get it. Sensing the murderous intent in Meng Lei's eyes, the pale-faced roommate was utterly terrified, nodding vigorously. I am willing. I will compensate 100,000 gold coins. Excellent. Meng Lei nodded, turning to the other two. We are also willing to compensate 100,000 gold coins. The two, thoroughly intimidated by Meng Lei, nodded rapidly, fearful that a moment's delay would result in their immediate punishment. Transfer the funds. Meng Lei tossed over a magic crystal card. Brother, we cannot possibly gather that much gold at once. The three of them wore expressions of bitter resignation, stammering in distress. Though they hailed from noble backgrounds, they were merely students, unable to procure such a sum. That is your concern, not mine. Meng Lei waved his hand impatiently. I will stay in your dormitory tonight, and by tomorrow morning, I expect to see 300,000 gold coins. Not a single coin less. The three were grim-faced. Ahem, brother. One of the enforcement team members, a burly warrior with a great axe, could no longer remain silent and said softly, What you are doing is not right. Extortion is prohibited in the academy. Extortion? Meng Lei laughed heartily, his gaze sharp as a blade upon the warrior. You can eat your fill, but do not speak recklessly. With which of your eyes did you see me extort? The warrior's mouth twitched, internally cursing 1,000 times. How could he feign ignorance when they had just witnessed Meng Lei extorting the pale-faced trio? Listen, this is not extortion, but compensation. Meng Lei pointed at Joseph, speaking coldly. For the past 6 months, these individuals have bullied my friend, resorting to violence, insults, and coercion, forcing him to kneel and serving them like a servant. Their numerous heinous acts have inflicted irreversible emotional trauma upon my friend. Is it unreasonable to seek compensation? The warrior was momentarily at a loss for words. As a 6th-year student and a commoner, he was well aware of the darkness and intrigue within the academy. Nobles oppressing commoners, dragonkin bullying humans. Such occurrences were all too familiar. Many commoners, weak and of lowly birth, silently endured it all, which is why similar compensation incidents had never transpired in the academy. However, if they were to happen, it would be entirely justified. You can bully me, so I can certainly demand compensation. It all comes down to whose fist is mightier. The academy, as long as no lives are lost, they will not intervene. It is precisely this environment that emboldens noble and stronger students to act without restraint, mercilessly oppressing the weak. If one wishes to avoid being bullied or seeks to bully others, one must strive to strengthen themselves. This is the management philosophy of the Great Axe Warrior Academy, akin to the breeding of scorpions on Earth. Far more barbaric, indulgent, and cruel. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Meng Lei waved his hand, dismissing them. The members of the enforcement team exchanged glances, feeling frustrated yet powerless. Meng Lei was stronger than they, and remaining here would only invite ridicule, so they chose to leave. Brother, do take care. Do not let this escalate to life and death. The human warrior cast a deep glance at Meng Lei, quietly warning him before leading the enforcement team away, taking the unconscious Skiles with them. In an instant, the dormitory was left with only Meng Lei and his companions. Joseph, close the door. All right. Joseph closed the door, and Meng Lei pulled up a chair, sitting down with a calm demeanor. You have but one night, so I trust you know what must be done without me needing to elaborate. Understood. We understand. The pale-faced trio nodded fervently, beginning to devise ways to raise the funds. 100,000 gold coins was no small sum, enough to cause them considerable distress. Excellent. In the azure sky, a magic carpet soared swiftly, the scenery below racing by like shadows, creating a picturesque, dynamic tableau. Lush green wheat fields, verdant forests, meandering rivers, the southern landscape, a vast expanse of fertile land and emerald green as far as the eye could see. You should have seen the scene at the time. Meng Lei grabbed, punched, and kneed Larry into oblivion. He was simply too cool. I was utterly astonished. Wow! And more, and more. The melodious sounds of cheers scattered across the vast sky, intertwining to form a delightful symphony, a group consisting of Meng Lei, Joseph, Andrew, and the recently freed Joanna was departing from the royal city, embarking on their journey back to the village. Meng Lei, you are truly remarkable. Indeed. Even our senior Skiles is no match for him. Meng Lei, are you not a mage? How is it that your physical strength is so formidable? Could it be that you practice both martial arts and magic? Meng Lei, did you purchase this magical flying carpet? Meng Lei. The journey was fraught with impatience, yet the four companions were brimming with excitement, animatedly recounting their experiences over the past 6 months, chattering incessantly, leaving no trace of annoyance. The speed of the magical carpet was astonishing, far surpassing that of an old ox cart, and soon the Beast Mountain Range loomed in the distance. Look, that is the Beast Mountain Range. Hooray, we are almost home. We will be home soon. Wow. The speed of the magical carpet is incredible. Gazing at the lush, verdant Beast Mountain Range, which seemed to lie dormant like a colossal dragon upon the earth, Joanna and the others were filled with exuberance, crouching on the carpet with flushed cheeks. We are finally approaching the Beast Mountain Range. Meng Lei was equally elated. The Beast Village was the first place he had come to know in this world, holding special significance for him. Returning to this familiar place was indeed heartwarming. Whoosh! At that moment, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air erupted as an arrow, over 3 meters long and enveloped in lightning, streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the magical carpet with lightning speed. Be careful. Meng Lei's ears perked up, and his mental prowess instantly detected the incoming arrow, but he hurriedly grabbed the magical carpet and executed an emergency stop, causing it to halt abruptly in midair. The lightning arrow pierced through the front of the magical carpet, grazing the back of Andrew, who was seated at the forefront, before soaring into the sky and exploding in a magnificent display of fireworks. Heavens! Andrew was drenched in cold sweat, thankful for the timely stop. Otherwise, he would have been skewered like a kebab. Damn it! Meng Lei glared at the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 57. The Demise of the Thieves. The Space Ring. Towering mountains flanked either side, with only a narrow gorge cutting through the center, where a ragtag group of thieves blocked the main path. The robbers, clad in tattered garments, resembled a disorganized mob, all gathered around a magical ballista, eagerly eyeing the magical carpet hovering in the air. TSK, a magical carpet. This prey must be quite valuable. A single magical carpet is worth 30,000 gold coins, equivalent to a small merchant convoy. There have been plenty of big catches lately. A day's earnings rival what we usually make in a month. This tree I planted, this road I opened, if you wish to pass. Leave behind some toll, boys. Continue firing the thunder ballista and bring that magical carpet down. A one-eyed bandit, riding a cloud steed and brandishing a massive sword, bellowed orders. He was the leader of the Lone Wolf bandit group. Lone Wolf. Understood. Boss. The robbers cheered, pulling the magical ballista's lever, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot forth, targeting the magical carpet. Magical carpet? Humph. The leader, Lone Wolf, licked his lips, a cruel glimmer in his lone eye. I hope today's prey does not disappoint me. Here it comes again. What should we do? Meng Lei. Joseph and the others were pale with fright, horrified at the sight of the speeding lightning spear. If struck, even if they miraculously survived, falling from such a height would surely lead to a gruesome demise. Thieves! Meng Lei stood tall on the magical carpet, casually gesturing, and a radiant lightning shield manifested, enveloping the carpet. Boom! The lightning spear struck the shield with a resounding thud, causing it to ripple violently, as if on the verge of collapsing. Strangely, however, the shield held firm, gradually absorbing the spear's energy until it came to a halt. What? It actually blocked it? The leader, Lone Wolf, was taken aback. The Thunder Ballista possesses tremendous power, capable of directly killing a 5th-level warrior, yet it failed to pierce that shield. Could it be that shield is a 5th-level or higher magical barrier? A 5th-level spell cast instantaneously? Damn it! The prey is likely a 9th-level archmage. Lone Wolf's expression changed dramatically. Retreat! Quickly retreat! He commanded, fiercely whipping his cloud steed and hastily retrieving the formidable ballista. Then galloping away, fearful of being too slow. Boss! What happened to the boss? The bandits were baffled by their leader's sudden flight. Everything seemed fine just moments ago. Why was he retreating? A bunch of useless fools. Withdraw immediately. Lone Wolf roared. Ack! The bandits finally began their retreat, but it was too late. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within a radius of several hundred meters, lightning elements swirled rapidly, coalescing into 10 massive lightning serpents, each over 30 meters long. Their scales shimmering brilliantly, their massive forms hovering in midair, exuding a chilling aura. Damn it! Feeling the terrifying might above, Lone Wolf's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his heart filled with dread and despair. A 6th-level spell. This is definitely the power of a 6th-level spell. Instantaneous 6th-level magic. Heavens! What have I gotten myself into? Lightning serpents descend. The 10 serpents roared as they plummeted, crashing into the ground and exploding, unleashing a torrent of lightning elements that engulfed the surrounding area. Amidst the horrific screams, the bandits were either charred to a crisp, turned to ashes, or vaporized. Their fates were grim and unspeakable. Heavens! Lone Wolf turned to witness this scene, his terror escalating, as he viciously stabbed his dagger into the flank of his cloud steed, which let out a pained cry and bolted forward, its speed surging. Such a powerful being, riding a magical carpet. Is this not sheer bullying? Lone Wolf was filled with both anger and regret. Magical carpets were low-tier, flying tools, typically used by novice mages, while high-level mages would scoff at them, which was why he dared to rob the magical carpet. Yet, he never anticipated that the reality would far exceed his expectations. I've kicked a hard stone this time. Lone Wolf regretted deeply. Fleeing for his life. Escape? Can you really escape? Meng Lei smiled faintly, snapping his fingers lightly as lightning elements gathered, quietly forming a spear of thunder. Go! With a gentle command, the 3-meter-long thunder spear sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lone Wolf with blinding speed, piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. Lone Wolf screamed in agony, sent flying, and tumbled into the grass by the roadside, his life hanging by a thread. Meng Lei, you are incredible! Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew were utterly astonished, gazing at Meng Lei's silhouette, their eyes sparkling like stars, twinkling brightly. If you all train diligently, you too can achieve this. Meng Lei chuckled, guiding the magical carpet to descend. Upon reaching Lone Wolf, the notorious leader of the bandits was already on the brink of death, his breath shallow and labored, clearly not long for this world. However, upon seeing the four standing on the magical carpet, his eyes widened in disbelief. You are not? Before he could finish, Lone Wolf's head tilted, and he fell silent. Yet his eyes remained wide open, clearly unable to close them in death. He had thought he had encountered a superpower, but never expected that the destruction of his bandit group and his own demise would come at the hands of 4 mere children. Meng Lei, is this guy dead? Joanna and the others peeked cautiously from behind Meng Lei, their faces pale. Yes, he is dead. Meng Lei nodded, jumping down from the magical carpet, his gaze immediately falling upon Lone Wolf's left hand, where a bronze ring adorned his 4th finger. Removing the ring, Meng Lei's mental energy spread forth, and he burst into hearty laughter. It seems my guess was correct. It is indeed a space ring. A space ring. The treasure Meng Lei had long coveted. Unfortunately, it was far too expensive, leaving him to only admire from afar. Yet just moments ago, having seen the Thunder Ballista vanish before his eyes, he had suspected that this band of thieves possessed spatial equipment, and it appears he was right. To tread where there is no path, and to obtain without effort, this space ring, with nearly 50 cubic meters, is a tremendous windfall. Oh, there are so many items inside. In Meng Lei's mental vision, countless treasures floated before him, piles of gold coins, heaps of magic cores, and bundles of gemstones. A dazzling array. The variety was overwhelming, nearly blinding Meng Lei's titanium alloy eyes. This is truly a massive fortune. Meng Lei's eyes gleamed. Just the gold coins alone must amount to several 100,000. Not to mention the magic cores, gemstones, and weapons. Indeed, without the night grass, the horse cannot grow fat, and the ancients do not deceive me. Chapter 58. The frenzied beast tide, thunder at fingertips having vanquished the lone wolf bandits. Meng Lei and his companions resumed their journey home. Jonah and her friends chattered excitedly, their eyes brimming with admiration for Meng Lei, all their praises coalescing into a single exclamation. Brother Meng Lei, you are truly remarkable. With diligent training, you too shall become as powerful. Meng Lei replied with a smile, secretly depositing all the gold coins from his spatial ring into the system, resulting in a staggering increase of 300,000 in wealth. Along with his previous fortune, the total amassed to 480,000. This did not even account for the magical cores, gems, weapons, and other treasures within the spatial ring. Should he choose to sell these artifacts, he would undoubtedly reap a tremendous profit. What a windfall this has been, Meng Lei mused, toying with his spatial ring, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of newfound wealth, so much so that he nearly lost himself in blissful ecstasy. Yet, the most significant gain was undoubtedly the spatial ring itself, valued at several million gold coins. The utility of the spatial ring was beyond question. With it, Meng Lei could hunt magical beasts to his heart's content without a care in the world. Though the 50 cubic meters of space was not vast, it was ample enough to store numerous magical cores. Meng Lei's thoughts drifted to the magical beast forest, envisioning scenes of hunting magical beasts, collecting cores and amassing wealth, nearly driving him to a state of euphoric frenzy. The magical flying carpet soared at breakneck speed. After 2 hours of rapid flight, they finally returned to the magical beast village. But the scene before them left the four in utter shock. A beast tide. Once more, a tide of beasts surged forth, a rolling torrent of creatures sweeping across the mountains, resembling a dark cloud converging upon the magical beast village. Seemingly intent on drowning the small settlement in a flood of beasts, at this moment, dozens of able-bodied men stood atop the city walls, their eyes filled with terror and despair. These men were the guard team led by Captain Hades. As members of the magical beast village, they frequently defended against beast tides, each seasoned by countless battles, typically unfazed by ordinary beast incursions. Yet this time, the tide brought an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Why is this happening? Hades stood on the wall, gazing at the dozen magical beasts encircled by the flood, his face a mask of despair. 4th-tier magical beast. Iron-armored rhino. 3rd-tier magical beasts. Armored ant, blood-spotted snake. 2nd-tier magical beasts. Sky blue snake, white banded crocodile. Golden scorpion, thorn mouse, swamp dragon turtle, blood fawn wild boar, titan beetle, wind wolf king. 1 4th-tier beast, 2 3rd-tier beasts, 8 2nd-tier beasts, countless 1st-tier beasts. With such a terrifying array, how could they possibly resist? There was not even a glimmer of hope for victory. Why? Why has this beast tide manifested with so many magical beasts? Hades could not comprehend it. The magical beast village lay at the forest's edge, where encountering even a single 1st-tier beast was considered a grave misfortune. So why had high-tier beasts like the iron-armored rhino emerged this time? It was utterly illogical. Yet regardless of how absurd it seemed, the iron-armored rhino had indeed appeared, accompanied by a throng of beastly subordinates, igniting an unprecedented beast tide, leaving the village facing an unparalleled catastrophe. Captain, what shall we do? The members of the guard team trembled, their voices quaking, all of them terrified by the sheer scale of the beast tide. When the enemy comes, we shall meet them with our might. When the waters rise, we shall bury ourselves. Captain Hades exhaled. Behind us lies our homeland and loved ones. We have no choice but to fight to the death. Homeland, loved ones. The crowd shuddered, their fear slightly receding, replaced by resolve and madness. The captain is right. We have no choice but to fight to the death. If they wish to harm our families, they must first trample over our bodies. To the bitter end. To the bitter end. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, the iron-armored rhino at the heart of the beast tide bellowing to the heavens, signaling the commencement of the beastly assault. Roar, hiss, woof, moo, bah. The beast roared in response, a cacophony of sound converging, echoing like thunder across the sky. Roar. Another deafening roar erupted as the overwhelming tide of beasts surged toward the magical beast village. Dozens of magical beasts leading the charge, unleashing spells, stone bullets, water arrows, wind blades, wooden spikes, lightning. A torrential downpour of first and second-tier spells rained down like a storm of blades. Witnessing this scene, despair washed over every face. The village's wooden walls stood no chance against such a magnitude of magical assault. The vast majority of them were not even warriors. How could they hope to withstand it? How could this happen? Captain, what shall we do? By the dragon god above? It's over. Hades felt a crushing despair, helplessly watching as the magical onslaught drew closer, ultimately consuming his field of vision. He knew that it was all over. Faced with such a terrifying magical barrage, the walls would be reduced to rubble, and everyone would be annihilated. Yet just as the rain of magic was about to descend, an unexpected turn of events occurred and a translucent silver halo appeared, silently manifesting above the city walls. Boom! Boom, boom. The dense magical rain collided with the silver halo, erupting in a dazzling display of fireworks. What is this? Everyone's eyes widened. A magical shield? Hades exclaimed in shock. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed a magical shield. Amid the explosive sounds, the silver halo perfectly deflected all attacks. Remaining unscathed, the magical elements dissipated. The swirling dust vanished. The walls stood intact. Everyone was safe and sound. Did it hold? The guard team stood in stunned silence. Who cast the magical shield? Hades turned his gaze around. Then he beheld a crimson magical flying carpet soaring overhead, a figure standing proudly upon it. Familiar, yet strange. That is, Hades gasped. Meng Lei. Captain Hades, long time no see. The figure atop the magical carpet was none other than Meng Lei. Hearing Hades' exclamation, Meng Lei turned with a smile. Captain Hades, allow me to deal with the beast tide first, and we shall converse afterward. With that, Meng Lei raised his hands, lightning flickering at his fingertips. As one lightning sphere after another took shape, firing toward the surging tide of beasts like a machine gun, the earth-shattering explosions echoed, engulfing the torrent of beasts in a cloud of smoke. Amidst the ceaseless wails of agony, limbs were torn asunder, blood and flesh splattering. The majority of beasts in the tide were mere ordinary creatures. How could they withstand the magical onslaught? After a relentless barrage, the beasts lay scattered, countless lives extinguished in mere moments. This horrifying spectacle terrified the other beasts, sending them into a panicked retreat, their courage to attack the village utterly vanquished. Roar! This infuriated the iron-armored rhino at the heart of the tide, which bellowed furiously, commanding the frightened beasts, and then, with several roars, the surrounding magical beasts charged forth. The armored ant, blood-spotted snake, sky-blue snake, and others rushed forward, their eyes ablaze with fury, seemingly intent on tearing Meng Lei to shreds atop the magical carpet. Alas, what awaited them was a deluge of lightning spears. Thud, thud, the chilling sound of flesh being rent asunder resounded as the armored ant, blood-spotted snake, were successively impaled by the lightning spears that by the time they reached beneath the magical carpet, they had all met their demise. Hades and the guard members were utterly dumbstruck. Chapter 59. The contract array, taming as a mount lightning raged, illuminating the scene. Severed limbs and mangled flesh lay strewn about. Dozens of magical beasts lay dead upon the ground. Such a horrifying sight left Hades and his companions completely astounded. By the dragon god? So many beasts just like that. Among them are third-tier beasts. The armored ant and blood-spotted snake. Just like that? A mirage. This must be an illusion. Everyone felt as though they were trapped in a dream. They were merely ordinary people, accustomed to hunting common beasts, but had never witnessed such a scene before. The roar of the iron-armored rhino jolted everyone back to reality as the massive creature stomped the ground, snorting in fury. The earth trembled. Trees swayed. The iron-armored rhino glared at Meng Lei, its eyes filled with murderous intent. In the next moment, it charged forth with ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of boulders, each the size of a cow's head, soared into the air like cannonballs, hurtling toward Meng Lei. Second-tier magic, meteor stone rain, child's play. Meng Lei waved his hand, conjuring bolts of lightning that manifested as arrows, meeting the oncoming rain of stones. Second-tier magic, thunderbolt arrows. The clash of lightning arrows and stones erupted in deafening explosions, shattering the stones into countless fragments that fell like snowflakes. Roar! Seeing that its attack had failed, the iron-armored rhino roared in anger, its horn glowing with a fierce yellow light as it gathered earth elements within a radius of several dozen meters, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. A powerful attack. This should be the end. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, invoking third-tier magic, thunder chains. Countless silver threads silently appeared around the iron-armored rhino, swiftly ensnaring it before it could react. Crackle. Crackle. The iron-armored rhino was wrapped up like a dumpling, electric currents coursing through its body, leaving it twitching and convulsing uncontrollably, as if dancing a frantic jig. It's over. Meng Lei made a decisive gesture, summoning a lightning spear that poised itself against the iron-armored rhino's brow. Should Meng Lei wish, the spear could pierce through the creature's skull at any moment, nailing it to the ground. However, at that moment, Meng Lei hesitated. The iron-armored rhino, whether deemed powerful or weak, certainly held its ground as a level 4 magical beast that in the depths of the forest. It may not be considered formidable. Yet in the outer regions and at the fringes, it is a force to be reckoned with, a true apex predator among magical creatures. If properly harnessed, it could potentially resolve the issue of the beast tide once and for all. Contemplating this, Meng Lei turned to Captain Hades and inquired with a smile, "What do you think of this iron-armored rhino, Captain Hades?" "What?" Hades replied, slightly taken aback, but soon regained his composure and responded, "The iron-armored rhino is a top-tier defensive level 4 magical beast, proficient in earth-based magic that if unleashed on the battlefield, its destructive power is nothing short of terrifying. In that case, how about having it as your steed?" Meng Lei suggested with enthusiasm. "A steed?" Hades exclaimed, bewildered. "Indeed a steed," Meng Lei affirmed, grinning. "If the iron-armored rhino becomes your mount, it should effectively mitigate the beast tide problem, and the village will no longer suffer from its onslaught." Is that even possible?" Hades stammered, his voice trembling with excitement. As a warrior, he naturally yearned for a powerful mount. Yet, he lamented, this seemed an insurmountable challenge. With his current status as a level 2 warrior, subduing a mediocre mount would be feasible, but such mounts are akin to a useless appendage, even if subdued. What purpose would they serve? The real challenge lay in taming a formidable steed. Take the iron-armored rhino as an example. To earn its allegiance, one must either defeat it with absolute power, compelling it to willingly acknowledge you as its master, or possess a contract scroll to enforce its submission, or enlist the aid of a mage to establish a contract magic circle. Alas, Hades lacked the capability for any of these options. If he possessed such abilities, he would have long since prospered, rather than being ensnared in this humble magical beast village. Thus, the notion of taming a creature like the iron-armored rhino remained but a whimsical fantasy. Yet now, Meng Lei proclaimed that he could make the iron-armored rhino recognize him as its master, leaving Hades utterly elated. How could that be impossible? Meng Lei chuckled, swiftly reciting a magical incantation. In no time, a resplendent magic circle emanating a spectrum of colors materialized beneath the iron-armored rhino, radiating enigmatic waves. Upon witnessing the magic circle, the iron-armored rhino immediately felt uneasy, thrashing wildly, and the thunder chains began to show signs of breaking. Observing this, Meng Lei unleashed several more thunder chains. In an instant, the iron-armored rhino was ensnared, unable to move. Meng Lei descended to the ground, gently slicing the iron-armored rhino's iron-like skin with a deft motion of his finger, causing blood to spurt forth and automatically fall into the magic circle. "Captain Hades, come collect this beast." "Right away." Hades rushed over, barely containing his excitement. "Drop a few drops of blood into the circle," Meng Lei instructed with a smile, pointing at the magic circle. Hades, not daring to delay, drew his dagger and pricked his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall. Instantly, the magic circle blazed with brilliance, enveloping both the iron-armored rhino and Hades' blood. The blood of man and beast intertwined, swiftly morphing into a peculiar, blood-colored magic circle, which then split in two, rapidly darting towards the iron-armored rhino and Hades, vanishing into their heads without a trace. Wow! The contract magic circle on the ground subsequently dissipated. "How does it feel, Captain Hades?" Meng Lei asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, that he had long desired to tame a magical beast as a mount and had diligently studied the methods for establishing contract magic circles. However, this was his first experience in setting up a contract magic circle to subdue a magical beast, naturally filling him with wonder. "It feels as if there is a faint connection established." Hades gazed at the iron-armored rhino, which returned the look. Their eyes met. The ferocity and aggression that once resided in the iron-armored rhino's gaze faded, replaced by awe and submission, its demeanor toward Hades utterly transformed. "Come here," Hades commanded. The iron-armored rhino obediently approached, showing no signs of resistance. Hades reached out to stroke its nose, and the iron-armored rhino complied, akin to a docile kitten, displaying none of its previous wildness. "Is this the true power of the master-servant contract? Truly remarkable," Meng Lei marveled, astounded by how the successful contract had directly altered the iron-armored rhino's will and mindset, compelling it to recognize Captain Hades as its master from the depths of its being. It was utterly formidable. "Ha, I have a steed now, I have a steed," Hades exclaimed joyfully, patting the iron-armored rhino with uncontainable excitement, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Other members of the guard rushed over, filled with both excitement and envy. "Congratulations, Captain. Wow, a level 4 magical beast as a steed. How enviable. Such majesty. It's enough to make anyone envious."